Welcome to the Manhwa channel. Today we will follow a haunting story that begins in South Korea with a name that shook the entire nation, Kim Shin. He not only murdered others, he also took children's toys and played out his own twisted family charade. However, in this particular case, Kim Shin had no intention of running away. When the police arrived, they found him sitting naked on the porch, not resisting at all as he was handcuffed and taken away with a ghastly smile. Entering the crime scene, the officers froze. A woman's hands were completely severed amidst a bloody mess of shattered toys. Upon receiving the terrible news, Detective Kim Do-seok, who was the husband and father of the victims, rushed to the scene. He stared in shock at the room that was once his home, now just a bloody massacre. Unable to bear the immense shock, he completely collapsed, his eyes now filled with nothing but blazing hatred. He sprang up and charged at the murderer, easily overpowering the colleagues who tried to stop him. Left with no choice, a veteran officer was forced to shoot Do-seok in the leg to stop him, even though his legs were shot and crippled. Do-seok's eyes remained fixed on Kim Shin with the determination to end him with his own hands. News of Kim Shin spread rapidly across the country. The families of previous victims gathered and cursed him relentlessly. He was then brought to the scene to reenact the crime. He recounted every step in detail as if presenting a bloody work of art. Unable to endure it any longer, Do-seok bit off his own pinky finger. Blood gushed out like a solemn vow to make Kim Shin suffer 100-fold. An old stuffed rabbit was gently picked up. Its eyes were empty, but its voice rang out softly. "Come on, son, it's time to eat." But the response was just a small toy robot, held up by the other person who replied firmly no. The stuffed rabbit paused for a moment, then gently consoled, "You have to eat so you can grow tall like your father." The robot looked down for a moment, then looked up and asked, "When is Dad coming back? He said he'd be back when I start elementary school." The stuffed rabbit wilted, then made up another story. "He'll be back when you start middle school, just wait a little longer." The robot refused to listen and shouted back, "I won't believe those lies anymore, it's because of you that I don't have a father." Hearing this, the stuffed rabbit grew angry. "Shin, how can you be so disrespectful to your mother?" The robot controlled by someone punched the stuffed rabbit hard in the face. "If it wasn't for you, I would have a father." In a dark room, a naked man sat in front of a door, muttering, "Bring my father back. Give him back now." His lips curled into a slight smirk. "Anyone will do, just bring him back." Just then, the door burst open. A group of armed men rushed in, shouting, "Kim Shin, put your hands up." It turned out to be Kim Shin, a notorious serial killer who targeted families with young children. The scene in the room left the entire police team speechless. Damn it, he killed them all. Behind the victims was a woman with her hands tightly bound. The victim's legs were covered in scratches and blood. The police commanded Kim Shin, "You are under arrest as a suspect for murder." They slowly turned on the lights. "You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law." The officers cuffing him spoke angrily, "You have the right to an attorney before any questioning." As he was handcuffed, he was still holding the victim's toy. "If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided for you, you bastard." Looking at the victim's body, one officer covered his mouth, about to vomit this psycho. He cut off all of his mother's fingers and the kid's too. Just then, from outside, a man rushed in. One of the officers near the door turned around. His eyes immediately widened in horror. Detective Kim. Witnessing the horrific scene, his eyes bulged and his pupils contracted. He just stood frozen in the middle of a nightmare. The moment Kim Shin's eyes met the man who had just entered, he immediately broke into a crazed smile. "You're here," he said with a grotesque expression. "I've been waiting for you." Hearing this, an officer shouted, "Hey, shut that bastard up." So someone covered Kim Shin's mouth. An officer ran over worriedly and urged Sun Banam, "Don't look." From behind, a senior officer spoke up. "Do-seok, just endure it, please." Another also came to intervene. "Detective Kim, I know what this means to you." The team moved almost in unison, gradually forming a human wall in front of Do-seok. "Sun Banam, let's go outside, calm down a bit." However, he was in deep shock, his eyes wide and bloodshot, paying no attention to anyone, just staring intently at Kim Shin. The happy family photo on the wall was now stained with fresh blood. Then the knife stuck in the floor, still stained with the blood of his wife and child. An officer asked, "Are you okay?" They continuously tried to console him. "Take a deep breath." At this point, Do-seok couldn't bear the shock. His hands clenched into tight fists. Seeing this, 4 or 5 men quickly stepped in front of him. "Do-seok, we know how you feel right now." The senior officer shouted, "We'll get revenge for Hai Young and Young Soo." He affirmed resolutely, "We'll make sure this bastard gets punished, so please." Hearing this, Do-seok pressed his lips together, trying to stay calm. But in the end, he couldn't take it anymore. He gritted his teeth and tears began to well up. The senior officer continued, "Stay calm, Do-seok." Do-seok collapsed and broke down into sobs. He held his head and cried uncontrollably. Everyone around him tried to soothe him. "Don't look anymore, let's go outside." Things are extremely tense. Please press the like button to give Do-seok more strength, and don't forget to subscribe to the Manhua channel to follow the next developments. With a face drenched in tears and hatred, he lost control and roared, "Get out!" Another person rushed over to hug him tightly from behind. Sun Banam, calm down. However, that person was also grabbed tightly by Do-seok. His arm twisted in agony. A young officer trembled as he tried to intervene. "Detective Kim, calm down if you do this." Do-seok didn't listen at all, but instead charged forward furiously. Then he threw a devastating punch, almost knocking the police officer's jaw off. Another person rushed to pull him away. "Sir Do-seok." But he was immediately met with an elbow strike to the chin and fell to the floor. In his rage, Do-seok still couldn't hold back his tears, fighting and crying at the same time. He continuously attacked the officers, who were trying to hold him back. Someone shouted loudly, "Get the tranquilizer gun and shoot him." Hearing that, the people around him immediately drew their guns. "Yes, sir." But just as they aimed, Duseok jumped up using another officer as a shield. Right after that, he lunged forward, attacking the person holding the gun. At that moment, another tranquilizer dart flew by, lodging straight into his cheek. Amidst the chaos, someone shouted loudly, "It's a hit, don't move!" But the tranquilizer had no effect. Duseok coldly raised his hand and pulled out the dart like it was a small thorn. Immediately after, he charged forward again with bloodshot eyes, choking the person in front of him with an explosive rage. Suddenly, someone from behind swung a baton, hitting Duseok hard on the head. But Duseok didn't even stumble. Instead, he spun around and delivered a thunderous punch that knocked the attacker to the ground. In this frenzy, the officers swarmed in to hold Duseok back. Both scared and desperate, "Please don't act like this anymore." But at this moment, his reason was drowned in pain. No one could pull him back from that abyss. Even with his head bleeding profusely, Duseok attacked relentlessly. Quick as lightning, he grabbed the wrist of the person holding the baton in front of him. With just one swift turn, Duseok threw his opponent down onto the hard floor, eliciting a pained groan. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Hazy smoke swirled from the barrel, and the air grew thick with the smell of gunpowder. Now every officer in the room had been taken down by Duseok. The senior officer raised his gun, pointing it straight at him, his voice low and stern. "Duseok," he warned with a growl, "if you take one more step this way, I'll shoot you. This gun is loaded." Duseok turned around with a face covered in blood and tears. His voice choked up, "Shoot me?" His eyes were blood red. His voice Azaleing shriek, "What are you doing? You should be shooting that bastard over there. What are you shooting me for?" Hearing that, the officer shouted, "I know that, you punk. I know that." He asked angrily, "If you know, then why Hai Young was always so good to you?" Duseok gritted his teeth, each word dripping with hatred. "You want to protect the serial killer who murdered Hai Young." The sweaty senior officer yelled, "We're not here for revenge. No matter what kind of scumbag trash they are, they still have the right to a trial." He continued to explain, "No matter how filthy a bastard he is, the right to punish him belongs to the law." At that moment, the unrepentant Kim Shin looked at Duseok with a provocative smile. Hearing this, he clenched his fists in fury. Punishment is just locking those criminals in a cell. That officer gritted his teeth and replied, "We don't have another choice. That's how this world works." Duseok began to lift his heavy legs. Then he slowly moved forward. "If we humans are forced to follow that law." His eyes darkened, his brows furrowed in anger. "Then I'd rather not be human." The senior officer started to back away, his hand tightening on the gun. "Duseok, please." But Duseok kept advancing without a hint of hesitation. Seeing this, he pulled the trigger, shooting him in the leg. The senior officer also began to shed tears and pleaded, "Please stop," despite being shot in the leg. Duseok struggled forward with limping but determined steps. The hand holding the gun began to tremble violently. Where will this story go from here? Hit the subscribe button and turn on notifications for the Ani Manhua channel so you don't miss the next thrilling chapter. Looking at his empty eyes and his cold smile, Duseok was even more certain he had to die. For both of their futures, the officer shouted, "Kim Duseok." Then he gritted his teeth and fired a shot into his other leg. The officer wiped his tears, his voice trembling. "I'm sorry. Please don't do this anymore, Duseok." But even though he couldn't stand, he didn't stop. His blood-soaked hands clawed at the ground, dragging himself forward bit by bit. "Die!" Duseok raised his hand. His blazing eyes full of hatred stared straight at Kim Shin. "I have to kill him now." He growled each word as if through clenched teeth. "I have to kill you." Duseok's eyes went white, exuding pure rage. "You don't want to be human." The man named Kim Shin turned and said with a smile, "I'm not human either, just like my father." Hearing this line, Duseok's hatred for him grew even stronger. The next second, Duseok was handcuffed by the officers. In his desperation, he roared loudly, "I am not your father." At that moment, the toy robot was also dropped by Kim Shin. Duseok's screams still echoed, "I'm not." The next day, reporters announced on TV, he only chose victims from families with young children and killed over 28 people. The serial killer. For the preliminary investigation, let's watch the live stream of Kim Shin leaving the police station. The screen switched to the front of the police station. A crowd of cameras focused and flashed. Reporter Kim, what is the scene like there now? Yes, with the nickname the Bizarre Serial Killer. Kim Shin is currently stepping out of the police station. The reporters pushed their mics closer and asked, "Kim Shin, please tell us how you felt." They relentlessly fired questions. "Do you have anything to say to the victims?" Seeing his silence, they grew more curious. "Why did you only choose families with small children? Among your victims, there were even infants. What did children ever do to you that you wanted to harm them?" Kim Shin remained silent for a moment, looking around. Then he let out a small smirk. "A family should always stick together." Hearing this, the female reporter was stunned. "What did you just—" But before she could finish her sentence, she was drowned out by the victims' families outside shouting, "You bastard, don't you say such ridiculous things." The police struggled to hold them back. "Hey, tighten the line over there," they shouted continuously. "Why did you do this to my brother? Let's go." Someone was even crying. "My daughter, my poor daughter. Give me back my older sister." And an elderly person too. "My son, my grandson, and my daughter-in-law all died at his hands. Oh Lord, please punish that sinner, I beg of you." The man Kim Shin was led to a car by officers, his lips still curved in a smirk as if nothing had happened. Seeing that expression, the victims' families were enraged. "Let's go, that son of a bitch is smirking." "Kim Shin, you bastard." They rushed forward in a mob with terrible curses. "Stop right there, you bastard. Let me go. Get out of my way, damn it. Execute Kim Shin." The scene changed to that afternoon. At a high-rise apartment building, Kim Shin was brought to the scene by officers. "Do you remember the terrible things you did?" He frowned threateningly. "You'd better tell us the whole story from beginning to end. Do you understand, you serial-killing bastard?" Kim Shin looked at the two mannequins placed on the floor, both lying face up next to each other. He let out a soft chuckle and whispered, "I'm sorry, but weren't they supposed to be on their backs?" Saying that, Kim Shin sat down, gently adjusting the posture of the two mannequins, turning their heads to one side. They were both lying down. The more he did it, the more excited he became. In a warm embrace, that's all. After placing the two mannequins in an embrace, Kim Shin let out a satisfied sigh. "Like this," he calmly stated. They must have been falling asleep after reading a story together. Then when I put the key in the lock, the mother woke up, reenacting the scene. The mother rubbed her eyes and spoke. "Oh, honey, you're home. You said you had a shift today." But the person standing before her wasn't her husband, but a complete stranger. A wave of unease washed over her. She quickly hugged her young child, her voice beginning to tremble. "Who are you?" But before she could finish her sentence, her mouth was covered by Kim Shin. With crazed eyes, he pinned her to the ground and threatened, "If you scream, I'll kill him first." Kim Shin used tape to bind the mannequin's hands and feet. I threw the kid in the bathroom. Then I tied up the mother with tape. At this point, his expression suddenly became thoughtful. Then I asked, Kim Shin coldly demanded, "What is your son's favorite song?" The mother cried and begged, "What song? Please, I'll give you my bank account password. There's cash in my wallet too, please." But Kim Shin wasn't interested in those things. "Come on, your son must have a favorite nursery rhyme. What is it?" She was terrified and trembled as she answered. "He likes the Baby Shark song. But why are you asking?" After hearing her answer, he flashed a grotesque smile. "Then sing that Baby Shark song for your son." He leaned in closer, his eerie laughter echoing through the room. "If you sing, I'll spare the boy. Sing now." The scene changes to another place. Du-seok leaned on a cane, slowly making his way down a deserted street. His trembling hand pulled a needle from a vein, blood trickled out in streams, bright red and cold. He stopped at the foot of an old apartment building, his tired eyes looking up ahead. Meanwhile, inside the crime scene, the mannequin was pressed face down. A singing voice rang out, "Baby Shark." Kim Shin sang as he lifted a sharp knife in his hand. He bent down and took the mannequin's hand, lifting it with a terrifying gentleness. Kim Shin's face gradually darkened, his eyes empty, but the corner of his mouth still lifted as he continued the song. The cold blade slid across the mannequin's arm, creating a deep cut. Cute little baby shark. At the same time, the mannequin's body trembled slightly, as if reenacting the mother's writhing pain. Kim Shin made each subsequent cut slowly and precisely. And throughout the process, every action, every lilting tune he hummed was being recorded by a camera. Back outside the apartment building, Du-seok still couldn't bear the shock of losing his wife and son, and burst into tears. He knelt down and collapsed on the cold pavement, clutching his head and screaming, "Honey, Jong-soo." Du-seok tormented himself. "I'm sorry I couldn't protect you." He trembled as he wiped away his tears, but they continued to flow uncontrollably. "I'm so sorry." At this point, Du-seok suddenly clenched his fist and brought his pinky finger to his lips. Without any hesitation, he bit down hard. On the other side, Kim Shin continued to cut the mannequin's arm, kind and beautiful mommy shark. His hand moved slowly, each slice of the knife across the fabric as if cutting into real flesh. Kim Shin's eyes gradually became lifeless. Sweat beaded on his forehead and neck. Here he cut harder, causing the knife to snap in two. "Goodbye, mommy shark." As the knife broke, Kim Shin also stopped cutting the arm and stopped singing. He turned with a radiant smile. The mother only sang up to this part. Kim Shin sighed as if in regret. She should have been able to sing up to the daddy shark part, but she couldn't finish it. He looked up at the family photo in the corner of the room. Those once radiant faces still smiled happily. Only now they were stained with streaks of fresh red blood. Switching back to outside the building, Du-seok spoke in a trembling voice. "My love, Jong-soo." Blood from his bitten finger flowed relentlessly, dripping onto the stained ground. He said with determination, "No matter what it takes, even if I have to sell my soul to the devil." Du-seok gritted his teeth. Blood still smeared at the corner of his mouth. All the pain our family had to endure. Hundreds of times, thousands of times. At this point, his face showed a hatred for Kim Shin that ran bone deep. "No. I have to make him suffer that pain many times over. And this is the story of two men who want to kill another." Soon came the day of the trial. The presiding judge looked straight at the defendant, her voice ringing out clearly. "The defendant's crimes are unprecedented and extremely brutal," she said. "The defendant's motive for the crime is extremely malicious, and the defendant has shown no remorse." Kim Shin's face remained very calm. The judge announced, "Considering the defendant's motive for the crime and murder, and how it has affected the victims' families and the community," here she slammed the gavel down hard on the table, "the verdict for the defendant is the death penalty." Hearing this result, the victims' family members cheered happily. "Great, the death penalty, die Kim Shin. You murderer, you deserve it." They continuously cursed. "We won, you bastard. It's too late for regrets, you devil." But at these words, he just smirked. A mother and daughter cried, comforting each other. "Mom, he got the death penalty. My sister can finally rest in peace. Finally, that's so good." She clasped her hands, her voice trembling. Thank God, thank you for punishing him. Thank heavens. Justice has prevailed. In a corner of the courtroom, the director touched Ji-hoo's shoulder comfortingly. Ji-hoo, are you okay? He bowed his head sadly. That person, he's going to die. He frowned, then replied, yes, God will punish him. At that moment, the screams of the victims' families echoed throughout the court. You bastard, you deserve to die. You monster. Even if you die, your sins will not be forgiven. They cheered loudly. We won. Kill him. Seeing this, the judge reminded them, everyone please be quiet. In 2012, Kim Shin was sentenced to death. However, since 1997, no one in South Korea has been executed. The scene changes to the staff room. A voice rang out. Director, I'm sorry for making you come all this way. The director bowed his head and replied, it's nothing. I should be the one apologizing for not being able to see you more often. He sat down at the table and asked, did Ji-hoo cause any trouble at school? The teacher lifted her teacup with a small smile. Ji-hoo is a good student. He listens very well to the teachers, but sometimes he also bullies his classmates. In the hallway, 2 students started teasing another classmate. Pass it here, that friend shouted. Give me back my pencil case. The other one laughed loudly. Come and get it yourself. Inside, the director asked in disbelief, you mean Ji-hoo? Ji-hoo would never do that. The teacher looked down and explained. I heard this is the 4th time it's happened. She started to explain everything. I talked to him, but he put a tack in Ju-hee's indoor shoes. Hearing this, the director paused. A tack? The teacher replied, yes. According to Ju-hee, they don't talk to each other much. So I don't know why he would do that. Outside, the bullied boy shouted, give it back. But the other friend laughed teasingly. He's crying. The other one jeered. Are you a crybaby? All of this was witnessed by Ji-hoo, who was leaning against the wall nearby. He let out a small smirk, then spoke, wrong. Very soon, the conversation ended. The director opened the door and stepped out. As he came out, he turned to look at Ji-hoo and called out, Ji-hoo. The director sat down and looked at him, asking, why did you hit your friends? He very calmly probed little by little. Did they tease you because you're an orphan? Ji-hoo quickly replied, no. He looked down and stammered. They did bad things. Hearing that, the director was puzzled. What bad things did they do? Ji-hoo rubbed his 2 fingers together anxiously and recounted. Dong-jin stole pens and erasers from other students' pencil cases. He slowly narrated everything to him, so I hit him twice. Se-hyung harassed the students in the special class, so I hit him with a broom 5 times. Ji-hoo grimaced. Sungmin put chewing gum on the chair of the girl in front of him, and he still pulled her hair. Ju-hee stepped on ants in the schoolyard, so I put a tack in her shoe. At this point, the director looked up and gently asked, Ji-hoo, why didn't you tell the teacher? He immediately replied, if I did that, the teacher would just scold them. Ji-hoo glanced sideways and said, people who do bad things should be punished according to what they deserve. That way they'll never do it again. Hearing these words come out of a young boy's mouth, the director was deeply shocked. He froze for a long time. Then he clasped his hand, his voice serious. Ji-hoo, the director explained, the friends that you punished were all hurt. They might even have been in a lot of pain. His eyes fell. No matter the circumstances, violence is not the answer. Never. The director hugged Ji-hoo tightly and lectured. God says we should love our enemies. So what we should do is forgive them, not punish them. His face contorted as if he was about to cry, but he held it back. Only when we forgive them do we get closer to God. He replied with a blank expression. Yes, I will forgive them. And Ji-hoo was the sole survivor among Kim Shin's victims. At this moment, that unforgettable memory returned. One more step and Mommy will smile. From the hallway, a figure covered in blood appeared. 2 more steps and Daddy will smile. Ji-hoo's eyes widened in terror. That singing voice echoed again. When they look at me, they will always, always smile. He stood silently, letting the director hug him. Ji-hoo's father sang that song while being tortured by Kim Shin. The scene changes to a school hallway. 2 students were walking and laughing loudly. That Jae-young kid looked so funny when he cried. Give it back. The 2 boys chatted excitedly. He cried even harder when we threw it in the toilet. Next time, let's throw his bag in the toilet. But they didn't notice a figure appearing from behind. The 2 were still clueless about what was about to happen and laughed loudly. Great idea. As soon as the words left their mouths, they were pushed from behind. With no time to react, the 2 boys fell forward unexpectedly. They both hit the hard ground hard. One clutched his leg and sobbed uncontrollably. It hurts. The other one lay sprawled out, his voice trembling in panic. I think my leg is broken. They both looked up, but there was no one there. Who was that? Who pushed us? After his father's death, Ji-hoo had realized. This world. After pushing his classmates, he slowly walked down the hallway, ignoring their desperate screams. It hurt so much. Ji-hoo's eyes showed clear resentment. His expression was completely emotionless. Does not punish demons. On another day, 2 hooligans were bullying someone. Damn it, I told you to buy cigarettes. Didn't you hear me, old woman? Seeing their rudeness, the old woman asked, How old are you? One of them answered curtly, 15. Why? Hearing that, the old woman advised, Then you kids can't smoke. They didn't let it go, but instead put their arms around her and mocked her. That's hilarious, damn it. Is it so hard to just buy us some cigarettes? Go buy them before we beat you up. Switching scenes. The group of youths sat watching the recorded clip and laughed loudly. Over the phone, the old woman's trembling voice asked, "Do your parents know about this?" The boy cursed, "Playing it this big." The old lady pulled out the parent card. "You bitch, aren't all your parents dead?" one student asked. "Doesn't this mean she'll report us?" The other replied nonchalantly. "She can if she wants. We can't do things like that anymore since we're minors anyway," the other student said with some fear. "We're so dead seriously." He picked at his food while continuing to watch the clip. "Now smile. You should have bought them when we were still being nice." The boy put food in his mouth with an entitled expression. "That bitch is like that because she's easy to trick." As soon as he bit down on the food, a loud crack came from his mouth. The boy trembled in pain, clutching his mouth. The student next to him asked confusedly, "What is it?" Blood started to drip from his mouth onto the lunchbox. Groans of pain echoed. The boy grimaced with teary eyes. "There's something in the chicken." Then his mouth spewed a lot of blood. Seeing this, the other students started to pay attention. "What did he say? There's something in the chicken?" Over here, Ji-hoo, upon seeing the scene, had a blank expression. "This world is full of trash and no one is cleaning it up." In another development, 2 other students were bullying a classmate. "Are you a beggar? What do you think we can buy with these few loose coins?" The naked friend in just his underwear knelt on the ground, trembling and begging. "I'm sorry my mom found out when I took her money." The skinny one smoking puffed out his chest and suggested, "Now your mom is your excuse, huh? You mama's boy. Now go find your mom." The fat one chimed in. "If Jong-yu breaks up with his girlfriend, it's your fault." The bullied friend cried out, "But I don't have any money right now." The skinny one got angry hearing that and raised his lit cigarette. "No money." He pointed to an old scar from a cigarette burn and warned, "Seems like we saw this last time, right? You suddenly had money after I did this, remember?" The skinny one flashed a sly smile and asked, "Should we do it again?" At that moment on the rooftop, a figure appeared. He paid it no mind and continued his threats. "Let's see if you have money or not." From above, a hand suddenly reached out, tightly gripping an old heavy brick. Without a moment's hesitation, the brick was dropped, plummeting downward with terrifying speed. A cry rang out. The skinny one was hit by the brick and fell to the ground. The fat one asked blankly, "What the hell was that, Jung-gyu? Get up." "Hey, it wasn't over yet." That hand proceeded to drop a second brick. And that guy was also hit on the head by the falling brick and lay unconscious on the spot. Even when you look up a little higher, there's still so much trash. After finishing his cleanup, the person slowly walked away from the scene. And that person was Ji-hoo. He calmly opened the rooftop door and went down. They just leave them like that, smelling like trash. The scene changes to a large apartment complex. The air here is quite quiet. Ji-hoo opened the door and slowly stepped into a room. On his feet, he had carefully wrapped his shoes in plastic bags, each step leaving no trace. Ji-hoo walked straight to the kitchen and stopped in front of a gas stove. He took out a screwdriver and pierced the gas line with great speed and precision. After finishing, Ji-hoo's face remained unchanged. "I can't stand it." Not long after he left, the room door was opened by someone. 2 young men entered and asked each other, "When are the girls coming?" The other one, carrying a bag of stuff, replied, 10 o'clock is coming soon." One of them looked down at the soda bottle he had bought and said, "Both bottles have been drugged." He took out the drug with a proud smile. "Don't drink it and pass out like a moron," the other replied. "It was a little mistake. This one tried to light a lighter. Damn it, I just bought this thing. It's already broken." At this time, the gas pipe that Ji-hoo had pierced was leaking gas all over the room. He was still unaware, and while looking at his phone, he tried to light the lighter. "They're already waiting. They want us to show them the goods quickly. What a bunch of perverts." In his hand, a small lighter kept clicking with a dry sound. He even said, "I should have doubled the registration fee." But before he could understand what was happening, a flame erupted. An explosion rang out. A bright red flame burst out from inside. The building's door blew open and flew far away. Seeing the big fire, people started to gather. What happened? "There's a fire." The crowd grew larger and larger, including Ji-hoo. Suddenly there was an explosion. 119 call the police. Everyone in the building get out. The fire raged more and more fiercely. The people below screamed in panic. Fire. Ji-hoo stood still, watching the fire burn down the entire building as if nothing had happened. If no one wants to clean up that trash, then I'll do it. Suddenly someone shouted, "There's someone there!" From inside, 2 young men holding their noses crawled out with difficulty. "Help!" The people were panicked and shouted, "What should we do?" Someone outside shouted, "They look like young people. Somebody do something." In the midst of the chaos, a man suddenly burst out laughing. He put his hands in his pockets and exclaimed admiringly, "What a fire!" Hearing that the people around him were stunned. "What?" Without stopping, he continued to laugh. "Burn bigger," a student next to him asked. "Is he crazy?" Unable to take it anymore, someone spoke up and cursed. "Hey you, how can you laugh while watching those kids in danger? If you want to be crazy, choose another time." He raised his hand to wipe away tears and replied, I'm sorry. I didn't know it would burn so hot." Hearing that, the person became confused. What is this guy talking about? Inside the fire, the 2 young men still struggled to crawl out their mouths, shouting, "Save me!" Then they lost consciousness and fell freely from a high place. People screamed in horror. "He's falling." People gathered around. He landed face first. "Don't move. We need to do CPR." In the midst of the crisis, the old man's loud laughter did not stop. After laughing, he slowly turned to his side. The man frowned and said, This performance is interesting, Jihu. Hearing that, his eyes widened in disbelief. Who are you? The man smiled at him. Why are you so scared, kid? Glancing at the name tag on his shirt. On your name tag. To Siok left. It says Soman High School, Seo Jihu. He looked after the man with suspicion. He's just some weirdo, right? The two of them walked through the chaos amidst people's screams. Fire department here. This way, this way. Clear a path. Move. Is anyone inside? The food was spilled on the ground and a song began. One step, and Mommy smiles. The man's arms were tied tightly. 2 steps, and Daddy smiles. His face was soaked in tears mixed with fresh blood, but he still sang with a trembling voice. A happy smile. Kim Shin stroked his hair. He was crying and laughing at the same time, so jealous. In his hand, Kim Shin held a knife. Jihu's father was tied to a net while he was patting his head. Your father must love you very much. Jihu's face was filled with fear looking at the person who was ready to end his life if his father didn't finish the song. So jealous. At that moment, he woke up in fear. Jihu panted. His upstairs friend looked down and asked, You keep tossing and turning a lot. Did you have a nightmare again? He sat up still with tears in his eyes. Yeah, I did. The other friend climbed down and handed him a tissue, teasing him. Wipe your face. You look like a crazy person sweating and crying. He took it. Thanks. Jihu wiped his tears. Crying makes me hungry, hey. Let's go eat. He lost his father at the hands of Kim Shin and had to live in an orphanage for 10 years. At the orphanage, the dining table was set. The TV announced, Today's weather is quite clear. The highest temperature will reach 27 degrees Celsius. The children in the orphanage excitedly surrounded the table. Taesop had just arrived and scolded. Don't be greedy. You think you can eat all that. What if I eat it all? The director intervened. Chang Young, get more food after you finish. Don't be too greedy. Jihu comforted the little girl in his lap. All right. Yun, come eat with me. Hem, Taesop reminded. No, don't eat with your hands. The 2 boys opposite teased him. Yun touched the ham with her drool-covered hand. He interrupted. You guys used to wet the bed all the time and you still talk big. The boy sitting next to him laughed. They think they're grown up because they're elementary school students now. Heh. Everyone argued enthusiastically. I didn't wet the bed. Yes, you did. Do you know how many times I had to wash your wet blankets for you? The director also joined in. Taesop, and I'm the one who washes your blankets. Haha. He pouted in dissatisfaction. Oh, Dad. Don't say it in front of everyone, he joked. I could cover the whole country with the blankets I've washed. The director sat down and asked, By the way, how is school these days? Taesop quickly replied. We're in our 3rd year, so there's nothing much besides studying. Jihu sneered. Oh, studying, he interrupted. Shut up. Suddenly, Taesop clapped his hands. Aha, he recounted. A few days ago, a student was trapped in a burning building. That small building, you know. Have you heard about it? It was Ju Yong from the 6th grade. He said indifferently. Really? I haven't heard. Taesop was helpless. Pay more attention at school, you punk. He and his friends had to go to the hospital because of full-body burns. He was very sad to hear that. Full-body burns, at only 19. May God bless him after suffering so much. The director turned towards the cross and said, Let us pray for our friends. They clasped their hands in prayer. Our Father in heaven. Our friends have faced a disaster. Please bless them for a speedy recovery. He also prayed, and may good days come to them. Jihu's face was cold. Amen. He smiled affectionately. Now let's eat, the children said in unison. Yes. The TV continued to report. Today's news. It's a name you won't forget. His pupils contracted when he heard that name. Kim Shin. He appeared on the news 10 years ago. He caused great suffering to families with children and killed 28 people, causing extreme panic among citizens. Jihu couldn't believe his eyes glued to the TV. A shocking report showed that Kim Shin was leading a gang of prisoners and living like a king. He was angry that the person who caused him so much pain was living a carefree life in prison without remorse. We interviewed a prisoner who shared a cell with Kim Shin. Suddenly the TV was turned off. Taesop was angry. What's wrong with the damn media? Who puts this kind of news on in the morning? The director asked worriedly. Jihu, are you okay? He said softly. Yes, I'm fine. To deceive him, Jihu smiled. I've already forgiven him. In a neighborhood where the signs were still lit, a large hand reached out. Give it here. 3 students timidly handed over a pack of cigarettes. Here. He took the pack and preached, You young people shouldn't be smoking this stuff. Right. The lead student replied. Yes. He heard that and patted his shoulder. And you'll quit right away. Yes. Seon-do put his arm around him. Okay. Now let's make a short video for your parents. He hesitated. Huh, that's a bit. Hearing that, he scowled and asked, A bit what? You don't want to. Kay bowed his head. No. Seeing that, Seon-do burst out laughing. That's right. Make sure to tell your parents you enjoy smoking. In the video, the 4 of them were filming. Look at the camera and 1, 2, 3. Jihu watched the video on his phone. Mom, I'm sorry for smoking. I'll quit right away. Below were the comments. Say I love you, Mom. I love you, Mom. He squinted and smiled. Okay. Today's lesson is over. I'm Park Seon-do, and I will ensure the creation of a new generation with a bright future. Seon-do struck a pose. Remember to subscribe to the Park Seon-do TV channel. The 2 people next to him chimed in. And remember to click the bell icon too. He looked on expressionlessly. See you all next time. Jihu hid behind a wall. He showed his true colors when he left the lens. This bastard. My analytics have been getting worse lately. Kay bowed his head. I'm so sorry. Seondu swung his hand and slapped. You think you can just stand there making a fool of yourself? Because of you, the background looks terrible. He stood there in fear, taking the beating. I'm so sorry. He continued to curse. Damn, remember what I said. Seondu continued to use violence. If my analytics are still this bad, I'll bury you alive. Do you think I'm kidding? A hand slapped down hard. That's Park Seondu, age 23. The hand mercilessly slapped the face of the person in front. The Seondu guy and his cronies swaggered. Hey man, are you crazy? Have we ever done anything to you? The one behind chimed in. Hey man, you guys have a lot of nerve. The other guy held the part of his face that was hit. Not only did you block the entrance to the store. His wife behind him was worried. Honey, she cried and held her child in her arms. Stop it! I've called the police. You probably think that's the end of it. The child also called out loudly. Daddy! He was annoyed. Damn it, you're too loud, the two of them said. Daddy, the police are coming. Seondu smirked. Police. He raised his fist. What can they do? He took the full force of Seondu's punch. His blood spurted as his body fell. The other person's head hit the ground hard. The mother and child screamed in fear when they saw their husband unconscious. The three guys laughed. Wow. One punch. He's down in one hit. He was foaming at the mouth on the ground. Seondu saw this and laughed loudly. My God. It looks like he's washing his mouth with soap. Haha. What a coward. In high school, Park Seondu had paralyzed a married man with a child. Despite the other person being unconscious, he sat on him. Don't mess with me anymore. Old man, Seondu raised his hand. Don't even try. He couldn't resist and took the punch. The man's wife and child knelt down. Please, please, stop, please, Daddy. The two cronies were panicked. Damn it, it's the police. We should run too. He laughed crazily and attacked. Try to mess with me again, you bastard. But thanks to the law, Park Seondu only had to stay in prison for 2 years, he grumbled. Damn it. Seondu was escorted to prison. I'm so unlucky. After his release, Park Seondu started a YouTube channel about his time in prison. He pretended to laugh on the internet. Today, we're going to tell a story about love in prison. You might ask, how can you love in prison? Well, friends' love can blossom anywhere. Hehe, Seondu made a hand gesture. A lot of people get horny in the prison yard, folks. The love there is intense. The comments on the channel were lively. Come on, don't say that. All love is beautiful. Seondu's channel became increasingly famous. Hey, come on, everyone. I've even been to church. With his colorful storytelling skills, he had built a big career. Currently, he was patting Kay's face. Do better. You hear me? He was scared. Yes, sir. Seondu turned and left. Damn it. I'm surrounded by idiots. Kay bowed and said, have a good night. He observed everything from a distance. Trash. He strode down the street. As he walked, Seondu watched his own video. Huh, these bored losers. He walked to his car, his eyes still glued to his phone. To dare to say that behind my back. Seondu smiled. I'm slowly losing my true self, huh? My old self would have probably beaten these people half to death. He reached to open the car door, but it wouldn't open. What's this? Seondu angrily touched the car door. Damn it, some bastard scratched my car. He was so engrossed in cursing that he didn't notice the danger behind him. Damn it, this sucks. I'm really going to have to go kill the bastard who did this. Jihu behind him had swung a hammer. The hammer hit his head, making Seondu dizzy. He collapsed. You got stabbed while trying to park in a deserted spot, and unfortunately were paralyzed from a broken spine. Seondu's back was exposed. He trembled as he held the hammer. I hope you're ready. Jihu's face was filled with murderous intent. To suffer this pain. The same pain you inflicted on that man and his family. Park Seondu. He swung the hammer in his hand high. The blow hit the ground, surprising Jihu. He had woken up some time ago and dodged. Jihu's eyes widened. Seondu trembled with anger. Damn it! What? What the hell was that? What did you just say? He continued to swing the hammer at him. Seondu lifted his leg. He charged and grabbed Jihu, tightly knocking the weapon out of his hand. The hammer fell to the ground. Seondu pinned him down while Jihu punched him. Are you stupid, hitting someone with a hammer? He was choked and pinned to the ground. Is it because I'm not strong enough? Jihu's fist landed on his face, but it seemed to have no force. Are you trying to hit me? Huh. Seondu clenched his fist. You hit people like this. With that, a powerful punch landed squarely on his face. He swung his arm and attacked despite Jihu's struggles. Damn, a punk like you, trying to hit me. Seondu's punch continued to land on his face. Idiot. He pinned Jihu's body and continuously punched him. At this point, his eyes were rolled back and his face was covered in blood. Seondu's hands were bloody, but he continued to strike. Jihu could only watch now. No. His eyes gradually closed, everything getting blurry. A voice said, Huh, what the hell? Jihu was woken by a shout. Someone's hand was holding his hand tightly. Seondu was restrained and screamed violently. Let go of me! You son of a bitch, let go! Duseok spoke up. Although it's true you caught him off guard, he's still 50 kilograms heavier than you. He sat up. Hitting someone heavier than you is useless, he shouted. Wait. The man squeezed his hand tightly. At times like this, you have to aim for his weak points and get out of the way, out of danger. Seondu wailed. This bastard. Duseok choked him tightly. Then, when the person is distracted, you attack. The man started to use more force. I recommend choking him. At this point, Seonda was foaming at the mouth, even if he's double your weight, just by cutting off his windpipe. After just 3 seconds, his whole body will start to go limp. Ji-hoo watched in amazement. Then, the person will pass out. The two looked at each other, but it's not over yet. Suddenly, his hand moved, continuing to choke the person. Seondu's feet tensed. Then the person's limp body will start to convulse. Duseok continued his lesson. Keep choking, and they will surely die. He watched the scene speechless. The man still choked him. It doesn't matter what you are, whether you're a child, a man, a girl. Ji-hoo seemed convinced. Or an old man. That person will die. He remembered when his father was hanging from a wire mesh. There are no exceptions. Tears rolled down from his childhood. The face of Kim Shin appeared. Simply put, no matter how much of a monster that person is. Duseok gritted his teeth. They will always die. Duseok gritted his teeth. No matter if they are monsters, they will still not escape death. Ji-hoo stared in amazement at the scene before him. The guy Seondu had now been knocked unconscious by the man. Suddenly he lunged and bumped into Duseok's hand, making the man let go. He fell to the ground with a thud. Duseok stood there watching Ji-hoo struggle. Hey kid. He was performing CPR on Seondu. The man watched helplessly. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Ji-hoo was giving him first aid. He gritted his teeth. He can't die. The guy Seondu was saved. Cough, cough. Ji-hoo continued. If he just dies like this. He used his strength to turn Seondu over. Then nothing will change. Ji-hoo picked up the hammer from the ground. This meathead should experience even half the pain of the victim he harmed. He held the hammer in his hand and looked coldly at the person on the ground, tormenting him for the rest of his life by not letting him use his limbs. Ji-hoo's eyes were full of hatred. He can die after agonizing over what he's done. He raised the hammer in his hand high. Duseok laughed when he saw Ji-hoo like that. The lights shone around. The man put a cigarette in his mouth. Duseok offered a cigarette to him. Want one? Ji-hoo looked up. Who are you? The man rummaged through his jacket. Someone like you. Someone here to help you, he replied. I don't need your help. I can handle it myself. Duseok lit his cigarette. You've been lucky so far, but if you stay this week, you'll soon be sent to your old man. Ji-hoo got angry when the man mentioned his deceased father. He rushed forward and grabbed Duseok by the collar. Who the hell are you? JJ-hoo shouted. Keep rambling when you don't know shit. The man's lips moved. Duseok pointed at himself. I am a detective looking for clues about Kim Shin, a father who lost his wife and child at the hands of Kim Shin. He was speechless when he heard that. The man touched Ji-hoo's hand, and at the same time, Duseok locked his arm, causing him to lose his balance. Also the person who will help you get stronger. Ji-hoo cried out in pain. Ow. The man held his hand tightly. You think you can be a hero while being this weak. What happened today will happen again. You must become stronger. He gritted his teeth and forced out the words, Don't mess with me. Ji-hoo broke free from Duseok's grasp. He held his shoulder. I don't want to play the hero. Ji-hoo stood up. If you're so great, you can take care of it yourself. I have my own way. The man calmly replied. If you join us, we can kill Kim Shin. He was amazed. What? Duseok was resolute. All those who have the sole purpose of giving Kim Shin a painful death have gathered and become our bow and arrow. Ji-hoo was puzzled. Bow and arrow. The man held out his hand. Yes, the bow and arrow that can pierce through Kim Shin. We just need one more arrow. He bowed his head. I want you to be that arrow. Their eyes met. Go to prison and kill Kim Shin. Seo's eyes widened. Which bastard hit you? Ji-hoo pointed to the bandaged wound. I told you. I fell down the stairs. She was angry. Hey, how did you fall to make your face so messed up? He was embarrassed. I'm serious. I landed on my face. Tae-soo interjected. Impossible. Even if you did it on purpose, Seo asked again. Really? You didn't get punched? Ji-hoo replied. I said no. She said, tell me if anyone bullies you. I'll split them in two. Understand? Yeah. The three of them walked happily down the hallway. He joked. Si-ah looks like she'd really split them in two. Ha ha, T-sop added. With Si-ah's hands, she'd fold them like paper airplanes. She patted his shoulder. Should I start with you guys? Seo said. Speaking of which, you should go to the gym with me. You need stamina for studying too. Ji-hoo laughed. Oh, really? He teased. You need stamina for studying too. But why are you? Before T-sop could finish his sentence, she elbowed him in the stomach. Tae-sop is being a little brave today, huh? Haha. Ji-hoo chimed in. I told you she'd punch you, haha. Seo asked. What are you guys doing tonight? He asked back. Tonight? Tae-sop's face turned pale. Oh, I can't breathe. Ji-hoo held his phone tightly. Nothing. He looked at his phone. You hit my lungs. On it was a message from an unknown number. If you want to become our arrow, come to the place I told you yesterday. I'll be waiting. She interrupted Ji-hoo's thoughts. My mom wants us to help out at the store. She'll pay by the hour. You want to do it. He pulled on Seo's sleeve. Oh, simple part-time job. I'll do it. Leave it to me. Her veins bulged. Yeah, but you're no help at all. Ji-hoo interrupted. He rubbed his head. I forgot. I have to meet Chang-soo today. Sorry, you guys go on ahead. The two of them pouted. Chang-soo, his elementary school friend. Are you avoiding us? Ji-hoo laughed. Jealous, huh, ha ha. T-sop bumped his shoulder. No, I'll have my own group of friends too. Haha. Sayo chimed in. You two are so petty, haha. At the convenience store. Sia's parents opened a convenience store near the orphanage. Sayo reminded. Make sure to check their ID when someone buys alcohol or cigarettes. He was on his phone. I know this isn't my first or second time doing this, she yelled. Because I don't trust you. Because of that. Jihu. Taesop and Sia had become close friends since childhood. He stood outside waving. The two inside looked out. Oh, it's Jihu. Isn't he hanging out with Chang-su a little too much? Sayo moved her lips. Tra. She continued to do it. The two of them raised their friendly hands towards Jihu. Tor. He smiled back just like them. Hey, why are you two doing that? Ha ha ha. Jihu looked at them and laughed. Ha ha. He wiped his smile. Jihu turned and left. At night, a light flickered on the mountain. He shone his light while climbing the mountain. Jihu looked ahead nervously. Peeking from behind a tree, a man's voice sang. One more step. Mommy's smile. Second step. Daddy's smile. He looked on expressionlessly and asked, Dad, is this what you wanted, Dad? Jihu's father was still hiding behind the tree. When they look at me, they always smile. The song ended and he continued to walk up. Jihu's foot stepped on a sign. Appearing before him was a secret base on the mountain. This place is... Jihu carefully approached the door. I came here to kill Kim Shin, but I can't let my guard down either. Suddenly a light appeared behind him. I have to attack first anyone who sees even a little. That person knows everything I do. Jihu jumped and turned around to look. Dusok shone the light. Good job finding it. The man smiled proudly. Thanks for coming here. Jihu, let's go inside. Duseok flipped the switch. The lights inside lit up. Inside the base were documents pinned on the wall. This is where you will become stronger. He looked at the newspaper articles pasted on the wall. Jihu investigated. What is this place? The man replied. A training bunker. Duseok stood in front of a map. I discovered this place when I was in the army. It was abandoned when the military base was moved to another location so we can use it without worrying. He continued to inquire. You said you're a detective? Were you also a soldier? The man recounted. I was a soldier when I was young. Duseok with his hands in his pockets. I was a spy against the North. Jihu asked. So if I kill Kim Shin in prison, what should I do next? The man replied briefly. Get stronger. Duseok turned his face seriously. And survive in my hands. He didn't have time to understand before the man slapped his neck. Huh. Duseok was stern. Kim Shin is not an ordinary serial killer. He is a monster who took the lives of 3 high-level martial arts detectives with his bare hands. Jihu held his neck and coughed. The man approached. A weak arrow only reveals the position of the bow. Duseok clamped his head. You need to become a strong arrow. The man lifted Jihu with ease. Otherwise you will die. Duseok's eyes widened. Remember, you and I are both tools of revenge. Jihu struggled to breathe and drooled. Cough. He fumbled in his pocket. Jihu swung his knife, making the man let go. He trembled and panted. I praise you for coming here prepared. Jihu stared, but relying on a dull knife like that. Duseok glared. We'll never take Kim Shin's life. In the prison cell, a scream of terror rang out. Ah! A man trembled holding a blade. 3 people were panicking. Sir, stop you bastard. Fingernails were pointing forward. The man held his bleeding eyes and screamed. My eyes. My eyes. He continued to shout. Sir, Kim Shin stood behind. Hey, shut up, someone said. Hear him back off, everyone. He let out a devilish laugh. Sneaking into someone else's room in the middle of the night just to kill me. And now you're telling me to stop. The 3 of them raised their hands in surrender. Kim Shin, we were wrong. We'll never pick a fight with Mr. Yang again. Kim Shin opened his mouth wide. He bit down hard on the opponent's ear. He collapsed to his knees. Ah, the others seeing this didn't dare to advance. This crazy bastard. Kim Shin, his mouth still bloody, smirked. Don't worry, if I don't kill him, he won't die. He laughed. I'll only do half. Arms, legs, eyes. You have 2 of each. So it'll be fine if I leave one. Kim Shin easily twisted the man's arm to the sound of a painful scream. Ah, he threatened. Hey, shut up. I'll kill you if you're still making noise. Suddenly a voice made Kim Shin look up with interest. Kim Shin, stop it. Come play with me. The person near the door trembled. Sir, I'm sorry. I didn't know Kim Shin was in this room. The other person replied. I've done many bad things and lived like a beast. He rolled his wrist and walked in. But when a person like me looks at you, he looked on with contempt. I can't stand by either. He continued. This may sound unusual, but it seems I've become a messenger of justice. Kim Shin was indifferent. Oh, really? A punch landed squarely on his face. I hear that all the time. Kim Shin fell backwards. The blade touched his hand. The 2 of them wrestled over the sharp knife. Duseok pressed Jihu against the wall. The man grabbed his wrist tightly. Duseok got close to Jihu's face, his fear clearly visible. The man clenched his hand into a fist. A powerful blow landed on his stomach. Jihu collapsed to the ground, crying out in pain. Duseok held a knife in his hand, his voice cold. Never rely on a weapon, especially when your opponent is stronger than you. You're no different than a kindergartner with a knife. Jihu was in so much pain that saliva streamed from his mouth. The man looked down with contempt. Stop playing the straw hero. You're too weak. You should just be reincarnated. He wiped the remaining saliva from his mouth. Jihu stubbornly asked, How strong is Kim Shin? Is he stronger than you? Duseok fell into a thoughtful silence. After a while, the man answered, I saw the surveillance footage of Kim Shin killing 3 investigators. Recalling the scene from the surveillance, he broke a person's bones with his bare hands as if they were straw. Kim Shin forcefully used his hands to break the investigator's face. The investigator's face contorted in pain as he screamed relentlessly. He used his hands to tear open his opponent's mouth. The man's eyes darkened, his voice cold and indifferent. Tearing muscle like tearing bread. Kim Shin's hand pried open the investigator's mouth, his voice full of contempt. You said you were a warrior of justice. Right. His expression was as ferocious as a demon's. Come on, harder. Many people crowded in, their voices trembling. Sir? All of them rushed in with knives. Damn it, we have to fight for our lives. That bastard. He doesn't even have a knife. Kill him. Duseok's voice was cold. His strength and agility are not like something a human would have. It's like fighting a chimpanzee. Kim Shin nimbly dodged, waving his hand, a cunning smile. I don't have a knife. Kim Shin threw a powerful punch. He stomped hard on his opponent's body. Kim Shin moved as fast as the wind. His speed was terrifying. A punch came straight down from above onto the investigator's head. He let out a bewitching smile. I don't use a knife to kill people. Kim Shin smoothed his hair, his voice terrifying. I use it to cut you up straight. The investigator holding a knife trembled. Don't come over here. Get away, you monster. Kim Shin got into a stance to deliver a punch. He brought it straight down on the investigator's stomach to the sound of a choked. Damn, he whispered in his ear. When I was little, there were a few kids who called me a monster. Kim Shin's expression was terrifying. I may have 6 fingers, but they have 6 navels. Duseok recounted. That guy doesn't need to use a knife. That monster stabbed his fingers into someone else's stomach. Kim Shin stood firm amidst a dozen fallen people. The small dog lay peacefully in its owner's arms. Unbelievable. Dongman petted the dog, praising. Good job, Shin. He smiled in response. I'm very happy. A crowd of people came in. David's voice rang out next to the shivering guard, sweat pouring down. Damn it, they only call when there's a body. He was dissatisfied. To die at the hands of a perverted bastard, not even a gangster, but a beast. A foot next to a pool of blood. Someone was dragging a body. Someone else was mopping up the remaining blood with a mop. David approached. Sir. His voice was expectant. Call me when it's time to fight. Fighting Kim Shin alone will be very dangerous. Dongman placed a hand on Kim Shin's shoulder. In a small place like this, one person is better than many. He glanced with his hands in his pockets. Just do your job and don't get jealous over small things. His face was stunned. What jealousy? I just said that because I was worried. Kim Shin covered his mouth with his hand and giggled. David glared at him, angrily. What are you laughing at? Kim Shin teased. You wouldn't be much help even if you were here. He rushed forward and grabbed him by the collar. You bastard, just because I seem nice. You're like this. You want to die. Kim Shin teased. Do I want to die? So scary. He squeezed David's hand that was on him. His expression became painful. Dongman gently patted Kim Shin's shoulder. Stop it now. He patted both of them on the shoulder and smiled. Family should be close to each other. He suddenly remembered. That's right, I almost forgot. This week's photos just arrived. Dongman took out an envelope. Duseok's voice was low. As far as I know, no one has ever beaten him in a one-on-one fight. The man's expression became serious. And that's why. People like us have to work together. To plan together. To make an arrow that can catch that monster. The man consoled. You're not alone. You're fighting alongside all the people who want to kill that monster and to do that. His voice became earnest. I have to become stronger, so let's do it. I'll try to get stronger as fast as possible. A surprise blow to Jihu's face. Duseok unexpectedly swung his leg at his face. The man's voice instructed. The fastest way to get stronger is to bet your life in a real fight. The man became steely. And the price of letting your guard down is death. That's all there is to learn today. Jihu lay unconscious on the ground. Feet on the bed, eyes shut tight. The eyes slowly opened. On the ceiling were stars and a moon. Jihu's voice was dazed, glow-in-the-dark stickers. He sat dazedly on the bed. Where am I? A box filled with toys. The school bag was still hanging on the chair. On the wall was a picture of a happy family. He sat up through the pain of his injuries, contemplating a family picture, looking at the man with a radiant smile. Jihu exclaimed, so he can make that kind of expression. The door opened. Jihu stepped out and looked at the chaos before him. He raised his hand to cover his face. It stinks. The pile of dishes was still on the table, along with a rolling wine bottle. Only the children's room is clean. The living room looks like a pigsty. His foot stepped on a letter, his voice accusatory. How long has it been since he cleaned this place? Jihu picked up the letter in a daze. On the envelope was the sender and recipient's address. He mentioned with surprise, Kim Shin. The content inside. Dear Dad. Dad, how are you? It's been 10 years, hasn't it? I've seen you change a lot, but I can still recognize you. I'm doing well here, working hard. Jihu sank into the darkness with a shiver. He called him Dad. Duseok walked in from outside. You're awake. Jihu asked with a blank expression, what's your relationship with Kim Shin? Why does he call you Dad? The man reached out and took the letter. Duseok's face was angry. He tore the letter to pieces. He's just talking nonsense. Don't mind him. Jihu yelled in frustration. He wrote in that letter that he's your father. Tell me why he calls you that. Shreds on the floor. What's your relationship? Why does he? The man shouted. I don't know. He looked at Duseok, who was holding his head groaning. I don't know anymore. The man held his head in confusion. Why does that monster call me Dad? Why me? David rubbed his arm. Dissatisfied. This bastard. He He really does this a lot. He glanced at Kim Shin behind him. Why, after killing his entire family, does he ask for his pictures every week? The second in command was dissatisfied. How should I know what that crazy pervert is thinking? The pictures of Do-seok were in Kim Shin's hands. He smiled. Dad is still alone. He must be very lonely. The man's voice trembled. Every day when I think about the first time I met Kim Shin and his miserable mother. Do-seok began to recount. 15 years ago. If I hadn't met them on that fateful day in the park, maybe nothing would have happened. Years ago, under the lights in the park, Do-seok was yawning. Stocks are so boring. The man smoked and asked his junior, that idiot, when will he show up? Is he just wandering around somewhere? It's been 3 days. How are we supposed to continue? Jin-suk's voice called out, Honey, I didn't expect to see you here. Do-seok was startled. What? She was in tattered clothes, her mouth smiling. This must be fate, don't you think? The man was confused. Ma'am, who are you? His junior teased. Senior, is this your girlfriend? Hey, do you guys want to die? She patted her chest and introduced, Honey, it's me, Jin-suk. Oh, it's Jin-suk. You and I have been together for so long. Do-seok frowned. Ma'am, we're the police here. If you keep this up, I'll have to arrest you. The person next to him joked. Senior, are you sure she's not talking about you? She pulled Kim Shin over. Come here, Jin-suk demanded. Come say hi to your dad, son? She pulled him over to introduce. Honey, this is our son. His name is Kim. Do-seok interrupted fiercely. Are you crazy? You're dragging a child into this too. If you want to go crazy, go somewhere else. Jin-suk's voice was scared. Don't shout. Honey, it's scary. The man questioned angrily. How did I become your husband? Someone stop Do-seok. Senior, don't be so serious with a crazy person. Her voice was soft, but I have proof. Do-seok was surprised. What proof? Jin-suk was firm. Proof that you're Shin's father and we're lovers. She held out a bag. Jin-suk smiled and held the bag forward. Honey, open it. The man was stunned. Everything is in here. The memories of our love. She smiled and urged. Hurry up and open it, honey. You'll be surprised. Jin-suk held it in front of a young Do-seok's face. Hurry up and open it, honey. Her hair was disheveled. Her face was covered in dirt. Her eyes and teeth were also not intact. She smiled and urged with a grin. You'll be surprised. Jin-suk held the dirty paper bag and kept urging Do-seok. Open it. The man was confused by her and exclaimed, What the hell are you talking about? Then Do-seok snatched the bag. She clasped her hands intimately and said, I've wanted to see you for a long time, so I've always kept them. You remember right our memories. Do-seok rummaged through the bag, his face pale and stammering, What is this? The man pulled out a pile of flyers. It's just trash. The colleague standing next to him couldn't help but mock. You're really crazy, the other guy also said. Tisk, ma'am. We're the police. You're going to get in trouble, Do-seok exclaimed. My God, life really is full of firsts. Hearing that, her tears flowed and she questioned, What do you mean trash? Why is it trash? She cried like it was raining her hands, grabbing the man's shoulders. It's our precious memory. Do-seok's colleague stopped her. Hey, this woman. The things in the bag fell to the ground. Jin-suk kept rambling. Honey, it's me, your love, oh Jin-suk. She wailed, making her already dirty face even more grimy. Why are you pretending like this? In this world, I only have you and our Shin. Do-seok yelled in a panic. What the hell is wrong with you, you crazy woman? Get your hands off me. Suddenly, Kim Shin from behind grabbed her hair. His dry lips ordered, Stop. He was very miserable before he went to prison. The clothes on his body were also tattered. He gently said to his mother, Let's go home. She turned her head and looked at Kim Shin, her voice trembling. Shin, I finally got to meet your dad. In response was a cold face that didn't look like a filial son. I said, Stop and let's go, you bitch. It seemed she was quite afraid of this son and obediently answered, Okay, I see it's time to go home now. Do-seok's colleague was stunned by that action. What are you doing to your mom? That's too much, that orphan. They spewed contemptuous words at the mother and son. Senior did a good job. Life really is full of surprises. Haha. What a crazy mother and son pair. Contrary to their attitude, Do-seok felt pity for the two of them. The man stared at their backs. He shouted, Hey, stop! Kim Shin turned his head in confusion. Although the man's intentions were good, he said some rather harsh words. I was going to let you go, but it's so annoying. The man ran over and took a wad of cash from his pocket. Use this to buy food for you and your mom. Do-seok added, Treat your mom well. A heartwarming thing to say. He reminded him like an old father. And don't curse at your mom anymore, you little brat. Kim Shin took the wad of cash. He smiled with his eyes closed. Yeah, I get it. Dad. The man frowned. What nerve. You people are really disgusting. Then the two of them turned and walked away together. The man's colleague joked. Senior, you're too kind. You could have used that money to buy us coffee, haha. Interrupting the flashback to the past. Do-seok stood opposite the naked body of Ji-hoo covered in wounds and shared. That was the first time I met Kim Shin. A few scraps of paper were scattered on the floor. The man bowed his head. When he recalled the past, he still couldn't hide his sad emotions. At that time, I just thought they were a crazy mother and son pair. The man's voice suddenly rose. But 5 years later, when Kim Shin was 20, Ji-hoo continued, he started killing people. My father was the first victim. Do-seok's expression changed as he said, Kim Shin has a crazy obsession with family, calling a stranger dad and having the desire to kill when he sees other families. Seeing the happy family photo of Duseok, the atmosphere became heavy. Families more peaceful. Happier than them. Jihu rolled his eyes as memories flooded back. An innocent voice called out, "Wow, an airplane!" A young Jihu smiled brightly. So close. "That's great, Dad." His dad smiled gently. "Haha, glad my little pilot likes it," thinking back to the image of his loving father. He clenched his fist, a fire of hatred igniting in his heart. "Please let me kill Kim Shin." He looked straight into Duseok's eyes with determination. "I don't care what we have to do as long as I can kill him, that's enough. Please train me to be stronger." Duseok agreed immediately. "Very well, but let me remind you of one thing." Every word was etched into his mind. "From now on, you're not a person. You're an arrow." The scene changes to school. The small back of Jihu appears. Sei-ah chuckled mischievously and touched his shoulder teasingly. "Seo Jihu, where are you going?" Jihu hugged his shoulder, his face grimacing surprising T-sop. "My God." Sei-ah's eyes widened. "What's wrong with him?" Jihu quickly explained in pain. "You startled me. I was doing push-ups, so my muscles are sore." Sei-ah was even more shocked and asked, but what's wrong with your face?" Jihu rubbed his face and smiled sheepishly. I fell." Sei-ah was at her wit's end. "Again?" T-sop asked with a worried expression. "Last time was the same." "How did you fall like that?" Sei-ah questioned. "Did something happen to you?" He quickly explained. "No, I really just fell." Jihu forced a smile and made up an excuse. "I'm going to meet Changsu, so I'll go first." T-sop was frustrated. "Changsu again. Have you seen that Changsu at all?" Sei-ah looked at Jihu's back and answered bluntly, "No." "What's wrong with Seo Jihu these days?" In a small alley. The echo of Jihu's painful groans. He lay curled up on the floor, letting the hooligans stomp on him. They punched and cursed him. "What's wrong with you, you idiot? Suddenly jumping in front of us. Is he crazy or something?" He covered his head with both hands, taking the beating. In the middle of the heated fight, suddenly someone ran in and announced, "Damn, someone called the police. Let's get out of here." They left one by one, while Jihu lay motionless. He tried to open his eyes wide to look at the person in front of him. It was the man Duseok holding a small megaphone. The man raised his watch and reported, "You lasted 4 out of 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Duseok continued to analyze. "The key factor leading to your defeat was a lack of stamina and strength." The man prepared 2 bags for Jihu, each weighing 80 kilograms. Jihu carried the bags on his shoulders, sweat pouring down his grimacing face due to the weight. Duseok explained to him, "Physical strength and stamina are 2 basic elements. Focus on training your lower body because it helps you maintain balance. That way you can also stand firm on the ground. Next is, drinking everything you eat is also part of the training." In his hand, he held a bowl of cloudy white liquid. He raised it and forced it into his mouth. Duseok crossed his arms and ordered, "Swallow it down. If you want to fight Kim Shin, you have to gain weight." He puffed his cheeks, his eyes bulging. "It seems this dish is quite difficult to eat." Then Jihu tried to swallow it down his stomach. The man's hand slipped around his neck, and more. "Never let your guard down even when you're eating or taking a dump," the man instructed carefully. Duseok's hand tightened around his neck, making his eyes glaze over, unable to speak. The man repeated, "Always be vigilant. Training is hell on earth." Day after day repeating fights on the street all day and then fainting from exhaustion. However, it works. Jihu flew up and used his knee to smash the face of the hooligan in front of him. The other one shouted loudly and ran over. "You son of a bitch! Who are you?" Jihu didn't answer, just used his 2-meter-long legs to show him the ways of the world. In his heart he thought, "My body is so light." Jihu swung his fist, breaking the hooligan's nose. He was deep in thought. I can feel the rhythm. His sweat dripped. Suddenly, someone rushed over and hit him on the head with a baseball bat. That guy cursed, "You dog." He glared and roared, "Who sent you? Who do you think you are to attack us?" He hit him again, making him bleed profusely. He threatened, "How dare you come here?" The man Duseok blocked the hooligan's attack, his voice cold and terrifying. "Thanks for trying. But isn't it a bit much to use a weapon on a kid just because you can't win?" He threatened, "Who are you, DM? You want to die?" Jihu lay sprawled on the floor. Duseok threw the hooligan on top of Jihu. Duseok's urgent voice woke him up. "Don't just lie there." The man turned and walked towards the door. Today's training isn't over yet. In the blink of an eye, a log appeared before us. Jihu furiously punched the log. Duseok announced, "The guy with the bat has paid the price. Your hands must become knives, hammers, and axes." Despite being injured, Jihu did not stop his relentless training. You must disarm your opponent in a single move. Those scratched hands did not shy away from hardship, training tirelessly. 4 months have passed. Jihu continued to participate in small fights with unknown hooligans. He gracefully dodged blows and then gently delivered finishing blows to the hooligans. A foolish one wrapped his arm around Jihu's neck. Thinking he had won, he said happily, "Got him. It's not that easy to take him down." Jihu immediately grabbed his shoulder and bent down to throw him to the floor. He fell like a sack of sand straight onto the floor with his back, his face contorted in pain. He then stomped hard on his face. At another time, Jihu's face was covered in sweat. Now he could even carry 3 large sacks by himself. His strength was extraordinary. Then he continued to engage in fights. The curses of the hooligans, damn it! "You're dead." He had heard them too many times. In response, he just gently turned his body to dodge the incoming knife. Just by throwing a punch, he could easily take one down. Soon, even the tree trunks in the forest were smashed to pieces by his punches. Every tree around had his marks on it. Behind him, a curse rang out. "You bastard." The fat guy grabbed Jihu's shirt and yelled, "I don't care which gang you're from, but stop messing with us." As he finished speaking, the fat guy lifted his shirt up. He was surprised because his intention was to throw him up in the air and then slam him down to the ground, but now he was only holding a black shirt. "You're dead!" He delivered a blow, caressing the guy's chubby cheek. He delivered blows relentlessly. It looked like he was punching a punching bag. Dusuk praised him. "Not bad." The man smiled. "Now you're starting to look like an arrow, and you're good enough to overcome your opponents." Ji-hoo, after days of arduous training, finally had the experience and a strong body with defined muscles. He listened seriously to Duseok's words. "Let's move on to the next step, Ji-hoo." At night at an apartment complex, a fat man was drunk and cursing. "Damn it, how dare this shitty company look down on me?" The guy unbuttoned his pants. As he peed into the toilet, he grumbled. "Dem, they won't hire me just because I've been to prison. Screw them. You think I can't find another job?" Ji-hoo wore headphones with Duseok's voice playing inside. Target 47-year-old Oh Dupil killed a bar employee while drunk but was pardoned 6 years later after pleading insanity. The guy turned on the light in the room, scratching his head and mumbling, "You idiots, I'll kill." He was surprised by Ji-hoo's presence in the room. "Oh my god, what the hell?" His mouth hung open. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Oh Dupil asked continuously in confusion. "Who is it?" The man's voice echoed in his headphones. "Let me ask you one more time. Who are you? If I've been trained how to fight." "It's time to train how to kill," Ji-hoo replied. "I am an arrow." Duseok's husky voice echoed in his ear. "Remember, your enemies are also murderers like Kim Shin," the man seriously explained. "A madman who kills innocent people for no reason. Don't see them as human." Opposite the man was Ji-hoo in a black suit with his face completely covered from head to toe. His eyes were wide, and in his heart he was thinking, "An arrow cannot be launched at its enemy." Suddenly Duseok frowned and said with a growl, "It's just a defective product." In the blink of an eye, Ji-hoo's ears echoed with the man's panicked voice. "What the hell? How did you get in here?" Dupil pointed at his face in fear with his mouth agape. Then without hesitation he grabbed his shirt and cursed, "DM, you came in here to rob right." Dupil clenched his teeth and continuously insulted him. "You uneducated thief," just when I was feeling like crap. Before he could finish his sentence, his big fat hand was grabbed by Ji-hoo, and then a punch was thrown at his mouth. Dupil was in so much pain that his face was distorted and deformed. He hugged his dirty hand and shouted loudly, "My hand!" Before he could regain his composure, he delivered another blow to his neck, making him vomit a bunch of water. His hand touched his neck. He coughed incessantly as if something was stuck. Ji-hoo asked indifferently, "Does it hurt?" "I guess the people you killed committed suicide in a similar way." Dupil heard that and cursed. "Damn it. You came here for that," he said as he fumbled around and found a kitchen knife. Next he raised the knife and threatened Ji-hoo. He challenged, "So, what I've paid for my sins behind bars. My life was ruined because of that, you bastard." He frowned and snatched the knife. "Just as I thought. You're not human." With that, he pushed Dupil against the door. He resolutely stabbed the knife into his shoulder. The pain made him pant and sweat profusely. Dupil screamed in fear. "Save me, I'm sorry, please." He ignored his pleas and gave him another punch. Ji-hoo lost control and furiously tortured that hateful face. "Paying for your sins. A ruined life." The punches became more and more violent. Ji-hoo's eyes rolled back as he said angrily, "You're a piece of trash who killed innocent people. How do you plan to pay for it? People like you should just die." His hands were now soaked in blood, but he kept punching. He cursed, "You die! Die!" Ji-hoo unconsciously repeated the action over and over. Dupil's bruised body lay motionless. Die! Die! His pale feet had no drop of blood. He was probably already dead. Drops of blood splattered all over the room. "Die!" He repeated the sentence over and over. "Die!" His face also looked tired, lifeless and emotionless. As if realizing something, he stopped and turned to look. Under the bed was something black. The quiet room was terrifying. He took off his black mask, his face darkening. The blood on his body had also dried. Ji-hoo saw that the person he needed to kill was already dead and let out a long sigh. He silently walked out of the small room. The scene changes to Duseok's place. The man slapped Ji-hoo's young face with his hand. Even though the man was old, his hand strength was not light as he taught him. Duseok shouted, "You didn't fail, but you couldn't kill him either." After saying that, he delivered another slap. He fell to the cold, hard floor. Why would an arrow make a decision? The man ended with a cold sentence. "I was wrong about you. You're just a faulty arrow." Duseok's words stabbed straight into his heart. His swollen red face stammered breathlessly. "There was a child under the bed," he tried to say. Earlier when Ji-hoo was killing the enemy, he had noticed a child under the bed covering their mouth tightly, trying to stay silent. He was shocked to realize the child had witnessed everything. The image of that child was so resilient even though tears were streaming down. The man seemed to be drowned in resentment as he questioned, "So what if there was a kid?" Duseok yelled, his forehead full of green veins. "Would you let Kim Shin go if he had a kid as a hostage?" He quietly explained, "I said I would kill Kim Shin, but I never agreed to be a monster." Duseok listened silently. "I can't become someone like Kim Shin." The man clenched his veiny hands. "Then so be it." Duseok continued to explain. "You will never get the chance to kill him if you don't become like him." He replied immediately, "Then you're right, you were wrong about me. I am a faulty arrow, so please find another one." With that, Ji-hoo turned to leave. The man's eyes widened as he shouted, "Is this all you can do? Don't you want revenge? Do you just want to play the hero?" Duseok said to the small back. Ji-hoo stopped and said, "The child under the bed was about the same age as your son Jongsu?" That sentence stunned the man. Back at the prison, a sweet strawberry cream cake appeared before us. Kim Shin sat next to the cake with his eyes closed, making a wish. Xiaoming was puzzled. Hey, Mr. Kim Shin, isn't your birthday last month? Xiaoer nudged his shoulder to remind him. Hey, Xiaoming quickly said. I'm sorry, this guy just arrived not long ago. He didn't answer but gently blew out the candles. He picked up the knife and slowly cut the cake, explaining. This is not a birthday, but a memorial. His face showed no remorse as he said, but a memorial for the kid I killed, because of Jung-soo, who died today. If he were alive, he would be 10 years old. Kim Shin was even a little excited as he offered the cake to Xiaoming. He trembled as he took it and replied fearfully, Oh, I understand. He gave a strange smile. Bon appetit. Suddenly, from nowhere, a curse was heard. Weirdo. Ki-young approached with his hands in his pockets, showing no signs of fear as he scolded. What kind of crazy thing are you doing? Kim Shin respectfully offered the cake. Mr. Ki-young, would you like a piece of cake? He immediately rejected it. Disgusting, get it out of my sight. Ki-young, with a defiant face, held out a file. The boss told me to bring this here for you. Kim Shin took it and replied, Thank you. He frowned and cursed. Damn, that face makes me sick. Kim Shin excitedly tore open the file and took out a stack of photos. He looked at his flushed face. At the prison's bathroom, there was a sign. Save water, the country has a water-saving policy by the mayor. The people showering were stunned. Duseok bluntly poured a whole basin of water over his head without saving any. Sitting next to the man was Ji-hoo, who was also relaxing. Duseok said, Take a shower after stabbing someone, to wash away the blood. He diligently scrubbed himself and replied indifferently, Okay? Seeing that Duseok fell silent, thinking about something. Next, the man spoke up, attracting Ji-hoo's attention. Actually, today is the day Jung-soo was murdered by that guy. The man's voice dropped several notches, making the atmosphere sad. He was dazed and said nothing. In the room, only the sound of dripping water remained. Around the two of them was a hazy mist of hot water. Duseok gently scrubbed Ji-hoo's back, no different from a father's tender care for his son. The man confided his inner turmoil. For revenge, I have given up being human. It's very difficult for a human to kill a monster, he said as he diligently scrubbed his back, mentioning that the man's blood of hatred boiled. But I have no intention of abandoning this belief. I want to do everything to take Kim Shin's life. He answered hesitantly. I agree, but Ji-hoo questioned, If you become a monster like Kim Shin, will Jung-soo accept the fact that his father is not human? His question made the man fall into deep thought. Duseok replied, He probably won't like it, the man stammered. Because my son Jung-soo is a good boy. Ji-hoo's eyes were dazed. My father would also feel the same way. He imagined Duseok was his father. He would probably sit and scrub his back for him when he took a shower. He would do the same thing Duseok was doing. Back to Kim Shin's place. He sat and looked at each photo. Ki-young broke the silence. You pervert, why do you want pictures of a single father? Are you going to use that picture too? Before he could finish his sentence, Kim Shin shoved his 3 ugly fingers straight into his mouth. He pushed hard into Ki-young's throat, making him cough frantically, while Kim Shin silently looked at the picture. He bit his lip and said, He's not alone. Kim Shin said something very strange. Dad has someone by his side. He frantically spewed out some very strange sentences. Dad must be lonely. He should only think of me, in front of the warden's office. 2 prisoners were on guard. Their respectful voices echoed. Sir, I hope you understand. Warden Park was sincere with sweat pouring down like rain. The only thing I can do about your fight with Kang Jong-kyu is to turn a blind eye. Actually, I'm having a hard time with it. Making a report of a murder into an accident is very... Jang Dong-man sipped his tea and interrupted. I know you're in a difficult situation, Warden Park. Even though his mouth smiled, he spewed out threatening words. Your son is being held by Jong-kyu while your daughter is with me. You must be very worried. We're bad people, don't you think? He carefully replied. Yes. That's why I'm asking you to let me hear my daughter's voice. He continued to drink tea. You know, Warden Park, you know very well that you can only save one of them. Jang-kyu is going to die at my hands anyway. Why don't you just pick a side? Warden Park bit his lip in thought upon hearing that. Jang Dong-man persuaded. Daughters are usually more filial than sons later in life, haha. 2 years ago, the world-famous owner of casinos and hotels and chairman of the Utopia criminal organization Oh Jin-guk passed away. A grand funeral was held with thousands of gangsters in attendance. Kang Jang-kyu turned his head and said, Director Jang has arrived. No appointment was successful. A bloody fight broke out without anyone organizing it. Jang Dong-man spoke up. I'm here to see the chairman one last time. His 2 hands were chained with handcuffs and he cursed angrily. You bastard. Jang Dong-man was sentenced in the fight, he said sarcastically. Take care, Director Yang. They say it's chaotic in prison. Jang Dong-man clenched his teeth and retorted, I'm sure it's much more chaotic out here than in prison. You're the one who should take care, Director Kong. And the fight continued with his rival Kang Jong-kyu in prison. The not-so-good memory ended. Jang Dong-man stirred his tea in disgust. He was sent by that bastard Jang-kyu to kill me. He instructed, Find out his name and let me know. Otherwise, you'll never get your daughter's body back. Warden Park trembled upon hearing that sentence. Suddenly a sound echoed. What are you doing? You can't go in. There was a commotion outside the door, making the 2 people sitting inside pay attention. Stop. Kim Shin kicked open the iron door and grabbed the guard's head with a wronged expression. Jang Dong-man frowned and asked, Shin, what are you doing? The small hand dripping with blood replied, You promised. In exchange for your protection, you would make my father lonely forever. His voice sounded like a child's. He replied immediately, Yes, I did that. Is there a problem? He threw a stack of photos on the table explaining, "There's someone with my father." Jang Dongman analyzed, "It seems like he just happened to be walking next to him." Kim Shin immediately retorted, "No." He curled his lips and said, "I'm sure someone is with him." Kim Shin scowled and ordered, "Make him lonely again, right now." At the staff room, the teacher said with a happy smile, "See what I told you could do it if you wrote it, haha. Why did you let that disgusting score go to waste?" "Congratulations on being recognized early by KA University in aviation research." Ji-hoo listened patiently. The teacher continued to talk, unable to hide his happiness for his student. "If you become a pilot in the future, you have to give me a free ride, right, haha?" He didn't answer, but just looked at the teacher indifferently. Back at the Grace Orphanage, Ji-hoo gently opened the door and said loudly, "I'm home." "Congratulations on being accepted." A beautiful firework display welcomed him back. The director asked, "You're back, Ji-hoo?" Everyone was excited and laughed. "Our star is here." He also seemed to have caught the atmosphere of the place and asked curiously, "What is this?" The boys and girls there said excitedly, "We heard the news you got accepted early. You got into the aviation research program at KA University. You're back just in time. We've already prepared everything." The younger kids surrounded him. "What do you do in aviation research?" "It's a course that trains you to become a pilot." "Wow, brother Ji-hoo is so cool." The sound of laughter and talking made the atmosphere warmer. The director placed a hand on his shoulder affectionately. "You should have told us you applied, haha." Ji-hoo stammered an explanation. "It's just that the teacher told me to apply, so I tried it." He smiled gently. "Really, your teacher must be a benefactor. We should meet them one day, haha." The dining table was beautifully decorated, and the children began to eat. They enthusiastically praised. "Chairman, this stewed rib dish is really delicious. My dad likes his stewed ribs a lot." He turned his head and replied, "I'm glad you guys like it, haha." "See, asked innocently, "Speaking of which, Ji-hoo, isn't your dream to become a pilot? I never thought you'd be interested in this field." Ji-hoo said as he thought about his answer, "I just wrote it in there because the teacher told me to because he mentioned it a lot." She asked another question. "You got through because you simply applied." T-Sop, with a few grains of rice still on his mouth, asked, "See, what major did you apply for?" Her eyes lit up. "Social work. I want to do charity work for children like the chairman." He smiled brightly. "I'm so proud of you, Sia, but it will be a bit difficult if you meet kids like Taesop, haha." The boy puffed his cheeks and made a funny face when he heard that. "Oh, it would be heaven if you met a kid like me because I'm this cute, haha," Sia chimed in. "Wow, now I want to change my major." He asked Taesop with concern, "How are you preparing for the police exam?" The boy smiled, showing his teeth, and replied, "I'm studying quite well and I'm also working on the side." The kids were excited. "You're going to be a police officer. Oh, so cool." The boy was embarrassed. "I have to pass the test first." The director was moved and took off his glasses to wipe his tears. "Haha, it feels like just yesterday when I could hold you all in my arms, and now you're all about to become adults. It's surprising how fast time flies." Dad is crying again. "I'll visit you guys every day after I retire. I'll visit you too, Chairman." Amidst the conversation, Ji-hoo just sat and listened quietly. Suddenly he spoke up. "Oh, okay." Ji-hoo scratched his head and made up an excuse. "I forgot I have to do something. I have to go." Seiya was surprised. "Huh," while Taesop pointed in disappointment. "We prepared all this for you and you're leaving." The director was a little sad. "Ji-hoo, is it urgent?" He turned and left, leaving behind a sentence. "It's very important. I have to go." Everyone was reluctant and called out loudly, "Hey, SEO Ji-hoo." The boy's voice echoed back. "I'm sorry." He slammed the door and left. Sia was annoyed. What the hell has been going on with him these past few days? Taesop comforted. "Oh, forget it. We'll have to deal with this ourselves. Don't leave any leftovers." Ji-hoo left in such a hurry that he forgot to bring his black jacket. He shone a flashlight into the dark forest. Ji-hoo went deep into the forest searching for something. His mouth curved up slightly, talking to himself. "Seiya, that's a great dream, to become someone like the chairman." While his feet were walking, his mouth was still mumbling. "Taesop will be a worthy police officer. He's kind and has good judgment. They will surely grow up and become worthy adults." With that sentence, he was standing in front of the mysterious gate. He opened the door. Ji-hoo had promised Duseok, "When I'm old enough, I'll go to prison at the age of 20. I will become a criminal who will put me in the same prison as Kim Shin." Duseok held a small notebook and said, "You're here." Behind the thick glass, his eyes shone with determination. "Okay, let's start training." Taesop clutched his stomach. "Oh, I'm so worried." The boy and Seiya slowly walked down the street. Seiya burst out laughing. "You're making a silly face," the boy replied. "I didn't want to leave any for him." Taesop scolded. "Dad put a lot of effort into preparing that meal. That ungrateful bastard, I can't understand his attitude." When we tried to ask him what he was doing, he just brushed off the question. The two walked in step. Seiya grabbed the shirt the boy was wearing and questioned. "And now you're wearing Ji-hoo's clothes," Taesop joked. "We shared everything in the house when we were kids. He even wore my underwear." The sentence made the atmosphere more cheerful. "You, that's gross, haha." The night sky was starless and cloudy as if foreboding something was wrong. Seiya's mood dropped. "These days, I don't know why, but I feel like Ji-hoo is going to disappear one day." Taesop forced a smile and reassured. "You think he's going to run away from here? Don't worry, I'll catch him, haha." She refuted, "No, I don't mean it that way." Her eyes were sad. "It feels like he's going to disappear from the world like a grain of sand." Hearing that, Taesop didn't know what to say. The boy turned his head to hide his emotions. He disappears or what? Why would he vanish into thin air? He's just going through a crisis, don't worry too much. Finally, they arrived at Sia's school. The two joked. We're here. Shouldn't you be the one walking me home? You have some otherworldly strength after all, haha. Ha ha ha, I know. Taesop waved. See you tomorrow, Sia replied. Get home safe. Taesop turned around and walked alone on the deserted road. The flickering lights were not bright enough. The boy huddled up lost in thought. Taesop wondered, why did Jihu leave? The boy turned on his phone and a background picture of the big family at the orphanage appeared. We're all here, friends. Father and younger siblings, too. He would be a fool if he disappeared. Suddenly, the boy was hit hard on the head by something. His body couldn't take it and collapsed to the ground. The two guys behind asked, Is this him? Is it really him? The other guy replied, Yes, this hoodie, he also came out of that orphanage. Taesop lay motionless on the ground. Little did he know that by wearing his brother's shirt, he would have to give up his life and his unfinished dreams. They swung a hammer, preparing to finish off the poor boy. DMI, I've been wanting to do this for a long time, and now I have to kill a high school student. Candid photos of Duseok were scattered across the table. The strange and perverted man picked up a picture and put it in his mouth. He chewed greedily as if he was craving the man. The picture with Duseok and someone else was also torn in half. He only ate the picture of the man. Kim Shin looked at the other person in the picture and whispered, I won't give it to anyone. Kim Shin stared intently at the figure completely shrouded in black. He sat gloomily in the closed room with the scattered pictures. Dad is mine. At the same time, somewhere else, someone asked, Boss, that Kim Shin guy. Are you going to let it be? Kyung looked at him with indifference and contempt. That guy is just a madman. He's as crazy as his face. The other guys who had been beaten to a pulp were sitting dejectedly in a corner. The leader petted the small dog and promised, This time I'll definitely keep my promise. Dongman's face was full of seriousness. I can't let a dog that dares to bite its owner be, even if I have to chain it or eat it. Back to Jihu, at this moment he was diligently training. Du Seoke quickly used his elbow to deflect the punch. Immediately after that, the man swung his other hand and Jihu immediately ducked to dodge the blow. He went around behind and hugged Du Seok's body. With his small strength, Jihu lifted the man up. He also tripped Du Seok, making him lose his balance. The man used his knee to point back at his head to escape. Jihu was dizzy and jumped back, but his hands remained in a defensive posture. Du Seok gave Jihu a small compliment. You've gotten better, but you still need to be faster. He immediately accepted the compliment. Yes. Seeing that Jihu was tired, the man didn't want to fight anymore. That's enough for today. Let's go eat. Jihu was shocked and lowered his hands. Rice. You mean that army rice and soup? Dusuk sighed in frustration at that naive thought. How can you live on just that? Do you like black bean noodles? Saying that, the two of them went to a black bean noodle restaurant. A large plate of mushrooms was arranged on the sumptuous dining table. The two of them sat opposite each other, eating and chatting before the man started to speak. I heard you were directly admitted to university. Do you want to go to university? Jihu was a little curious about that question. No. How could that be? But how could that be? Dusuk swirled the wine in his glass and affirmed, I told you, I've always been watching you. The man took a sip and probed. So far? Do you feel uncomfortable because you feel like you're being watched? He bowed his head, a little annoyed but still listened. No, I understand. I'm an arrow. But since when have you been watching me? Dusuk poured wine and slowly answered him. I've been watching you since the beginning. Because you're the only child who survived Kim Shin. The man looked at the wine glass with an indifferent expression and rambled on. The way you entered the orphanage. The way you greeted everyone, and the first day you transferred to elementary school. The more Jihu heard Dusuk say, the brighter his eyes became. The way you came in first in the running competition at the school festival. The words seemed to be engraved in Jihu's mind. The way you ate sweet and sour fried pork with the kids at the orphanage on your elementary school graduation day. Entering middle school, then graduating to high school. I've seen it all. The man fell into deep thought in his memories. When I first met you, you were so small. And now you're this big. Time really is. Jihu sat in a daze, watching Dusuk intently as if studying his every gesture. Jihu was suddenly realized. Without saying much, Dusuk urged, the noodles will get soggy. Hurry up and eat. Yes. Jihu was a little touched by Dusuk's actions. After being with Dusuk, he saw his father's figure in the man because the phone suddenly rang. He answered the phone. Say ah. On the other end of the line, someone was crying desperately as if pleading, Jihu, come quickly. That person's words made his face turn a little pale. Taesop is seriously injured in the intensive care unit. The sound of the ventilator beeped intermittently. He was lying panting on the hospital bed. Jihu was stunned at this scene. Everyone was in pain, standing next to the hospital bed and moaning. Taesop, what happened? How did this happen? She cried and whined. The doctor said that. Someone cut off Taesop's finger. The heavily casted hand was placed on one side. Taesop's body was seriously injured in both his legs and arms, and his leg nerve was also cut. She looked at him in pain as if seeking comfort. Who? Why? Did this to Taesop? I wonder if you can guess who it is. Jihu clenched his teeth, his eyes full of resentment. He stared intently at that dejected face. His voice growled intermittently. I'll kill them. Saying that, Jihu turned and left, leaving her with curiosity in her mind. What? She held him back, but Jihu didn't pay any attention to her. Where are you going? Jihu, on that rainy day. Ji-hoo was talking to someone on the phone. T-Sop's left finger and left leg. He walked a long way in the rain, just like yours. You know who did it, right? Dusuk understood immediately and deployed the information. It was the action of the Jungi sect, one of the organizations led by Jang Dongman. The man held an umbrella and stood by the roadside. They probably did it to warn you, but they mistook it for your friend. He almost lost his mind and said some vague things. Where are those bastards? I'll kill them all. The man quickly stopped that naive idea. No, if you get exposed then. Although I feel sorry for your friend Taesop, thanks to that your existence won't be discovered. Ji-hoo couldn't hold back the madness welling up in his brain and shouted loudly, I don't need that. My friend is injured. Dusuk just replied quietly, this is my responsibility, so I will end this. The man dropped the umbrella and ordered, you kill Kim Shin as planned, even if I'm no longer here. The strange words echoed again, making Ji-hoo tired. That? What do you mean? Why are you? No longer. Duseok pressed the hang-up button on the broken phone. At an old apartment building. Someone was crying and begging profusely. I was wrong. I will. Sign the contract. Let me live. The hooligans bent down with interest. Now we can talk to Director Kim. If I had told you to sell the store and you had sold it, then things wouldn't have come to this. He took out a cigarette and gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. Director Kim, do you know how many times I was beaten by Boss Youngie because of you? He still lay there with a humiliated expression. I'm sorry. Please, let me go home. His face darkened with a contemptuous smile on his lips. You have to receive a deposit before you can leave. I'll give you a lot. The younger brothers asked curiously. Boss, if you let it go like that, won't we lose out? He just replied. I'm the type to lose out anyway. Suddenly, there was a frantic knocking on the door that caught their attention. Delivery. They were annoyed at being interrupted. What is it? When did you call? It must have been the upstairs that called. They slowly walked to the door. He lay there crying and moaning. Suddenly, he was knocked back and lay rolling on the ground. Who are you? The fat guy raised a stick and threatened. What is it? You? The man whispered. Me. Dusuk grabbed his neck and lifted him up. The man punched him in the face and his nose started to bleed. Dusuk told them his identity. It's the god of death. The man's face contorted fiercely and he ordered, deliver a message to that Jungi guy. This life is over. Come here and die. Everything shook and everyone ran frantically down the stairs. What's going on? They rushed over without saying a word and raised their hands to threaten. Director Kang's men are here again. He stammered. No, it's not that. Dusuk still stood there with a face full of murderous intent. What? They showed open contempt. One, the gangsters asked as if to confirm. Just one person dares to come in here. And an old man at that. Yes. His face became distorted. Hey, old man, have you lost your mind? Are you crazy enough to want to die? Dusuk didn't even bother to care. The man raised his fist to speak. He was punched so hard that he spat blood from his mouth, making the younger brothers shocked. Boss. It didn't stop there. The man raised another fist for good measure. This time he still didn't react in time and took a full blow. At that moment, Dusuk quickly raised his leg. The man gave him a kick that wanted to knock his lungs out. A younger brother couldn't stand it and rushed forward with a knife to stab Dusuk. You dog. He thought he had stabbed the man and showed an indescribable expression of joy. You think your body can resist this knife? Suddenly, two big hands rushed over and hugged that face. Where is this? Dusuk gently broke his neck like wringing a chicken's neck. Crack! The younger brothers were now terrified, using bare hands to break a neck. The man quietly said, I'll give you a chance. Dusuk ordered with a serious face. Now leave this place and live a new life. Despite what the man said, they were still as vigilant as they were at the beginning. Then, I'll spare you your lives. The leader of the group holding a knife gritted his teeth in anger. Stop, he shouted, and rushed forward, making the rest of the group want to attack. Stop talking nonsense. Memories of Ji-hoo came rushing back at this moment. He was walking on a long road. If I keep training, can I fight and defeat dozens of enemies? Dusuk said as sure as a nail hammered into a post. That only happens in comic books. No matter how much you train, your stamina is limited. Now back to the present, we can see that the man is in a passive position. They shouted loudly as if to warn each other, being attacked from 4 directions. Dusuk turned around and jumped up with a $1 million punch. He immediately coughed up blood from his mouth, unable to resist. It's still the old trick. After punching, Dusuk delivered a finishing kick. Another one tried to sneak attack but played dumb and shouted, Die, you dog! As if it was a warning. A few seconds before, the man quickly swung his hand and he was knocked out. Suddenly something caught Dusuk's attention. Dusuk's eyes became sharp and cold. The man furiously attacked those in front of him. One after another was taken down. The punches came continuously at the speed of light. Their faces are also gradually distorting by the second. Meanwhile, welcome back to the Manhua channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe to support us. Although many were defeated, the number of enemies continued to increase. Charge, don't push me. Memories flooded back with Dusuk's words. It's not like there's no way to win. Dusuk sat with his arms crossed and sternly. It's not easy, but if the opponent is no longer the majority, it's entirely possible to win. Ji-hoo naively asked back. Not the majority. Blood splattered from his fist. Now Dusuk was fighting with the belief that he belonged to a strong collective. Dusuk delivered a heavenly slap. He shattered the naive thought that being in a collective would keep you safe. The hooligans, who were already trembling, became even more terrified. Du Seok used overwhelming power to break their faith. Under the dim lights, only the shadow of the god of death sowing fear remained. Du Seok spoke coldly. What are you doing? You're not going to charge. The hooligans were so scared they wet their pants. Each sentence seemed to pierce through their minds. A dagger fell to the ground. If you don't go, Du Seok's large shadow made them retreat. Then I'm going. The trembling footsteps were being seized by the predator. So the collective is no longer a collective. Du Seok stepped forward and cornered the hooligans against the wall. They are just scared individuals. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. What are you doing? Someone leaning against the wall sneered. Them. Don't tell me you're backing down because you're scared. Biba boss. He walked over and lightly patted his comrade's shoulder. I went to the bathroom so I was late. You guys did well. Phew, you idiots. Seeing that Du Seok immediately guessed. Could it be Jonki? He slung his arm over someone's shoulder and sneered. Hey, this guy is so scared he peed his pants. The guy quickly defended himself. No, that's not it. Not it, Jonki joked. So I was wrong. Jonki said some vague things again. Don't be afraid. Why be afraid, right? If you're afraid, how can you get better? He stepped forward step by step, making Du Seok nervous. As soon as Jonki appeared, the fear he had spread was erased. I can't believe I took down so many in such a short time. Jonki stood in front of Du Seok and asked arrogantly, Are you very strong, old man? His next sentence stunned Du Seok, but can you act any further? Just as Jonki said, Du Seok's hands were trembling. Although he tried to hide it, it seemed he had reached his limit. Jonki's eyes rolled up menacingly. If you fight me now, you'll die. Ignoring his words, Du Seok still swung his fist at Jonki. Outside, the sky suddenly began to pour, getting heavier by the moment. Someone was yelling into the phone. Don't joke, I already gave you time. Borrowing money from others and then acting like that is acceptable. He narrowed his eyes and cursed. Damn it. If you don't have money, you have to do it even if you have to sell a kidney or an eye. While he was rambling, a small figure approached from behind. Don't you remember you signed a commitment to give up your body? Now I'll come to your house and prepare the money. His words were cut short, making him turn around abruptly. Hey, you trash. Jihu, wearing a mask, stood in the rain with a sharp gaze. Trash should know each other. The hooligan immediately recognized him. You're the one who barged into the office before. With that, Jihu grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. He growled and questioned him repeatedly. Where is that Jonki? The situation is really tense. Please hit the like button to give Jihu more strength, and don't forget to subscribe to the Manhua channel. At the same time in a room, a dog was following orders. Sit. A man held out his hand. The small dog understood immediately. Paw. He moved his finger in the air. The dog obediently followed. Spin. At the next word, the dog seemed not to understand. Its face was blank. Lie down. He had to emphasize each word. Lie down, now. The dog just wagged its tail and stuck out its tongue, then tilted its head and looked. He held out his hand again. Dongman's face became ferocious. I said, lie down. The dog trembled for not understanding its owner's intention. This dog. Suddenly, Kyung rushed in to report urgent news. Director, Kim Du-seok has broken into Jonki's base. Dongman paused, then looked up and asked, Kim Du-seok, the one that Kim Shin-gai calls Dad. Kyung confirmed and suggested, yes, but he seems stronger than we thought. Should we send reinforcements from another area? Dongman picked up the dog and ignored it. No, not necessary. His face showed a clear look of victory. That Jonki guy. I'm the one who personally taught him. Back to the guy with the umbrella. He was dying and begging. I really don't know. How can a nobody like me know someone so terrifying? Jihu paused upon hearing those words. Terrifying person. He was beaten to a pulp and explained painfully. Lee Jonki, the captain of the Yangdong Manpa action team. The person. Those people. At a place called Dosakyeon. At this time, Jonki was sitting and picking his teeth. He held the tooth that had just been broken in his hand and said with disgust, I was just kidding. Without looking at his opponent, Jonki just silently observed the tooth. Is he really human? More like a monster. This old man. Jonki looked straight at Du-seok with excited eyes. It's the first time I've met someone so strong. But why did you come looking for me? Du-seok lay sprawled on the ground and Jonki was the winner. If you hadn't come to see me, you would probably still be alive, old man. Du-seok lay motionless. Good night, Grim Reaper. What will be the fate of the Grim Reaper? Click the like button and subscribe to the Manhwa channel to watch the latest chapter. Kim Shin suddenly bit hard into a prisoner's arm, causing the man to scream in pain. Stop this damn dog. Another man fearfully ran over to intervene. Kim Shin, stop it. Calm down. But before he could finish his sentence, he received a punch from Kim Shin, sending teeth flying. Kim Shin angrily asked, Who made my dad hurt? I told you he should only be lonely. With that, he seemed to go crazy and choked another prisoner. His other hand went down and squeezed his crotch tightly. Then he gently lifted the man up. He screamed in fear, Help me! With icy eyes, Kim Shin frowned and declared, The one who hurts my dad. Only I am allowed to do that. A prisoner covered in blood tried to reason, Kim Shin, please calm down. We're on the same side as you. He still didn't stop, but threw the prisoner straight to the ground. Witnessing that scene, the remaining men were all stunned, their faces pale and their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Kim Shin growled, Right on the same side, but it's... He raised his hand to stroke his hair, revealing a demonic expression, like a crocodile and a plover. As long as I keep my mouth shut, I can eat you guys at any time. Suddenly, a prisoner walked up, opened his mouth wide, and called out loudly, "Kim Shin." Then, without a word, he resolutely slapped him hard across the face. It was Dong Man, he angrily yelled. "Stop it!" Kim Shin raised his hand to touch his cheek. "Anyway, it's just in time. I have a lot of things I want to bite." He laughed in a sickly way. "But getting slapped in the face like this still surprises me a bit. Can you handle it?" he said seriously with a growl. "Of course. For a mad dog, a whip is the cure." Hearing that, Kim Shin giggled, his eyes full of madness. "You're a real fool." He stepped forward and raised his hand, preparing to strike. "When you see a mad dog, you should run away. Otherwise, you'll get bitten to death." But before he could act, Dong Man suddenly took out a piece of paper that made Kim Shin stop in his tracks. He used a picture of Do-seok lying on the brink of death to threaten. "Who do you think holds this bastard's life in their hands?" Dong Man smiled smugly. "With just one phone call, I can throw him out on the street." Seeing that, Kim Shin angrily gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fire. He roared like a wild beast. "Don't touch a hair on his head. He's mine." He sneered with a calculating voice. "If you obediently do what I tell you, then I'll give him to you." Dong Man's eyes suddenly darkened. His voice turned into a cold threat. "But if you're thinking of biting me then, you won't be able to see him again." The scene changes to another place. Jonki asks, "How's his condition?" The doctor replies, "He has absolutely no feeling left." He smiled foolishly as if he was on drugs. "Maybe he can hear and see, but he probably doesn't know what he's hearing or seeing." Liam asked with an annoyed face. "Boss, but do we have to clean his poop forever?" Jonki replied with a smile. "What can we do?" He looked at Do-seok lying motionless on the bed with a smug expression. "He has no feelings anymore." Then Jonki patted Liam's shoulder comfortingly. "Remember to wash your hands thoroughly when you go out later. It smells like poop." Hearing that, he whined. "Ah, boss," he continued. "I'm serious, man. I probably won't even take you out for a celebratory meal later." At this moment, Do-seok's slurred voice suddenly rang out. "Kill me!" Hearing that, the doctor was quite surprised. "Oh my, he can speak." Jonki understood that sentence and replied, "No way. You're the chain that connects us, so you have to keep living." The man lay on the brink of death and stammered out each word. "Kill me." He pinched his nose and leaned closer. "So why did you do that?" "Just live as if nothing happened." Jonki's eyes widened and he smiled sinisterly. "Have a good sleep. Forever." 4 months passed in the blink of an eye. A birthday cake with a 20-year-old candle was placed in the middle of the party table. Cheers echoed throughout the room. "Happy birthday. Happy birthday to our lovely Ji-hoo." The people around continuously clapped joyfully. "Happy birthday, Ji-hoo." He slowly walked over and blew out the candles. Ji-hoo scratched his head and smiled shyly. "Thank you, everyone." The director spoke up. "What are you going to do after breakfast? The college entrance exam is over. You have to have a lot of fun." Ji-hoo smiled brightly and replied, "Yes, I'm planning to go to the amusement park with Seiya and Taesop." Very soon after that, at the amusement park, Ji-hoo and his 2 best friends experienced the roller coaster together. In the moment of soaring through the air, he screamed his lungs out, releasing all his pent-up emotions. After that ride, the 3 of them went to buy hot dogs and cotton candy, eating and laughing heartily. They continued to ride the carousel. Then they filmed and took pictures to capture their happiest moments. Finally, the 3 of them took instant photos together as a souvenir. As the sky gradually darkened and their stomachs started to growl, Ji-hoo quickly went to buy a hot and cheesy pizza. The 3 of them sat together, eating and laughing, the air filled with joy and friendship. When it got dark, the group went to sing karaoke. Everyone comfortably expressed themselves, singing and dancing without any inhibitions. They played all day long and never got bored. It wasn't until late at night that the 3 of them took the train back. Looking at Taesop sleeping soundly, Ji-hoo laughed loudly. "Taesop is asleep. He must be tired from performing alone in the karaoke room." He turned to smile at Seiya with a thrilled voice. "He's even drooling." Then he giggled and continued, "I really want to draw on his face." At this moment, Seiya called out, "Ji-hoo, I'm glad you came back." Hearing that, he was quite surprised and turned to ask, "What?" She bowed her head and shyly said, "Actually, lately you've been feeling strange, like you're going to disappear." At this point, Seiya turned to smile lightly. "But I guess I was wrong. You're really the SEO Jinho we've always known." At this moment, Ji-hoo did not answer but fell into a thoughtful silence. Seiya searched for something in her bag. "Oh right, I almost forgot." She gave him a gift. "This is a birthday present." Ji-hoo took it and asked curiously, "What is this?" Seiya shyly replied with a blush, "It's a hoodie." She looked at Taesop, who was sleeping soundly, and explained, "But after I bought it. If I gave it to you in front of Taesop, it wouldn't be right." Looking at the severed pinky finger, Seiya was worried, afraid he would remember that bad memory. After hearing that, Ji-hoo bowed his head and said, "Thank you." She continued to talk. "I wish that after we go to college and become adults, even if we become old men or old women." Seiya was more serious than ever. "We will still be friends just like now." But as soon as the words left his mouth, Ji-hoo's voice suddenly dropped. "Seiya, I'm sorry." She turned around in confusion with a face that didn't understand what was happening. "Huh, what?" At this moment, an announcement was made. The doors will be closing now, and Ji-hoo's shadow also disappeared. Seiya was extremely panicked, her eyes wide and her voice trembling. Ji-hoo, Outside the train, Ji-hoo walked silently. Each heavy step seemed to drag his whole troubled soul along. Holding the gift in his hand, he contemplated. I'm sorry, everyone." The scene changes to another place. At an old warehouse, a pickup truck was parked outside. Inside, a group of students were watching Do-seok and cursing loudly. "Damn it. They said they would let us into the organization. Damn it." A man standing with his nose covered advised. Hey, forget it, I'm definitely not cleaning up poop. Damn it, the smell, Miwa replied. You have the ability to bear the consequences after running away. That big brother is really, he's so scary. He messed up his hair in frustration and couldn't do anything. That big brother is really, he's so scary. They looked at Duseok lying motionless on the bed and cursed. Damn it, what's with this pathetic state? Miwa, while smoking, asked. Hey, I heard you can talk sometimes. Say something for once, it's all your fault, damn it. However, the answer to him was silence, along with a glance. Seeing that, Miwa burst out laughing. Is this bastard glaring at me now? He took out his cigarette and said, I'm really speechless. Miwa brought the cigarette butt close to the man's eye. Lower your eyes or I'll make you unable to do anything anymore. But at this moment, Duseok's lips moved as if to say something. Seeing that Miwa pressed his ear close to the man's mouth to listen. What did you say? Duseok continued to force out the congratulations. At this moment, from behind, 2 accomplices were quickly dispatched by Jihu. Miwa still didn't know death was approaching and joked, What are you barking? Speak up, you sicko. Duseok looked at Jihu's angry face and stammered, Birthday congratulations. Miwa smiled mockingly. Happy birthday. Ha ha ha. He's not sane at all. Ha ha. Right. How can a body full of shit be sane? Before he could finish his sentence, Miwa was unexpectedly kicked in the face. Duseok lay there stunned, looking to the side. Jihu's face darkened. He clenched his fist and looked down at the man hesitantly. Sir, I have endured until my birthday, just like your plan. He clenched his teeth. But what is this? What is this? Duseok tried to force the words through his dry mouth. We are the arrow. He stood there watching the man try to finish his sentence. Jihu trembled and clenched his fist, asking, The one who made you like this. He said angrily through his tears that he couldn't hold back. I'll kill them. Outside, a car drove up. The car stopped in front of the house. Junkie got out of the car and complained. Do you want to die? How dare you let the kids watch, Liam said. I only asked them for a little while. He pinched Liam's ear. You're only good at slacking off. Liam frowned in pain. I'm sorry. He was surprised. Oh, this. In the room next to the bed where Duseok was lying, scattered people were on the ground. He wondered. What happened? Suddenly, Jihu rushed from nowhere and delivered a high kick to Liam. He quickly changed his stance to attack Junkie, but he was blocked by his hand. Junkie held Jihu back with one hand and put his other hand in his pocket. You scared me. Are you visiting a sick person? He said angrily. Are you Junkie? He smiled. You know me. Junkie made a contemptuous face. You clearly know who I am and you're still in such a hurry. You're a real fool. At the bathroom, Xiaoming angrily rushed forward with a box cutter. Kim Shin calmly watched him approach. The blade was only a few come out from his eye. Quick as lightning, Kim Shin grabbed Xiaoming's face and smashed it against the wall. The blade was also grazed across his face. He hit his head against the wall and blood streamed down his head. A few teeth also flew out without wings. He could only groan a few times. But very quickly he used force and smashed Xiaoming's head against the wall again. Kim Shin, with a blank expression, rubbed his head against the wall. Pieces of broken wall and blood splattered. When he was released, Xiaoming had no strength left and just collapsed to the floor. Dongman stood outside with his arms crossed along with Kyung and said, It seems we've dealt with a good number of the people Kang Jong-kyu planted in the prison. He commented, That Kim Shin guy is really only good at killing people. Dongman frowned and said, Even so, you have to be careful. We don't know what's on that guy's mind. Dongman just replied, Even if you can't understand it, murderers are just like ordinary people. Looking at the back behind Kim Shin, he said, What I believe in are weaknesses and ambitions. He laughed. We took that guy's dad or something, so there won't be any problem. Dongman was confident. Just hold the dog's leash and it's fine. Then that mad dog will tear that Kang Jong-kyu guy to shreds. I'll climb back to the top again. Kim Shin was in the middle of a bathroom surrounded by a bunch of people on the floor. Back to Duseok, who was motionless but still tried to follow the situation. Jihu delivered a left hook, but it was quickly blocked by Yonki. He quickly delivered another punch. Seizing the opportunity, Jihu raised his leg to strike. A high kick landed squarely on Jonki's head. Jihu made it clear. Are you really the one who made him like this? He taunted back. What? You don't think so? Then a quick punch flew straight at his face. Then a series of punches were thrown at Jihu, but he managed to block them in time. He said, Then I'll do it more properly. Through the gap, Jihu looked through the gap in his hand. Waiting for Jonki to let his guard down, he quickly delivered a back kick that sent him flying backwards. Jonki's face scrunched up like a monkey's ass and he groaned in pain a few times. He raised his fist and continued to charge at him. This time they both took a punch from each other. Jonki was punched and coughed up blood from his mouth and cried out, Cough! Ugh! Jihu was punched and said, That was fast but too light. Can this punch also hit him? He suddenly delivered a low kick to Jihu's leg. Yes. He stepped back to defend against Jonki's series of punches. And with you too. He jumped up to strike and continued. I'll finish you all right now. He clenched his hand into a fist. Then with great power he delivered an uppercut. No way. The blow sent Zhongli crashing to the floor. Jihu said in disbelief, There's no way he could lose to a loser like you. He glared scarily and asked, What trick did you use? Jonki, who was on the ground, raised his thumb in acknowledgement. You're really strong. I admit it. He raised his head. I lose. You win. Jihu was confused. What? Jonki sat up. I said I lose. I can't win anymore. Jonki raised his hands in surrender. Stop it. Now. Let me go. Jihu looked on with contempt and asked, What are you barking? You think I can just stop like this? He stood up and wiped the blood from his nose. Then what do I have to do to make you stop? I'll do as you wish. Just say it. Or should I go to the police and turn myself in? Jihu delivered another punch and yelled, "Don't mess with me here!" Jonki stepped back and said, "It seems we can't talk to each other." Then he turned tail and ran out the door to Jihu's surprise. "I guess I can only run away," he yelled loudly. "Stop right there! What are you trying to do now?" Before he could finish his sentence, Jihu suddenly felt dizzy. He felt his limbs go weak and looked down at his trembling hand in confusion. What? What is this? Jihu felt his hands distort and his surroundings blur. "My body." Jonki smiled. "Is it because he's young? It's taking a while for the drug to take effect." Jonki's face distorted into squiggly lines. "I told you it would be fine." Jihu struggled and asked, "What did you do, huh?" He smiled at Jihu, who was on the floor, said, "Wet dream." The ring on Jonki's hand turned out to have a small spike that released poison from inside the head of the ring, the main product of my company. Jonki held out the hand with 2 rings. "If you get hit by it, you'll lose strength and have a very happy dream. So, do you feel a little better?" He tried to support himself and growled each sentence. "Did you also use this trick on him?" He smiled wickedly and said, "I'm still using it now." The man was being given 2 bags of that poison. "What do you think is in those bags?" Dusiok's eyes showed a soullessness. Even when a fly landed on them, he didn't react like a corpse. The man lay motionless without any signs of consciousness. Jihu clenched his teeth, groaning silently. Extremely angry at what his uncle had gone through, Jihu's eyes full of hatred screamed, "You dog, I'll kill you." But then he was kicked hard in the head by Jonki. Jonki sneered as he stepped on Jihu's head. "I won't turn you into that." He gritted his teeth and sweat dripped down as he tried to stay conscious. "That stuff is quite expensive." He suddenly clapped his hands. "Ah, that's right. Let's do this." Jonki's face was distorted in Jihu's eyes as he said obscenely, "You'll earn money for the medicine for that old man. You're strong. Your body is healthy. Customers will probably come looking for you a lot high. Jonki said while gently clenching his hand. Wet dream is different from other drugs. Once the drug has taken effect, it stimulates the hippocampus of the brain. He stepped on Jihu's face, who was lying on the floor, the person who was just given a taste of that drug. He lay on the ground, his face covered in sweat, and by some miracle it let the drinker see the happiest moment of their life in a very real way. Jonki narrowed his eyes and slowly continued. "It's very interesting to watch the wet dream addicts. In reality, they are high." Jihu lay on the ground, his eyes starting to blur, his forehead sweating more and more. "Because they want to see those old memories, so they keep giving me money." Jonki pressed his phone to his ear, while nonchalantly stepping on him. "Yeah, it's me. There's a log, so tell Dr. Kim to come here." At this moment, Jihu's eyelids were heavy. He could barely open his eyes anymore. Finally, he closed his eyes tightly. In a daze, he saw himself as a child looking at a plane from a very close distance. Oh, it's a real plane. So close. As he spoke, Jihu looked back at his father. "It's so cool. Dad." His father smiled kindly. "Haha, lucky that my son likes pilots. Jihu, do you like planes that much?" He replied happily. "Yes. When I grow up, I'll definitely become a pilot. Then I can go abroad with Dad every day." He turned back to look at his father sitting on the carpet and said with confidence. Dad Jihu also responded enthusiastically. "Thanks to Jihu, Dad will be very happy." He approached and lifted him up high. "Then let's see how well you can fly a plane." Jihu told his dad. "I'm not a kid anymore. I'm in 1st grade." The father looked at his son and couldn't help but laugh. "Haha." He smiled so brightly his eyes squinted. "In Dad's eyes, you're still a child. The child Dad loves most in the world." Jihu laughed happily and replied, "Yes, then I'll be a child." Jihu was very happy and spread his arms, pretending to be a plane in the air as he was lifted up high by his dad. Whoosh, whoosh, back in reality. Jonki looked at Jihu, who was smiling in his daze. He stood smoking and said, "You should thank me. Thanks to me, you'll be able to dream this happy dream forever." The scene at this moment. Jihu was lying on the ground, his arm being infused with some kind of liquid. Dr. Kim said to Jonki, who was puffing on a cigarette, "Everything is ready. This time the condition of the drug is very good. Hehe. I'll bleed him dry." The doctor, with a distorted face holding a scalpel, replied, "Yes, just do it. When you're done, give me a lot of wet dreams." Hehe. Next to Jihu lying on the bed was the man Duseok. His eyes still held an indescribable, soulless look. In his dream, Jihu put a piece of kimbap in his mouth and exclaimed, "Delicious." As he spoke, he made a gesture of enjoyment. "The kimbap Dad makes is the best." His dad, holding chopsticks, smiled and asked, "Then why did you leave out the carrots? Besides the carrots, everything is the best." "Hey," suddenly his dad said with a slightly sad expression, "Jihu, I'm sorry I can't play with you often." However, as a sensible son, he still smiled gently and replied, "Dad is working hard to earn money to support me. I'm not a child. You don't need to apologize to me." The father smiled gently and stroked Jihu's head. "Haha. That's right, my son has grown up. When did you get so big?" He smiled with squinted eyes and quickly replied, "I'll become a pilot soon so that Dad won't have to work so hard." A strange voice interrupted the conversation. "Hello?" A strange young man with a peculiar expression approached the two of them. "You two look so happy." The dad turned to look and replied, "Ah, yes. But what's the matter?" The young man said with a scary smile. "Because you two look so happy, I want to play too." Currently, Dr. Kim saw Jihu let out a few cries. He thought he was probably having a nightmare. he said with a drugged expression. Why is that? Hey. Are you having a nightmare? His hand holding a scalpel was about to cut him open. It's okay. Anyway, it's just a dream. Life is just a dream. Back inside the dream caused by wet dreams, the dad said with some embarrassment. Play together. What are you talking about? Haha. Our family is having a picnic together. The stranger rushed forward, his right hand holding the father's shoulder, his other hand stabbing him. Ah! His face was terrifying. I said, let's play together. Don't just let yourselves be happy. The father fell, his whole body trembling in pain. Jihu opened his eyes wide in fear and cried out, Dad! Dad! At this moment, the other person put his hand on his shoulder and called out, Hey kid, what song do you like? The father lying on the ground said in a broken voice, Ah, no. A trembling arm reached up trying to reach his son. Jihu, no. In reality, a weak hand grabbed the edge of his pants. Duseok, a gaunt and lifeless figure, crawled on the ground, his lips moving as he called out, Jihu, ah, no. Dr. Kim was startled and turned to look at the other man. What is it? Why is he here? Duseok's mouth continued to mumble. No. As he was talking, he was kicked hard by Yonki, his head hitting the floor. He scowled and said, So annoying. Just kill him. Jonki was about to kick the old man hard again. His face became even more ferocious. If you're going to be a ghost, then just be a ghost. Lie down and sleep, please, damn it. Suddenly, Dr. Kim screamed, making Jonki look over. Ah. The scene before him was Jihu holding a scalpel and stabbing it into Dr. Kim's chest. The log, Jonki said with a surprised expression. What is it? How did he wake up? I've stabbed 10 people. Before he could finish his sentence, he was punched in the face, but luckily he blocked it with his hand. The punch was so powerful that Jonki had to cry out. Ah, my hand. Jihu was still under the influence of the wet dream and kept saying, Dad, I'm sorry. In his dream, he was being gagged. Dad protected me. Jihu's father was tied to the fence, but I couldn't protect Dad. Outside, his soulless eyes were constantly shedding tears. Mr. Duseok still lay there like a soulless corpse. I'm sorry. Dad. Jihu was still punching Jonki's body hard. The powerful punches made him hastily yell, Wait! Without letting Jonki finish. Jihu punched him straight in the face. Blood and tears flowed from his mouth and eyes before he could recover. Jonki was punched in the chin again. Jihu, in a state of lost control, repeatedly apologized and charged at Jonki. Dad, I'm sorry. The continuous punches caused blood to spatter all over Jihu's hands, but he still didn't stop. His hand was raised. Blood was constantly flying out. I'm sorry. He sat on him, punching with both hands, blood splattering everywhere. Jihu was still crying and saying, I'm sorry, Dad. I'm sorry. In the dream. His younger self was still crying desperately. When it was over, Jihu sat next to the bed holding a handwritten note. Jihu, happy birthday. We'll be friends forever even when we grow up. He sat in deep thought looking down at the paper. Suddenly a voice spoke up making Jihu look up. I can't believe they called me personally. The door opened. A man walked in. Duseok has told me a lot about you, Jihu. He bowed his head and said with a sad expression, I'm so sorry. Jihu looked up and asked, Sir, are you the chief of detectives? You don't have to apologize. I'm the arrow, and you're the bow. He bowed his head to the ground again. I'll confess to murder. Jihu slowly said to him, Sir, I'm counting on you. The other man replied, I'll take good care of Duseok. You take care too. Later, Jihu was transferred to a prison. When the verdict is out, I will be sent to the prison where Kim Shin is. He got out of the car and walked inside. In the prison yard, the criminals were whispering. The rookies are so cute. And you'll have to figure out a way so no one knows who you killed to get into prison. From behind the fence, some were clinging to the bars and looking at them. Welcome, you bastards. What are you looking at? Hey, this is the smell of life. Come into our room. Behind those people, a man sat silently looking at a piece of paper. Jihu saw the other person, his face filled with anger. You go there and kill Kim Shin, as planned. So, Min and Juhu were dragging Jonki's body to another place and planning. On your birthday, you were drunk and walking alone on the street. Then you suddenly got into an argument with Lee Jungi. The two stood opposite each other. They were fighting and then accidentally killed someone. He said coldly, I forged your identity in prison. Your name there is not Seo Jihu, but Kim Jung-ho. Jihu bowed his head. Kim Jung-ho. His eyes had a touch of sadness. That was the name Duseok gave. He quickly figured it out. That's a combination of names, of Jung-soo and me. So Min said regretfully, I will live with regret for the rest of my life. At that time, 10 years ago, I should have scolded Kim Shin instead of Duseok. He took out the cold handcuffs and put them on Jihu's hand, so now I regret it. He listened silently to his confession. If I had scolded Kim Shin back then, he wouldn't have done that to you. Then he looked at him with guilt. I'm sorry for the adults who took advantage of you. The scene changes to the Korean courthouse headquarters. Jihu's punishment was announced by the judge. The crime was random, and considering it's his first offense, the defendant will be sentenced to 3 years in prison. His eyes were soulless. He bowed his head silently. Seiya still couldn't believe it. It can't be. 2 streams of tears just kept flowing. She sobbed. What did he do wrong? There's no way Jihu would do that kind of thing. Something must have gone wrong somewhere. He just kept his head down in silence. By now, the director was also in tears. Jihu, I'm sorry. He stood up before everyone's eyes. I'm responsible for what you've become. I didn't raise you well. Tears stream down the face marked with the traces of old age. That's why you have to pay such a high price. If we could go back, we'd still be here. After you come back, let's start over. Ji-hoo. Now Ji-hoo was also starting to react. His lips trembled, his eyes wide looking at the director, looking at his 3 loved ones who were heartbroken and sobbing below. He could only utter 5 words, "I'm sorry for everything." The scene shifts to the prison. The guard's voice echoes. Kim Jung-ho, number 2525. From now on, you will be here. He enters with a basket of his personal belongings to the surprised looks of the other inmates in the room. A fat man lies with his legs resting on another man's thigh, his hand in his pants, looking at him with excitement. Oh, a newbie. So cute. He smiles. Why are you here? Introduce yourself. He's the big boss of the room, Yu Dong-min, special assault, manslaughter, 17 years in prison. He looks him over and chooses to remain silent. The deputy boss, Kim Chol-du, special rape, 11 years in prison. Seeing his reaction, curses loudly. DCM. Are your ears deaf? The big boss is asking you. Ji-hoo doesn't care about his surroundings and just quietly walks over to a corner and sits down. Seeing this, he gets even more angry and stands up about to charge in and beat him up. Hey, this stupid dog wants to die. Another underling jokes and stops him. Big boss, calm down. What if you get thrown into solitary, haha? This one with crossed eyes and a vacant look like a mentally handicapped person is Oh Jang-soo. Fraud, assault, 5 years in prison. He calms Kim Chol-du down. The little brat doesn't know any better, that's why. I'll teach him. At this moment, he is still frowning, lost in his own subconsciousness, not paying attention to his surroundings. Looking at the people in the room, Ji-hoo thought, I want to incinerate all this trash in here. His eyes flashed with killing intent. A large fire engulfs the entire prison, if possible. Burn it all down. But he holds back and reminds himself of his main goal. But I have to endure to kill that Kim Shin. The man, Yu Dong-min, sits up. Sometimes there are idiots like this. There are rules in prison too. You think you can't do anything. Then he flashes a disgusting smile. But this place isn't like that. Here my word is law. So you have to listen. Ji-hoo still doesn't react to his arrogant words. Yu Dong-min turns to the person next to him. Hey, crybaby. The guy who was called out is startled and replies, Yes, yes, he orders. You teach him a lesson right now. He stammers. Me, how, Go Chung-man, attempted murder, 4 years in prison. But he only gets a slap like a thunderbolt from Dong-min. Hiccup. His fat body stands up and grabs his neck. Because you're like this, that's why you deserve this. Because he's the youngest after you, so you teach him a lesson. Then he looks at Ji-hoo. I'll give you 10 minutes. Dong-min threatens. In 10 minutes, if you don't make him shit blood, then you'll be like that. Now, start. His voice ends and Chung-man grinds his teeth and approaches Ji-hoo. From the outside, 2 feet walk in. It's Dong-man and Ki-young. He looks over. Kim Shin doesn't know that Kim Do-seok has disappeared. You're doing a good job. Right, he replies. Yes. Every week I send the pictures that were taken before to Kim Shin. He reminds, absolutely do not let him know. That mad dog, if he knows he's been released, I don't know what he'll do. Then Dong-man looks down at the ground and ponders. If there was someone worth using, who could replace Kim Shin? It would be great. Suddenly something interrupts his train of thought, making him turn his head to look. Inside, a foot stomps hard on a head, Chung-man while kicking and cursing Ji-hoo. You dog, I already told you where this is. Are you pretending to be deaf? Hurry up and apologize and say you know you were wrong. Ji-hoo lies on the ground covering his head and enduring. Seeing his reaction, the more he hits, the more he cries. I told you to apologize to the big bosses, hurry up. Come on, damn it. The other 3 watch the scene with excitement. Yu Dong-min is excited. Watching idiots fight is really fun. Chol-du mocks. That crybaby dog hits him while crying and falling. Suddenly something frightens Dong-min and his face changes color. He lets out a hiccup. He sees Dong-man at the door and is startled and stands up. You guys stop. The old man questions. It's sleeping time. What are you guys doing? He stammers a reply. There's a new guy. He's not listening. So we're teaching him a lesson. Hearing that the old man bows his head and looks, new guy. Dong-man looks at Ji-hoo covering his head, taking the beating on the ground. Ah, is that so? If he doesn't listen, then he has to be beaten to be taught a lesson. His eyes slowly open. The old man's voice echoes. But you guys are too loud. Stop it. He fearfully obeys. Yes, I understand. I'll stop right now. Boss Jiang Dong-man, have a good evening. Hearing his words, Ji-hoo's eyes widen. Jiang Dong-man. The old man leaves. There's no one useful in prison, just a bunch of idiots. But a piercing scream rings out. Ah. The old man turns his head back in annoyance. You dogs. Dong-man turns back, looks inside and says with annoyance, Didn't you hear me? I said it's too loud, stop it. Chung-man sits curled up in a corner, tears streaming down his cheeks and trembling. The other 3 have been knocked out by Ji-hoo. His fist is still dripping blood. The old man is surprised. In just a few seconds, he knocked out 3 people with his bare hands. His fist is still clenched. His eyes slowly glance through the window. Ji-hoo slowly remembers So-min's instructions. That prison is completely in the palm of Jiang Dong-man's hand. He holds his hand and instructs. As long as you become his confidant, then you can get close to Kim Shin. He looks up. So when you get to prison, the first thing you have to do is attract Jang Dongman's attention. Back to reality. Dongman's praise echoes. Wow, newbie. You've got good stamina. What's your name? He looks at the old man, replies, Kim Jung-ho, sir. The old man looks at him with excited and joyful eyes. Okay, Jung-ho, I'll give you a chance. Do you want to try working with me? Then he makes an offer. I'm inviting you to join the gang. If you want anything, just say it. Ji-hoo is silent, his eyes looking forward as he thinks. His mouth slowly opens. I want. But the remaining words seem to be stuck and can't come out. His face is full of anger as he looks at the old man. Can't I? As expected. What I want is for trash like you to all die. After saying that, Ji-hoo rushes forward and punches Dongman in the face, causing his face to be distorted and sent flying. Ji-hoo glares unpleasantly at him. What I want is to kill all the trash like you. He swings his hand and punches the man in the face, causing his face to be deformed. Ji-hoo's hand is now stained with the man's blood. He clenches it, making it tremble slightly. But Ji-hoo's face shows no particular expression, just a tight frown. Dongman smiles and looks at Ji-hoo, gently asking, What's wrong? He's like a grandmother talking to him. I already said to say what you want. His face is tightly frowned, but he still says nothing. Jang Dong-man, because of you. He remembers Du Seok's face when the man was lying on the bed. Sir. And he also remembers his friends who were hospitalized. Taesop, Ji-hoo tells himself. But I have to endure. His hand clenches so hard it trembles. To kill Kim Shin, I have to endure now. Finally, Ji-hoo slowly speaks. Okay. His eyes are wide as he looks at Dong-man. I'll do it with you. Then Ji-hoo points down. Instead, you heal this person. Chung-man suddenly raises his head and looks at Ji-hoo. Dong-man suddenly looks at him and asks, Isn't he the one who hit you earlier? You're an interesting kid, haha. He continues, If you want me to treat him, I will, but don't you need anything else? Chung-man just bows his head and dares not say anything. He continues, Money or cigarettes? Ji-hoo still has no particular expression. I don't need it. Hearing that, the old man laughs out loud. Haha. Dong-man laughs until his eyes are squinted. Okay, I like unusual people like you. Jung-ho, do a good job from now on. The sky is still blue, but that doesn't make this prison any brighter. There are inmates gathering in groups of 2 or 3 secretly observing the new guy like Ji-hoo. Some don't care and lift weights. A voice is heard next to Ji-hoo. Hey, Young Ho Hyung. That person is Chung-man. He clasps his hands, but his eyes don't look at him. Thank you for helping me get treated. He continues. And I'm sorry for hitting you earlier. Ji-hoo looks at him and says, It's okay. You were forced to do it. You can tell you've been bullied for that long. Chung-man's tears suddenly well up. Thank you. Actually, when Jung-ho knocked those guys out, I felt so refreshed. After being here for 1 year, this place is really like hell. Ji-hoo is surprised to hear about 1 year and asks again, For 1 year, didn't you tell the guards? Hearing that, Chung-man timidly replies, I did, but as the two were talking, a scream is heard. You dog, you stole it right. Try to empty your pockets. The other person smiles slyly. What are you talking about? You're freaking out because you lost money. Hey, you fool. Being insulted makes the other person unable to stand it, and he punches the one in front. You fool. The unexpected punch makes the other person take the full blow and curse loudly. My damn foot, you hit me. Chung-man looks at the scene with some worry. This place is different from other prisons. The two fighting continue to argue. You come here. You dog. Wow, they're fighting. Aren't you crazy? Haha. Make it hotter. I'll give a pack of cigarettes to Brother Kim. Chung-man bows his head. Whoever fights, or gets injured, gambles or smokes, to a certain extent the guards won't stop them. Even. People say that if someone dies, it's covered up as an accident. He states with certainty, the law of this place, fight, kill, is boss Jang Dong-man. Hearing that Ji-hoo's face now has a surprised look. How can that be? Isn't there state power? Chung-man glances at the other group. I'm not sure, but there's a rumor that boss Jang Dong-man has bribed all the guards here. His eyes turn towards a sleeping guard. I heard they're bribed with money, or addicted to drugs or gambling. After hearing that, Ji-hoo asks in amazement, Are all the guards like that? Chung-man slowly says, Yeah. I also heard that if a guard can't be bribed, they will hold their family hostage. Suddenly, a voice is heard towards him. Hey, newbie. Kyung looks towards Ji-hoo and says, Follow me. The boss is calling you. He also lightly steps and follows. As the two were walking down the corridor, Kyung asked, You look young. Haven't done your military service yet. Right? Hearing that, Ji-hoo honestly replied, Yes. What did you do to get in here? He glanced around cautiously and replied, Got drunk and got into a fight? Accidentally killed someone? Ki-young arrogantly sneered, So you're in for manslaughter. Good job. The dead guy was a fool. He laughed loudly. Then he turned his head back and looked at him. Anyway, you just got here and you caught the boss's eye. So you should consider yourself lucky. Ji-hoo, walking behind his face, darkened. I've joined Jang Dong-man's organization as planned. He said the plan would be told to me later by Hwal in prison. While following Ki-young, he wondered, Who is Hwal of the prison? He asked himself. What is his plan? In some house on the land of Korea. The director placed a towel on Du Seok's forehead. Du Seok, actually I'm regretting helping you with your plan. His face was worried. I put Jihu in prison. After waiting for a while, he took the towel off and continued, and used the boy as a part of a terrible plan. Duseok still didn't react and just lay there, his lips chapped from lack of water. The director continued to talk to himself. Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't stop it from the beginning. But don't forget. He bowed his head and looked down at the ground. The crime we are committing is unforgivable. Even if we die, we can't be by Ha Young and Jung-Soo's side anymore. His whole body seemed to radiate killing intent. Your plan is a devil's plan. We will surely fall into hell. Kyung brought Jihu to a room, he said. Boss, I've brought the new guy. Dongman was sitting in the middle of a long dining table. He smiled and said, You're here. Come next to me. You have to greet the members. He looked at him and continued. The new member has arrived today. His name is Kim Young-ho. He's young, but his skills are very good, so treat him well. After he finished, everyone shouted in unison, Roger. Dongman spoke again. At the end of the sentence, he emphasized, I always say this, but we are all one family. A family. He put his hand on Jihu's shoulder. From now on, you should treat these seniors as your brothers. Your uncles. Dongman smiled, for sure. And consider me as your father. Young-ho-ah. He still bowed his head. Jihu still didn't turn his head to look at him, but just replied, Yes. Finally, he raised his glass. Well, everyone fill your glasses and let's have a toast. He stood up and raised his glass in his hand. Everyone has worked hard this week, so let's work harder next week. The words echoed in unison. Cheers. Then suddenly someone spoke up and interrupted. Wait a minute. Kim Shin walked in and smiled at everyone at the dining table. I brought cake to eat with everyone. Seeing that person made Jihu surprised, his eyes full of horror. Kim Shin. He smiled sinisterly and looked forward. There are a lot of delicious dishes today. Kim Shin offered a cream cake towards the table. Kyung suddenly spoke up. This guy brought unlucky sweets again. Get rid of it, you psycho. Dongman glanced at Kyung and said, It's fine. It looks good, doesn't it? Haha. Whose cream cake is it today? He raised his hand and flicked the lighter and replied, Today is a baby named So-hyun. Kim Shin added with a cold smile, A cute little girl with pigtails. Kyung sighed again and said, Mother has lost her appetite for food. He still smiled and continued, So-hyun was walking with her dad in the park. Kim Shin again said with a contemptuous tone, making Jihu's face change color. The little girl was sitting on her dad's back and waving at everyone who passed by. Not just people, but also waving at dogs, cats, even trees, even flowers. In that cute and happy state, how could I not destroy it? Under the table. Jihu clenched his fist to restrain himself. You have to endure it. You can't fight in this place. Kim Shin smiled faintly and looked up at Jihu, feigning surprise. Now that I notice it, I've never seen that face before. Are you new here? He still pursed his lips and didn't answer a word. Then Jihu relaxed, his lips moving as he introduced himself. I'm Kim Jung-ho. Hearing those words, he tilted his head and smiled brightly. Nice to meet you, Young-ho. Can you blow out the candle as a new arrival, a souvenir? After hearing that sentence, Jihu's pupils continuously contracted and expanded. Kim Shin still held a cold smile and said, For So-hyun in heaven. Jihu couldn't hold it in any longer and smashed his face into the cake with his hand. His face trembled continuously, his eyes wide as he looked at him. Dongman was surprised by his action and said, What are you doing? Kim Shin raised his head with a surprised look. I remember now. Jihu's face was full of veins as he gritted his teeth and looked at him. Kim Shin licked his lips and pointed at him. I've met you before. Kim Shin's face was covered in food as he pointed forward and slowly said, I remember now. I've seen you before. Jihu, with a worried face, bit his teeth and thought, I'm so angry I lost my mind. What should I do? There are too many people here. The one in the middle frowned in confusion. Newbie. What is it? The one next to him was no less and shouted, You! What did you just do? Jihu thought. Before this whole crowd attacks me, I have to find a way to kill Kim Shin first. A pair of firm hands that were clenched suddenly loosened. While he was busy thinking, I have to act now. Then from the opposite side, Kim Shin suddenly leaned over and smeared cake on his nose, causing him to suddenly be so scared that he was at a loss for words. Kim Shin played around happily like a child. I've seen this kind of trick since I was a kid. Kids play with each other like this. He also smeared cake on Jang Dongman's face and said, I've always wanted to try it once. Who knew it would be so fun? Haha. Kim Shin continued to turn to Kyung and said, Kyung can play too. Haha. He covered his face in protest and angrily said some harsh words. Get away from me, you psycho. Jang Dongman chuckled. Ha ha. He patted Jihu's shoulder and laughed. I knew you were weird, but it turns out you have a funny side too. Ha 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 ha. The people in there also giggled and said, That's right. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Kids these days are so different from us back then. Ha ha ha. Even though everything was fine, there was still something wrong with Jihu's face. His eyes were narrowed and his lips were pouted. Kim Shin happily played with a handful of cream cake. Fun. So fun. Ha ha. In the room, everyone was silently thinking about something. Jihu sat absent-mindedly in one place deep in thought. He clenched his fist and thought. I didn't even feel his movement. Thinking back to the scene of him smearing cake, he thought, if that was an attack, then I would have been a goner. He was still thinking very hard. Chungman called out softly from a distance. Hey, does Young-ho have any religion? Hearing that, he asked back in surprise, "Religion? What do you mean?" He awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Today is a religious activity day. If you're bored, let's go together." Time seems to pass faster, and maybe it will make you feel a little more comfortable. At the church, there were very few people. Ji-hoo asked softly, "Were you a Christian before?" Chung-man replied, "No. I've only been going to church more since I got to prison," he continued sadly, "because this is the only place where I won't be bullied, so I feel so peaceful." At this time, Ji-hoo said, "Why did you have to come here? You don't look like a bad person at all." Chung-man began to recount, "I have a classmate who has been bullying me since I was a kid, because I couldn't stand it anymore. So I stabbed him. He was still on the verge of death at that time, but because I was too cowardly, I couldn't continue." Hearing that made him feel a bit of empathy, and he silently listened to the story as if there was something that he couldn't say. Chung-man said sadly, "But it seems that now is not much better than then. I'm still bullied in here." From a distance, someone approached and called out, "Chung-man is here." "Hello, son," he said happily. "Ah, is it father? When did you get here, sir?" The priest approached and smiled brightly. "How are you lately?" "Chung-man," he replied. "Yes. Ha ha." Then the priest noticed Ji-hoo. "I don't think I've ever seen you before." Ji-hoo slowly spoke up. "Oh, hello, I'm Young-ho." The priest ran over and hugged him. "Welcome, Young-ho. God will be very happy that you have found him." The priest prayed happily. "May you find peace in your soul while you are here, and also to prepare for a new beginning." Ji-hoo said unconsciously, "Yes." The priest patted his shoulder and said, "Do you want to come to the confessional with me?" He was surprised. "The confessional," the priest said softly. "That's right. Most people will unload their sins there when they come here, although the sin is not completely washed away, but let's try." Ji-hoo's head was empty at this time, and the priest continued to say, "Confessing will reduce a little of the burden in one's heart." Standing in front of the confessional door, inside, the priest in the next room asked, "What sin did you commit before you came to prison?" Ji-hoo replied nonchalantly, "That person. I killed him and came in here." The other room echoed, "That murder. Did it make you feel remorseful?" Ji-hoo fell into a pensive mood. He slowly said, "No, I have no regrets at all." The other room suddenly fell silent for no reason. Then a harsh voice rang out with eyes full of resentment. "That's right. You must not regret that. That bastard Jung-ki should have died long ago." Ji-hoo was a little shocked to hear that. The priest smiled friendly and confessed, "I have heard a lot about you. Young-ho, I am. The Bao. Here." In the warden's room, the sound of conversation was very clear from here. Kyung came and said, "The director called me. What is it?" He said, "Investigate more about that Young-ho guy." He inquired, "Young-ho, is that the new recruit, sir?" Jang Dong-man continued to speak. Even if Kim Shin was that careless at that time, he couldn't have been ambushed like that. He continued, "His background and the reason he had to come in here. Investigate it all very carefully for me." Ji-hoo leaned in and asked about the next plan. "What's the next plan? What do I need to do from now on?" The priest's face was somewhat unresigned. "Actually, I encountered a little trouble in the preparation stage. Besides me, the other arrows have acted on their own." He was stunned. "Acted on their own?" The priest replied, "That's right. There are 3 other people in here. But since we lost contact with Dusyok, we've been very confused." Through the window, the two continued to communicate without seeing each other's faces, and they had planned to kill Kim Shin in his private room. I tried to stop them, but it didn't work. The door started to open and light streamed in. 3 men with faces full of killing intent held sharp knives as if preparing to do something shady. The shadows of their 3 appeared in the room in front of someone who was sleeping. One of them raised his knife, preparing to stab him. "Go to hell, Kim Shin." The sharp knife stabbed down with great determination. The 3 of them tried to stab someone, but it seemed that there was no sound coming from that place. From outside, Kim Shin walked up, his voice sounding sleepy. "What are you doing in the middle of the night? It's so noisy." The 3 men turned around and couldn't believe their eyes. One of them, sweating profusely, stammered, How is that?" Kim Shin smiled and said, "The owl told me that there would be some guests visiting today." He spread his hands out and swung them up, preparing to do something. Kim Shin used his hand to hit them on the neck with great force, making them unable to react in time. Then he used his foot to stomp on their faces. He used his hand to punch them straight in the face with great force. The conversation in the room continued. "Then everyone was brutally murdered by him," the priest said. "But Mr. Dusyok has drawn up a plan, which can be implemented even if I am the only one." The priest opened the door and gave Ji-hoo a bottle of some kind of medicine. "This is a poison called odontox. Just by ingesting 0.01 grams of this, the body will be paralyzed immediately." He looked at the bottle of medicine while listening to the instructions. "And then every cell in the body will feel like it's being burned to the extreme, a pain he has never felt before." Ji-hoo held the bottle of medicine in his hand. A slow and painful death is extremely suitable for Kim Shin. He clenched the bottle of medicine in his hand, his eyes somewhat angry and conflicted. "Poison. Is this really Mr. Dusyok's plan?" The priest slowly replied coldly, "That's right. Dusyok told me about it." Ji-hoo wondered, "If so, why did he even train me? And why did he even train me to become an arrow?" The priest said, "Training you was just a precautionary measure, because maybe you, Young-ho, will never be able to defeat Kim Shin." After hearing that, Ji-hoo's eyes widened and his face seemed to droop. the priest said nonchalantly. You can't play with fire like that. To kill Kim Shin, we need to do whatever it takes. He bowed his head down. Ji-hoo said softly, Yes, I understand. Ji-hoo's face still had some dissatisfaction in his heart. But I'm here not to defeat but to kill that Kim Shin guy. The priest continued. Kim Shin doesn't eat the food distributed in the canteen. The cake he uses to commemorate his victims. He doesn't eat it either, just shares it with others. Ji-hoo, holding the bottle of medicine in his hand, listened to the instructions. So, the only way is to put this in the common food distribution container. He was somewhat shocked after hearing that. The food distribution container. But if so, then, the priest slowly replied, That's right. The image of everyone being poisoned appeared in his head, not but Kim Shin. Everyone collapsed. But we will kill all the criminals. The priest leaned close to the window, revealing a cunning face, and said, We will wipe out all the trash here. In his room, Ji-hoo held the bottle of medicine in his hand. He pondered for a while. Those who have committed trashy crimes must pay the price, but to kill Kim Shin. Ji-hoo's face showed a clear sadness. I have to kill everyone in here. Do I really think so? What should I do? While thinking, a voice rang out from nowhere. Jong-hoo. Chung-man approached and shyly scratched his head and said, How was your confession? The first time I confessed, I cried all day. Ha ha. Ji-hoo put the bottle of medicine in his pocket and sweating, he asked, You said you stabbed someone, right? Chung-man spoke very calmly, but his hand was completely the opposite and clenched tightly. Yes. His face was sad at Ji-hoo's questions. Why did you do that? Chung-man stammered. I'm from a rural area. A rural area with only one elementary school, one middle school, and one high school. After hearing that, his face looked dazed and he looked up to listen. Chung-man began to recount. I was bullied in that rural area. How do I say this? I can't imagine people like you. He recalled the memories of that time. The classmates kicked Chung-man's head with their feet with great force. Kick, haha, he cried and begged. I'm wrong, stop it. One of them said, He looks so hateful when he cries. Ha, beat him up, ha, crybaby, ha. Chung-man cried with a sad face. Elementary school. One of them squeezed his mouth and shouted, Open your mouth, crybaby, open your mouth before I beat you to death. The guy in the blue shirt holding chopsticks was preparing to put a cockroach in his mouth. This cockroach is so big, haha. I want to give you a good meal. Crybaby. The guy next to him couldn't hide his horror and cried out, Ew, that's disgusting. Despite Chung-man's fear, he brought the chopsticks closer and said, You look so thin. You have to eat a lot of protein. Protein that is ha. You don't have any friends who treat you this well. In middle school, Chung-man's classmates stripped him and mocked him in front of the class. Hey guys, look at this. The crybaby said he would perform a striptease to celebrate his birthday. Haha. His face was filled with shame, but he couldn't resist. He's even practiced dancing haha in high school. And even after growing up, Seon-do held up a glass of wine and said, Hey, time flies so fast. I've known you for 15 years, haven't I? He smiled wryly and said, It's been so long you can be considered best friends. Chung-man hesitated. Yeah, right, haha. Seon-do asked insistently. It was fun as a kid, ha. Just playing without thinking at all, haha. Right. He smiled wryly and looked down and replied, Yeah. While drinking, he said something. Oh, so drunk. Hey, it's a bit boring to drink alone. Seon-do suddenly wanted to meet Chung-man's sister. Call your sister out. Chung-man was shocked. My sister. He smiled wryly. Why call her? High school students can't drink alcohol, he replied. That's why I told you to call her out. Seon-do's face was sly. I saw her last time, she looked so sexy. Tell her to come. I'll buy her food. Chung-man scratched his head and tried to refuse. Now she's asleep. Let's just drink by ourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped hard in the face by Seon-do. His face clearly showed a slyness as he said, Don't talk nonsense. Just call her out now. Crybaby. He held his face with his eyes welling up. Gradually, tears began to flow. Back to the present, Chung-man said. Living in the countryside and being bullied means that you can't escape that hell for the rest of your life. He sobbed and confided, When it hurts, you cry too. But out of nowhere, his face contorted in pain and tears also welled up and he cried out, You crazy person. Standing under the bright moonlight, he said, Everyone, if it hurts, they will all cry. He said with a cold face drenched in tears, It's not because I'm a crybaby that I'm crying. You dog. Even now, when he recalls it, Chung-man is still sad and cries, I know what I did was wrong. But sometimes, standing in front of Ji-hoo, he cried out, I sometimes wonder why the one who went to prison wasn't that bastard, but me. Sometimes I just can't understand it. A strong hand swung from somewhere. He punched his opponent so hard that he lost all his strength, and his tears and snot flew out. The one who was punched had a bloody nose and angrily cried out, Ugh, damn it. The opponent raised his hand again, and then he won again, making everyone cheer. Oh, he won again. Won 3 times in a row, as expected of Room 7 leader, so strong. He laughed loudly and said, Now, whoever lost, spit out your cigarettes, the loser said angrily. Damn it. I thought I was going to win this time. He bravely challenged, Who else wants to fight? I'll take on everyone, anyone. The sound of applause came from somewhere. Dongman approached and said, Good job, winning 3 times in a row. Huh, haha. He turned around surprised. Director Yang. His face looked like he had a plan. Anyone. Then, he pointed at Kim Shin, who was yawning, and said, Try fighting our Kim Shin, he said. So sleepy. Hearing that name, the other guy was a bit scared and stammered, Kai Kim Shin? What? How can I? Dongman laughed loudly. Just a friendly match. Don't feel pressured. Haha, Shin. What do you think? You haven't used your body in a long time, Kim Shin said sleepily. Let's just fight. What's the big deal? I'm also bored. The other guy who hadn't even fought yet quickly gave up. No, Kim Shin. I surrender. Sorry, he asked in surprise. You're not fighting. Dongman's face quickly changed color. Then you can't say anyone, you weak insect. The other guy trembled and replied, It's me. I don't know my own strength. I'm sorry, Dongman said sarcastically. Lately, a lot of people who have no guts are talking big. Haha. Anyone else want to fight Kim Shin? If you win, I'll give you whatever you want. Hearing that, everyone shook their heads in worry and looked down, just when it seemed like no one would. Suddenly, someone volunteered. It's Jihu. He gathered all his courage and said, I'll fight. Dongman laughed smugly. Haha. It's true, a rookie is different. Do you think you can handle it? He's very strong. Kim Shin, Jihu calmly said. It's okay. He clenched his fist and thought, if I can defeat Kim Shin, then I won't have to use poison. Kim Shin laughed and said, You're very interesting. Jung-hoo, everyone avoids me out of fear, just like with the cake last time. As soon as he finished speaking, he was punched very hard. Jihu used all his strength to prepare for the next punch and thought, I can't give him time. I have to use all my speed. Another punch was aimed at Kim Shin. Use it all. His sharp eyes looked at Kim Shin as he turned around and prepared to throw a punch. A kick to Kim Shin's face. With all my might. Die! He was kicked in the face and spun like a top. Jihu's eyes were full of determination mixed with anger. Kim Shin. Suddenly, Kim Shin quickly grabbed his hand. He chuckled and said, Jung-hoo! Kim Shin turned and held Jihu's hand and said, You're awesome. Very interesting. You're Jung-hoo. The scene before him made Jihu not have time to react, his eyes wide open, not understanding what was happening. Kim Shin punched him in the stomach very gently, but it was enough to make Jihu hurt. Let's get closer. Jihu was knocked away but was still not resigned. No, it can't be like this. I clearly punched very hard. Kim Shin grabbed Jihu's head and threw him to the ground. With his face upside down, it looked very painful. Jihu's head hit the ground. He was stunned and thought, I'm not conscious anymore. He seemed to have achieved his goal and mocked. Oh, it was so interesting just now. Seeing Jihu lying face down on the ground, Kim Shin said, You can't control your strength. Kim Shin smiled brightly and apologized to Jihu. I'm sorry, Jung-hoo. You're not dead yet, right? Jihu's face was still upside down on the ground as if there was no resistance. He turned around and said to Dongman, Hey uncle, you healed Jung-hoo. I'll play again next time. Dongman saw something and his face had a strange expression. Suddenly from behind, Jihu grabbed Kim Shin's neck from behind. He held his neck tightly. Kim Shin's face was a little short of breath and speechless. Jihu whispered behind him and said, Whether it's a child, a man. The image of the old man appeared in Jihu's mind. Or a woman. And even an old person. He seemed to have no injuries at all before, even if he was called a monster. The image of Kim Shin choking as if he was calling for help. Jihu whispered. Then I still have to kill you. Kim Shin's face reacted in panic. Extreme pain from being strangled. In pain from shortness of breath. He pulled back his hand. A pained groan echoed. His two hands trembled and slowly reached back. His hand grabbed Jihu's neck, making him change color. His fingers tightened. They were like nails digging into his neck. Jihu's eyes widened. His teeth clenched. Soft groans echoed. Kim Shin also opened his eyes wide, his mouth forming a hard-to-see smile. His fingers dug deeper into his neck. He gasped for air and groaned continuously. His eyes opened wide. His pupils dilated as if he had lost his soul, and he stuck out his tongue as if in ecstasy. Kim Shin's hand slowly loosened amid his groans. Then he relaxed his hand and let go of Jihu's neck. He lost all his strength and slowly fell down, drool and tears streaming out, his handprint still visible on his neck. He fell on his back on the ground to the astonishment of the onlookers. He smirked, let out a sigh, and turned his head. Kim Shin looked at him with a disgustingly excited expression. I almost suffocated. You're the best. Jihu lay still without a reaction. He was happy. I almost died. See you next time. Young-ho. Dongman was stunned at the scene that just happened. His lips curled up. I thought he could entertain you for a bit. Then he let out a fake smile. But I didn't expect him to fight so crazy with Kim Shin. Surprising, isn't it? Haha. Newbie. No. Kim Jung-ho. His face began to turn pale. He was foaming at the mouth. The old man was satisfied. What an interesting person. Behind him, Ki-young's face seemed to be trying to keep calm. His hand was clenched. Dongman's laughter still echoed in his ears. I have to raise him well in the future. Haha. The scene changes. At So-min's house. Du Seok lies unconscious on the bed. He is lost in his own dream. In the dream, he goes back many years. Now he is smiling happily. Hye-young, you've worked hard. Du-seok held the child in his arms and stroked his head. From now on, Jung-soo and the two of us will live happily together. I will definitely protect this home of ours. She smiled happily. You remember to take care of your health too. Jung-soo's dad. Time flew by and Jung-soo was taking his first steps. Da. His dreamy and innocent eyes looked at the two of them. Ma. He held out his arms to catch the boy and laughed happily. That's right. Our Jung-soo is so good. Hye-young on the side also joked. He's so good at moving because he has a little bit of your genes. Dusok encouraged. 1. Huh? 1, 2. Come to daddy, Jongsu. They walked through the hot summer together. They also went through the cool autumn with laughter and tears. And they also went through the cold but warm winter with love. Dusok looked at the child happy with the gift in his hand and smiled happily. Hae-young also smiled with love. One day, Jongsu smiled happily and showed off to the two of them. Today at kindergarten, the teachers taught me how to dance. I'll dance for you to see. Look at me, he joked. Our idol is having another concert. Haha. Hae-young made a shushing gesture. You dance very gently. Don't warm up the downstairs, that is. Jongsu. The boy clasped his hands and sang. Baby shark, la la. He raised both hands. Lives under the blue sea, la la. Then he put his hands to the right and made a winding motion. Small and cute, la 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 la. Baby shark, la la. She looked at her child perform and praised him endlessly. So cute, my child. I think when you grow up, you'll become a singer. Really. Hearing his mother's praise, he was so happy he squinted his eyes. Beautiful and kind. La 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 la. She looked at Duseok. Where's my phone? I need to record this scene of my child. Amidst his son's singing, he burst into tears. Mommy shark, la 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 la. Hae-young was worried. What's wrong? Why are you crying all of a sudden? He seemed to come to his senses. Why am I crying all of a sudden? He wiped his tears with his finger. I'm probably getting old, so my eyes are losing control. Haha. Suddenly he stopped and looked at his hand. His pinky finger was cut off 2 knuckles. She still didn't notice his abnormality and said, You're an emotional person. Jongsu smiled and teased him. This is the first time I've seen Dad cry like this. Haha. It's okay, Dad. The teacher said boys can cry too. His voice sobbed as he called their names. Hae-young, Jongsu. Dusuk looked at his hand and was speechless. It's time for Dad to go. There's something Dad has to do. But Dad forgot. Hae-young looked at him in fear. What are you talking about all of a sudden? It sounds scary. Where are you going? The boy looked at him with worry. Where are you going, Dad? Please don't go. Stay and play with me. He hugged Jongsu and instructed, And I'm sorry. Jongsu, Hae-young, you two wait for Daddy for a little while. It won't be long. The picture of the 3 of them playing happily stained with blood was still hanging on the wall. He had returned to his old and weak state, tears streaming down his cheeks. Dad, we'll be back soon. The wooden door swung open. So Min entered holding a basin of water. He stood stunned on the spot. Duseok, are you okay? Before him was Duseok, who had miraculously woken up. He weakly said, Jihu, how is he? The scene changes to the medical room. Jihu was being treated and lying unconscious on the hospital bed. He slowly opened his eyes. A surprising voice rang out. Young-ho is awake. He struggled to sit up. Priest. He stopped him. If you're still tired, then lie down and rest some more. Then he asked, How do you feel after fighting with Kim Shin? Can you win? Hearing the question, he bowed his head. It was close. If I could have attacked then. If so, then. But before he could finish his sentence, he was cut off by him. No. Young-ho can't beat Kim Shin. The priest slowly pointed out the mistakes. If Kim Shin wasn't careless, you wouldn't have even had a chance to choke him. Besides, choking him like that won't work either. Then he looked at his body. And you also broke a rib. Right. With a body as injured as that, you can't beat Kim Shin. Jihu was silent at his disappointing words. His expression became more ferocious. So use the poison I gave you. This is the Bo's order for him. Then the priest stood up. I'll take my leave. But before he left, he instructed, Young-ho, I hope you won't think about anything else. Just think about how your dad was killed by Kim Shin, that's enough. He seemed to come to his senses at those words. On the way back, the priest seemed to be thinking about something. From the front, a prisoner was walking towards him. Because of the close proximity, their shoulders bumped into each other. The other guy was angry. Litpi, what are you trying to do? He immediately bowed and apologized. I'm sorry. I was so lost in thought that I forgot to look where I was going. He said loudly. Open your eyes and walk next time, okay? He glared and cursed. It's already shit today, and I still have to bump into this damn priest. But he had only walked a few steps when he was called back by him. He was holding a candy in his hand. Hey, I want to give you this as an apology. I don't know if you like candy. I heard sweets are good for relieving stress. Haha, he took it. Candy, huh? Really? I'm not a kid anymore to be given candy. Then he put the candy in his mouth. Remember to open your eyes wide and walk next time. He let out a hard-to-see smile. Yes, I'm sorry. In the temple, the cross shines brightly under the yellow light. The priest knelt before the cross. Father, he bowed his head respectfully. Please guide Young-ho so he doesn't go astray, and help him make the right decision. His 2 hands were intertwined. At this time, the prisoner who had received candy from the priest was rolling the candy in his mouth. Suddenly his surroundings became hazy. He let out a dazed huh. He was still mumbling in prayer. Please give Young-ho courage, just as you have given me. The prisoner's hand lost control and convulsed, trembling violently. His whole body contorted, his joints contracted, his mouth foaming. The people around were terrified. What? What's going on? What's wrong? Then a man shouted, Guard! Where's the guard? The other man was convulsing more and more violently. His eyes had turned white and he had no focus. Still under the yellow light, before the cross. The priest's prayer still echoed. Please help, Young-ho. Now his face was like a demon's. No need to be submissive. To submit to you, like me. A piece of meat was put on a rice tray. The person who put the piece of meat there was Dong Man. He smiled. Eat up. Jung-ho. Ji-hoo looked at the piece of meat. Thank you, boss. He recalled his fight and praised him. You fought well with Kim Shin. Did you learn it somewhere? He said with a blank expression. No, I've never learned. Hearing that he smiled so brightly, he put his hand on his shoulder. Wow. You've never learned before and you fight so well. So cool. If you learn properly under me, you'll fight even better. Then he opened his eyes. Our Utopia group follows the principle of meritocracy. As long as you have the ability, you'll always be treated better. Work hard. Young-ho. Ji-hoo just bowed his head in obedience. Yes. Ki-young looked at the two of them, talking as if with calculation. His feet and Dongman slowly walked away. He put his hands behind his back. I'll put Jung-ho in charge of Chunmong in prison. He was surprised. Chunmong manager. He was panicked and tried to dissuade. Such an important matter and you're giving it to a newbie. Besides, that's my job. He still didn't change his mind. You know very well that those who are mired in Chunmong won't know what to do. If you want to limit unexpected situations, you need a strong presence, he continued. Jung-ho lost, but he showed the inmates how to fight almost with instinct against Kim Shin. It made a strong impression. Ki-young's face became more and more worried, but as if knowing his intention. He turned his head. If you're not happy, you can also fight Kim Shin. Prove that you're not weak, but you probably can't do it, because you don't want to die. Hearing that, he fell silent. His eyes showed his reluctance. His hand was clenched tightly, back in his room. He punched the wall repeatedly to vent his anger, his mouth screaming, Lu Pei, Lu Pei. He punched until his hand bled. I've been under his command for years, doing everything he asked me to do like a dog, following him everywhere. The more he cursed, the more he got into it, as if he didn't feel the burning pain from his fist. Even to this damn prison. The wall couldn't take any more impact and cracked. His voice grew quieter. Tears of frustration welled up. But, because I was inferior to a mentally ill madman, now I have to teach a snot-nosed kid. Suddenly a timid voice interrupted his anger, making him stop. Sir! Sir! Mr. Kai Young. A guard walked in. A visitor has arrived. It's a family visit registration. Ki Young was stunned and asked back. Family visit. At the visiting room number 1. One of his underlings reported. I've recovered the CCTV data at Boss Jung-ki's workplace. Because the hard drive was completely destroyed, so I only recovered one photo, he asked. Really? So someone appeared and subdued Jung-ki. The underling slowly passed the file through the slot. Yes, but it's a stranger. No matter how much I investigate, there's no information on him. Ki Young slowly opened it. Kang Jang-kyu has a new hitman. The other guy revealed his plan. Yes, we also thought so. So we plan to plant more spies in the Kang Jang-kyu gang's territory. He pulled out the photo, preventing him. No, that's not necessary. His face looked at the photo. His face flushed and he smiled with interest. Ha! He's more interesting than I thought. Our prospect. The scene changes. At a restaurant. The owner is talking to someone. A serving job requires a lot of physical work. You know our store is very busy during peak hours. A disabled person who limps while serving will make the customers feel quite awkward. It's really unreasonable to hire you just because of your pitiful situation. The person's hands were clasped together. The person opposite the owner was Taesop. I'm sorry, but from tomorrow you don't have to come anymore. Taesop, ah. He who had been silent all this time finally spoke up. You don't even pay me minimum wage per hour. You also made me work twice as much as others, and now you're telling me to quit. His eyes were sharp. He threatened. Pay me for all the overtime I've worked during this time and transfer the money to me. If you're short by 1-1, I'll report you. He couldn't believe his ears and yelled, What? Report me? Really? I hired you because I felt sorry for you. Ignoring his words, he put on his jacket and left. He saw that he wasn't reacting and threatened. You brat. You can't find a job in this area anymore, because I'll put you on the blacklist at the Merchant Association. You ungrateful brat. Taesop turned his head back. Hey, if you bark one more sentence, he glared and threatened, then I'll burn your damn store down. As you said, because I'm a disabled orphan, I have nothing to lose. After leaving the store, he went to Wawa Touch. Inside the store, Saya was comforting Taesop. Cheer up, Taesop. You'll find a decent job. He looked at the half-eaten sandwich in his hand. A decent job? Why would they hire an orphaned disabled person who just graduated from high school like me? There are so many normal people. She looked at him dejectedly and was unhappy. Hey, Lim Taesop, what did I tell you? He clenched the sandwich. I'm sorry, but I've submitted over 100 job applications and not a single place has accepted me. His eyes were full of helplessness. I just keep thinking negatively. His voice grew quieter. I can live decently. She looked at Taesop, not knowing what to say. Suddenly he mentioned the past, and I really enjoyed playing with Ji-hoo at the orphanage. Suddenly his phone notified him of a new message. He picked up his phone and let out a surprised gasp. Saya was curious. What is it? He couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed, Oh my god, that's great. CA was right. Taesop's eyes widened. His lips formed a smile. Maybe I'm going to work at a good company. Hearing that she was also happy. See? I told you could do it. Which company did you get a call from? He was excited. It's a big company. Group Utopia. The image switches to Dongman's prison cell, which is wide open. Inside is his dialogue with someone. The other guy clenched his fist. Director, I have something to say. He rubbed the dog's head, annoyed, and turned his head. What is it? The person opposite him was Ki Young. It's about Kim Jung-ho. He was surprised. What's wrong with Jung-ho? He was silent, as if thinking about something. Then he slowly started to speak. Director. But he changed his form of address. No. Boss. Transferring Chunmong's management. Can't you reconsider? It's been 15 years since I started following you. Dongman heard that and silently listened to him speak. He poured out his thoughts. But you're giving my job to a snot-nosed kid who hasn't even been in the organization for a month. But he cut him off. Okay. That's sad enough. He stood up, walked over and patted his shoulder. It's already been 15 years. When I first met you, you were running all over the place. Haha, following me for so long. You've worked so hard taking on difficult jobs. The little puppy stuck out its tongue and looked at the two of them. But I'd be sad if I was knocked down by a child. He silently bowed his head and listened to him speak. He slowly curled his lips. But Ki-younga, if you've been following me for so long, then you should know. He put on a very fake face. Greedy fake dogs will eat them. Kai Young's voice was shrill. Yes, I know it well. His eyes dared not look straight, but looked down at the ground. However, we also have a long-standing affection. So I want to confirm, in case I made any mistake. In Kim Shin's prison cell, he was using both hands to press his head back. Then he did a move where he clasped his hands behind his head and bent his waist. After that, he did a move where he bent forward 180 degrees. The backs of his feet were on tiptoe. Finally, it was an advanced variation of the plow pose. Suddenly, he mumbled, "Why is Jung-ho so interesting?" A picture was pasted on the wall. "So this is a gift from Dad." Kim Shin smiled devilishly. "Thank you, Dad." It was a picture from a camera. When Ji-hoo sat dazedly by Do-seok's bed after defeating Jong-ki, the image zoomed in on Ji-hoo and Do-seok. "I'll have a lot of fun." With that, he stood up and walked out. So now, taking Dongman out will probably be more fun. As Kai Young said, his feet took step after step down the corridor. He greeted Dongman's underlings. "Hello, everyone. Is Dongman here?" A man looked at him. "Hello. Kim Shin." The boss is talking to the prison director. Before he could finish his words, he was kicked in the neck by Kim Shin, making his face contort instantly. He rushed forward and punched the fat guy next to him straight in the face. "Ah, really?" A man behind him screamed in fear. "What? What's going on? Why, all of a sudden?" That man screamed 3 times before being kicked in the hook by him and dying instantly. Kim Shin smiled. "Ah, so refreshing." He spread his arms out. In front of him was a line of people in a fighting stance. "Sorry, everyone, but from today there will be no Jangdong Man gang." He tilted his head and smiled strangely. "Because I'll kill everyone." Just like that, Kim Shin started to beat the group of people until they were covered in blood. Mosquitoes smelled the blood and started to swarm. Some were hit on the head against the wall and died on the spot. Some were twisted by the neck to death. The corridor was filled with corpses. The stench of blood made people horrified, hearing the noise. Jangdong Man came out. As soon as he saw the scene in front of him, his face became distorted. He couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed, Now, what are you doing?" "Kim Shin, over there." Kim Shin was covered in blood. His hand was still choking a young man. He smiled lightly and asked back, "You still ask after seeing this?" At this point, he smiled smugly and admitted, "I'm killing people." This word made Jangdong Man furious. He roared angrily, "Your father! Do you not care what I do to him?" Kim Shin sneered contemptuously at that. His voice was cold without a trace of humanity. "Have you forgotten? You have to." Seeing that devilish face, Jangdong Man was so scared that he broke out in a sweat. Kim Shin's cold voice still echoed, "Hold on tight to that dog leash called my father." He looked down at Jangdong Man from above with the oppression of a strong man, because it's also the leash of your life. Jangdong Man was both angry and scared. He turned around and shouted at his underlings, "Them! You guys, stop that bastard! Kill him! Hurry up!" However, in the face of Kim Shin's momentum, no one dared to risk their lives. They stammered in fear and replied, "We're not strong enough." At this moment, a call rang out. "Director," from the outside. Kyung entered. Seeing him, Jangdong Man seemed to have found a lifeline. He said happily, "Kyung, you're here." The old man hurriedly urged Kim Young, "Quickly do something about that Kim Shin guy. Hurry up." But Kyung still didn't move. He spoke coldly. "Director, you told me that." At this point, Kyung's eyes showed anger mixed with killing intent. Old dogs will die from being swallowed by greed. Everyone, don't forget to like and subscribe to the Manhwa channel so you don't miss out on the dramatic developments. This word stunned Jangdong Man into a gasp. On the other side, Kyung slowly pulled a knife out of his pocket, his voice trembling. You. Seeing the blade pointing at him, Jangdong Man was so scared he lost his wits. He screamed, "What are you doing?" Unexpectedly, Kyung grabbed Jangdong Man's hand and pressed the knife into his hand. "Fight Kim Shin and prove that." His face was full of hope, encouraging Jangdong Man. "You haven't weakened at all." Jangdong Man's hand holding the knife trembled. He was so angry he trembled and cursed. "You guys, how dare you!" At this moment, his face became distorted. He angrily growled each word, turning back to bite your own master. He trembled as he stood up from his chair and accepted his fate. "Okay, I'll prove it to you." Jiang Dongman quickly got into a fighting stance, pointing the blade at Kim Shin and gritting his teeth. "The reason why I was able to climb to this position today, and why my nickname in Utop is Cerberus, the three-headed dog of hell." Kim Shin was very satisfied with that. His eyes narrowed with a hidden meaning as he looked at Jiang Dongman. Great nickname. Uncle. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Dongman rushed forward. He roared loudly, "Shut your mouth!" The blade stabbed straight into the warm body just like 20 years ago. Back in Jiang Dongman's memory 20 years ago, on a rainy day when Jiang Dongman's men were taking part in a massacre, a young boy clung to his arm and begged in fear, "Help me, please." But the response was only his cold words. "It's your own fault for being weak and foolishly getting involved in this business." He glanced at the young boy kneeling before him and said, "Take it. That's the only thing I have. This body of Jiang Dongman." Jiang Dongman's hand holding the knife tightened. "And there's only one way for me to advance to a higher position." That boy was killed by Jiang Dongman. Urging sounds echoed in his head. Killing. Around him lay corpses everywhere. Blood flowing out and mixing with the rain, staining a whole yard. The urging sound in his head echoed killing. The other boy died kneeling under that blade. And killing. When it was over, Jiang Dongman looked up and reported, "Sir Chairman, it's done," at the same time proving his own strength. The person above stood in the rain and witnessed it all. He laughed and praised. Truly a Cerberus. His eyes were full of admiration as he looked at the dog at his feet. So obedient. Jiang Dongman sneered and replied, "Thank you, Sir Chairman. But even if it's the hell dog Cerberus, the current Jiang Dongman was not like before. He was kneed in the face by Kim Shin, and at this moment he realized, then I'm no match for a demon like this." Kim Shin was like a demon at this moment. He continuously punched him hard in the eye and laughed loudly, calling out, "Uncle, let's have some more fun." Kim Shin grabbed Jiang Dongman's head and said coldly, "I've been looking forward to killing you, Uncle." He bared his sharp teeth and said with excitement, "But this is too boring." Then he slammed Jiang Dongman's head hard against the ground. Kim Shin looked at the trembling body with no resistance left and said with boredom, "I've lost interest in playing, so let's get this over with quickly." Watching up to this point and not liking and subscribing to the Manhua channel is a big disservice to the demon Kim Shin. Hearing that Jiang Dongman was terrified, he grabbed Kim Shin's pant leg and whispered, "Wait, Mr. Shin." His eyes were full of pleading as he looked up at Kim Shin and begged, "I'll do whatever you want, so please, spare me. I'm even willing to be your dog. I can also give you the director's position at Utopia." Kim Shin heard that and laughed excitedly. He asked back, "Really?" Jiang Dongman's tears mixed with blood. He smiled and nodded. "Yes, from now on you will be the director." Shin, "No. Besides that, did you just say you would do anything for me?" Kim Shin bent down and grabbed his ear and pulled him up. "Then, let's play this game with me." His face was backlit, making it even more terrifying. His cold voice echoed in the space. "What's your favorite song?" Jiang Dongman's face turned pale. Fear enveloped his body, making him speechless. In the midst of the corpse-filled corridor, Jiang Dongman began to sing. I'm so tired. Honeybee, tired of waiting." He cried while opening his mouth to sing inaudible songs. Honey, bee, one, night. But in the end, he still couldn't keep his life. The guard next to him didn't dare to act rashly. He trembled as he heard the piercing screams. Really? No. At this moment, Kyung spoke up. "Nothing will change. The guard can just do everything as usual," he asked fearfully. "Kyung, are my daughter and I still safe?" Hearing that, Kyung laughed coldly. He asked back, "Kyung." He took out a cigarette and looked at him mockingly. "You still haven't gotten any smarter. It'll be dangerous if you still don't realize it." This word made the old guard snap out of it. He quickly corrected himself. I was indeed rude. What should I call you now?" Kyung held a cigarette in his mouth and waited for the guard to light it. He said coldly, "Director Nam Kyung, of course you have to call me that." On the other side, Jiang Dongman had a few teeth broken, his body covered in blood, but he didn't dare to stop singing. Chu, Kong, the Dung Lai, Ong Mat. The singing suddenly stopped. Kim Shin threw him to the ground in boredom. "That's it. Using my bare hands is faster than using a knife." A satisfied expression appeared on his face. At least he should have finished the first verse before he died. Uncle. Disappointing. So disappointing. But there was no answer. Jiang Dongman was already dead. At this moment, Kim Shin remembered something. He turned around and looked at the guard and said, "That's right. Mr. Guard, do me a favor, please." The guard didn't dare to refuse. He replied nervously, "Yes, what is it?" Kim Shin still held that smile and said lightly, "Let me out. I'll be back as soon as I'm done." Hearing that the guard's face turned pale, he trembled and asked back, Outside. "No way, I can't do that." Kim Shin took a step towards him, his voice still tinged with laughter. "Really? But Dongman and I are very different." The old guard's sweat poured down like rain. His voice, trembling, I'm sorry, but it's beyond my authority. It will surely be noticed by everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Shin used his hand to shatter the old guard's glasses. He still smiled brightly and repeated himself, "I'll be back soon, and no one will know." The guard's eyes widened as if he had just escaped from death's door and couldn't say anything more. The scene changes to Do-seok. He tremblingly scooped each spoonful of rice. His whole body was tense with each movement of bringing the rice to his mouth. Seeing that the director could only sigh and advise, "Don't force it. Do-seok, you just woke up and you're already eating like that." Do-seok trembled as he held his rice bowl and replied, "I don't have time to continue like this anymore." He held the bowl up and wanted to slurp it. "I have to quickly get back to my normal physical condition." His eyes were full of determination as he reminded himself, "I have to keep my promise to Ji-hoo." Outside, the elevator was going up. Suddenly, a father and son ran over in a hurry. "Please wait a moment. Let us two get on with you." The person inside saw this and pressed the stop button. The father and son were very grateful and said with a smile, "Thank you for waiting." The son also said politely, "Thank you, uncle." Suddenly, the father realized and asked, "I've never seen you before. Did you just move in?" Kim Shin replied briefly, "No, my father's house is just here." The father understood and asked what floor his father was on. At this moment, the son called out loudly, "Daddy, this uncle has 6 fingers." Hearing that, the father quickly gestured for his son to be quiet and reminded him, "Don't say things like that," the son asked innocently. "Why not?" "Inside the house," So Min asked in surprise. "A promise? What did you promise Ji-hoo?" At this moment, the doorbell rang. So Min was surprised and wondered, who could it be? "I don't have anyone coming over." Then he stood up and went outside. "Yes, I'm coming. Stop ringing the bell. I'm coming." Leaving Do-seok sitting there staring at the bowl of porridge in his hand, outside Kim Shin was waiting. He continuously rang the doorbell. As soon as the door opened, Kim Shin smiled until his eyes squinted and said, "Dad, I'm home." And that's the end of this chapter. Please hit like and subscribe so you can be the first to watch the new chapter on the Manhua channel. At this moment, So Min has reached the door. Hearing the insistent ringing, So Min had no choice but to say loudly, "Yes, I'm coming." The door opened. Looking at the stranger before him, he was a little surprised and asked, "Who is it?" In front of the door turned out not to be Kim Shin, but a little girl. She complained a little annoyedly, "Why didn't you hurry up and open the door? I ran here until I was exhausted." With that, she unceremoniously walked straight into the house and even criticized in a high-pitched voice, "This smell! The whole room stinks so terribly because you 2 men are here." Salmon was stunned by her. "Wait a minute." But the girl didn't listen and walked straight in, even reminding, "Hurry up and air it out." Seeing her like that, Salmon directly grabbed the backpack on her back and held her back. He shouted angrily, "Wait a minute, who are you?" The girl glanced at him with a look of disgust. "So annoying. What are you doing? It took me so much effort to get here." At this moment, Do-seok came out from inside and said, "I'm the one who called her. She's a beau and also a hacker." When the girl saw Do-seok, she introduced herself. "I'm Jo Deok Pal. Uncle Do-seok looks like a skeleton now." So Min looked at the girl in front of him in disbelief and asked, "Jo Deok Pal? From the name I thought you were a boy." Jo Deok Pal looked at him with a look of contempt and explained, "Of course, that's a fake name. Have you ever seen a hacker who uses their real name?" As soon as he entered the house, Do-seok asked, "Kim Shin, anything new about him?" Jo Deok Pal heard that and immediately replied, "I rushed here for this." Her eyes showed a serious expression and she said, "I just hacked into the prison CCTV, and I think Kim Shin has gone out." On Kim Shin's side, he had returned to his old house, but there was no one here. He picked up a towel and took a deep breath. His face immediately showed a look of pleasure. This smell of skin and cigarettes. The old house had now become a big dump. Beer cans were scattered everywhere. But Kim Shin still enjoyed it and exclaimed, "So this is the smell of Dad." He went back to his childhood room and looked at the ceiling. Unlike the mess outside, this room was very neat and clean. Kim Shin lay on the bed that was already too small for him and enjoyed it. "Just as I thought. My dad is not here." His face was full of happiness. "I have to ask Young-ho where he is." On the floor, a photo frame was broken. Kim Sin held that picture in his hand and tore the happy family in half. He stared intently at the torn picture and said excitedly, "I have to let Dad know I was here too." On the other side, after Do-seok heard Jo Deok Pal's story, he was so angry he slammed his hand on the table. Do-seok couldn't catch his breath and gritted his teeth. Kim Shin, that demon. His face was full of green veins and his angry voice rang out, "He killed Jang Dongman and now he's still out there freely. I need to find him. Right now." Deokpal searched on her computer and continued, "I'm looking for the places he might frequent the most, but I haven't found any traces yet." Her hand flew quickly over the keyboard. He's also not the type to use a credit card. At this point, Jo Deok-pal's eyes showed fear. "If I can't find him soon, I don't know what will happen." Suddenly at this moment, the TV brought the latest breaking news. Next news. 2 bodies, 1 child and 1 adult, were discovered in an apartment building in the city center during the day, causing a shock to everyone. The news attracted everyone's attention. Fear was written on everyone's faces. The news voice still echoed. The bodies were found in the machine room of the apartment building by a security guard. On the screen at this moment, Do-seok's old apartment building was shown. The editor's voice echoed continuously in the silent space. The 2 bodies were confirmed to be Mr. Lee and his son. Both were residents of the apartment. based on the severity of the wounds on their bodies. The police concluded that the motive for the crime was jealousy and hostility. As soon as he saw that building, Jodiak Pal fearfully turned to Dudiak and asked, "Boss, isn't that your uncle's apartment?" Dusiak's hand clenched tighter. His eyes showed a hint of resentment. His voice growled, "Kim Shin, you bastard." The time was now almost 12 o'clock at night. In the prison, the guard was so nervous he was shaking. He bit his nails continuously in worry. "Please." His face showed a look of fear, but he could only pray silently. "Come back soon, please, please." At this moment, the prison guard's phone vibrated with a message. He was startled and quickly turned to look. A voice from the phone rang out. "Mr. Guard." Kim Shin had now returned to the prison. He stood in front of the door and let the light shine on him. Not only that, he even raised his hand and waved. "I'm back." The scene changes to Jihu's place. He is still diligently training at this time. 15, then 16. Jihu's whole body was soaked in sweat. His breathing became rapid and he counted 10, 7, and a half. Only then did he stop. However, he was a little disappointed and thought to himself, "I can only do half as much as usual. I have to recover quickly." Jihu held his aching side. "There's no more time." Suddenly, Kim Shin's voice rang out, making Jihu startled. "Amazing. You've already started training so soon." Kim Shin stood at the door with a bright but cold smile. "Your ribs must still hurt a lot." "Right." Jihu fearfully stammered a question. "What? What's wrong? Why are you here at this hour?" Kim Shin narrowed his eyes, his face still holding a smile. "Thank you very much for Young-ho saving my dad." These words made Jihuo angry. His eyes looked at Kim Shin with full caution. On the other side, Kim Shin took step by step closer to Jihu and said, "But now I have to call you Jihu, right?" He reached out and stroked Jihu's head and said, "You've grown so much. I almost didn't recognize you." The memory flashes back to the day they first met. Jihu was gagged and tied up. In front of him, Kim Shin stroked his head and said, "The boy who wanted to be a pilot flying an airplane." The current scene is exactly like that afternoon. Kim Shin was very admiring. "You've grown up so much." He laughed like an elder in the family. "Time really flies." Those words stunned Jihu. In his heart, he thought, "He's found me out. Can I fight now in this physical condition?" Jihu's hand underneath was clenched. In his heart, he wondered, "Can I defeat Kim Shin?" At this moment, Jim Shin's voice softened. "Suddenly, I remember the song that Jihu sang back then." He walked around behind Jihu, humming along with the song. "Take one step. Mommy's smile." He walked to the back and continued. 2 more steps. Daddy's smile. Then he turned his head. "Just by seeing you is full of laughter." But as soon as the words were out, a thunderous punch went straight to Kim Shin's face. Jihu's face showed a fierce look. "There's no other way. This is all I have to do." Kim Shin was punched until his face was distorted, but his mouth was still humming a song. "Forever. My family. A garden of smiles." Without letting Kim Shin react, Jihu swung his other hand and punched continuously. Kim Shin is also human. He hit Kim Shin's face with all his might, thinking to himself, he also has bones and internal organs, which means he can also be killed. But Kim Shin's singing mixed with laughter still echoed. Mommy smiles. Daddy smiles so brightly. Ji-hai had lost control by now. He roared and swung a powerful punch down. "Die, Kim Shin." However, the punch was stopped by Kim Shin with one hand. He softly sang the last line. "The whole family is always happy." His face was covered in blood, but the corners of his mouth still lifted in a smile. The whole garden of smiles. After finishing the song, he tilted his head and smiled gently. "I've finished singing." As he finished speaking, he struck Jihu's shoulder with his hand. The shoulder bone broke instantly. Jihu screamed in pain. He cursed loudly. Kim Shin still smiled and twisted Jiko's arm back. "Now." His hand held tight without letting go. "It's Jihu's turn. Sing for me." Jihu was now being controlled from behind by him. He still smiled brightly, just like his dad Jihu once did. The shoulder joint was broken again. Jihu collapsed to the ground in pain, unable to say another word. Above him, Kim Shin saw this and sneered contemptuously, "If you don't like it." His eyes narrowed in a distorted way as he said, "Then tell me where my dad is." He looked at Jihu and threatened, "You can only choose one of the two." Kim Shin repeated himself, "Either sing or tell me dad's location. Otherwise, I'll start with this arm." Then he held Jihu's hand tighter. "Then it will be all the bones in your body." Thanks to Jihu, who was not afraid, he calmly said, "I and Uncle Duseok trained together every day just to kill you." Kim Shin heard this and his smile faded. He didn't understand and listened on. The somewhat weak voice rang out again. "After training, we would go to the public bath together and scrub each other's backs." Kim Shin's hand clenched tighter. Jihu's voice continued. "Every day we ate together and talked." He still didn't look up. "That uncle has been watching me since I was a kid. That's why he knows everything about me." These words were like a joke. Kim Shin burst out laughing. "Jihu, What are you talking about? It sounds so childish. You're bluffing. Hurry up." But Jihu continued to speak. "The name Kim Jung-ho was also given to me by him. It's Jung-soo's name and my name combined." At this point, his tone became mocking, his eyes glancing at Kim Shin. "Look at you. So who gave you your name?" Kim Shin. Kim Shin was provoked. He bent his leg, then kicked Jihu hard in the head. He was kicked far away. The kick was too strong. Jihu went flying straight forward. Then he lay flat on the ground, unable to move. Kim Shin couldn't keep his previous smile, his face now full of anger, cursing. Shut up and sing. Ji-hoo on the other side stood up and smiled sarcastically. He looked straight at Kim Shin mockingly. You look so funny when you're angry. That last punch. His eyes were full of challenge. Suddenly it made me remember. The way to kill you. Ji-hoo looked at Kim Shin with a challenging gaze. The last punch suddenly reminded me. The way to write you down is. Kim Shin felt as if he had heard a joke. He used his shirt to wipe the blood from his face and asked, what kind of killing? Then without hesitation, he rushed forward disdainfully. You can't even stand up straight. Kim Shin jumped up and kicked Ji-hoo straight in the face with a painful thud. He didn't even put Ji-hoo in his eyes and said contemptuously, you're just a toy. That dad sent me. Then he kicked Ji-hoo hard in the face. And they even named the toy. Ji-hoo was knocked to the ground. Kim Shin angrily cursed. It's so meaningless. Then he grabbed Ji-hoo's head. His face at this moment showed a look of malice, because it will be broken anyway. With that, he ruthlessly punched Ji-hoo in the face. He continuously punched Ji-hoo in the face. His mouth kept saying, so I'm not jealous at all. His face became distorted. His resentful voice rang out, not jealous at all. Not at all. Ji-hoo was beaten to the ground motionless, seeing that Kim Shin was a little satisfied, but then his voice became gentle. Hey Ji-hoo, let's play again from the beginning. Kim Shin bent down and took Ji-hoo's hand and said, I will slowly break each finger one by one. Ji-hoo looked at him as if he were a madman. Ji-hoo's voice still echoed. So sing, like a toy. Unexpectedly, Ji-hoo raised his hand. He poked his hand straight into Kim Shin's mouth, causing him to stop. Kim Shin, with disgust, grabbed Ji-hoo's hand and pulled it out. He yelled angrily, what the hell are you doing? Ji-hoo from below suddenly let out a sarcastic smile. Then he burst out laughing. Kim Shin looked at him with a confused look and asked, what's so funny? You Ji-hoo are really childish. Ji-hoo laughed even harder. He glanced at Kim Shin and said lightly, I've applied that poison. On the floor, a strange bottle had been opened. The liquid inside had spilled out. Kim Shin was no longer as calm as before. His face contorted in anger as he listened to Ji-hoo's every dying word. On your fingers. Kim Shin immediately stuck his hand in his mouth and tried to vomit. The space was filled with the disgusting sound of vomiting. The floor was also covered in yellow liquid from the stomach. Ji-hoo saw this and sneered. Vomiting now won't do you any good. Just absorbing a very, very small amount is enough to paralyze your whole body. His eyes showed a look of satisfaction. You will die in agony, with the burning pain of your whole body. Kim Shin, with bloodshot eyes, glared at Ji-hoo threateningly. Give me the antidote, before I kill you. But Ji-hoo just sat up and smiled lightly and replied, there is no antidote. He looked at Kim Shin provocatively. Even if it's you, if you're completely paralyzed like that, you still won't be able to kill me. Kim Shin glared at Ji-hoo with a murderous look. In his mind, a haunting image appeared. The singing echoed. If I take another step. Then Mommy's smile. The man before him was like a wandering soul. Take 2 more steps and it's Daddy's smile. Kim Shin at that moment, with tears streaming down his face, joyfully exclaimed, Daddy! Now! You don't have to sing anymore, sir. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward and held Ji-hoo's head and kissed him down. Ji-hoo was terrified beyond belief, not expecting Kim Shin to be able to do that. After a long while, he let go, his voice filled with satisfaction and mockery. Just a very small amount is enough to kill you. He gave a distorted smile. Going to hell alone would be so boring. So let's go together. Ji-hoo. The scene changes to the Utopia office. Everyone was still working hard. T-Sop brought a cup of coffee to a colleague and said, Ma'am, please have this first. The girl was grateful. Oh, how did you know my thoughts? He smiled brightly and replied, because I see you drinking coffee at this time every day. The girl also politely replied, I could have gotten it myself. Thank you very much. I'll take it. He smiled and replied, yes. At this moment, a male colleague called out, T-Sop. He turned around and replied, yes, sir. The other person gave him a task. Help me copy 10 copies of this, please. He happily agreed. Yes. At this moment, another person raised his hand for help. T-Sop, please call Mr. Kim for me. He still happily agreed. Yes. Just like that, one person after another ordered him around. The room is dirty. Please help clean it. Mr. T-Sop, can you help prepare for the department head's video call? In response to all of them, he just happily agreed without any complaints. The department head saw this and was very satisfied with him. During the lunch break, the department head was very concerned and went to ask him, how do you find the work environment? T-Sop, is it okay? He held the cup of coffee he had just made and handed it to the department head and said, yes, department head. Thanks to everyone's concern, everything is going smoothly. The department head took the cup of coffee. I really admire your strength. My son is also around your age and he just plays games all day. He shyly scratched his head and replied, it's nothing, sir. At this moment, he took a meaningful sip of coffee and said, actually, I'm the one who chose you, T-Sop. He closed his eyes with nostalgia and said, you remind me of the old days. I was also in an orphanage before. These words made T-Sop quite surprised. Chief was also. The chief nodded and smiled and replied, I also used to call that place an orphanage. Then he put his hand on his shoulder and said, Mr. T-Sop. The look in his eyes towards him was filled with hope. I know what it feels like to be groping in the dark at this moment. But someday, you will see the light. He patted his shoulder a few times in encouragement. Keep working hard, Mr. Taesop, and I will help promote you to a full-time employee. These words moved the newcomer, and he said, Sir, sir. He quickly bowed 90 degrees in gratitude and said, I will work harder. Thank you, sir. The department head laughed loudly. You don't have to be so formal. Then he gave Taesop a small briefcase and instructed, Mr. Taesop, after work can you deliver this to a client for me? He very happily agreed. Yes, I will, sir. But what is this? It's quite heavy. He just smiled lightly and replied, It's just a document to be delivered to a client. But that smile was very meaningful. The department head even showed a bright smile and instructed very carefully. It's very important, so please take good care of it. After work, as per the department head's instructions, Taesop went to the given location. He looked at the address on his phone, the client the department head mentioned. Then he looked at the building in front of him. This is the right address. In front of him was a dilapidated building that looked like a gangster's hideout. Taesop wondered. My company also does business with people in places like this. He quickly went to the door and knocked hard. A voice from inside called out. Who is it? He immediately replied. Hello, I'm here on behalf of Chief Kim of Utopia Financial Company. Hearing that, a tough-looking man came out and opened the door. He asked suspiciously, Did Chief Kim send you? The door was only opened a crack. He raised his voice and asked, Where are the goods? He quickly took out the briefcase and held it up. It's here. Looking at that face, Taesop was a little scared and thought to himself, Are they gangsters? The man with tattooed hands reached out and took the briefcase. Then he smiled and said, Thank you for bringing it. He smiled brightly and harmlessly. Please send my regards to the chief. And thank him too. His attitude was so different from before that it stunned Taesop. He stammered a reply. Yes, I will deliver the message. In his heart, he thought to himself, I seem to have judged a book by its cover. The next day, the department head continued to give him another briefcase. Mr. Taesop, please help me again today. He took the briefcase with a blank look, but still agreed. Since then, the department head has asked me to deliver things every day. It was always that boy. And then, until one day, on the way to deliver something for the department head, Taesop was walking while looking at his phone and met a woman. She called out, Sir, just one. Her face was gaunt and terrifying. She hugged her body. Her eyes full of craving looked at the briefcase in Taesop's hand. Please give me just one more dose. I'll do anything. So please. The scene changes back to Doo-seok's current residence. Doo-seok speculated. If Kim Shin and Ki-young killed Jang Dong-man, then what is Ji-hoo's current situation? Deok-pal searched on the computer and replied, Ji-hoo has been confirmed to have joined that organization. I don't know the situation now either. At this point, her voice dropped, and the bow. Surprise appeared in Deok-pal's eyes. While raiding to kill Kim Shin, they were killed. All of them are dead. This word surprised Doo-seok. What? No, it can't be. I clearly told him to wait. Deok-pal also didn't expect this. She replied, I don't know why either. It's as if they were ordered by someone, and went to raid Kim Shin. Doo-seok slammed his hand on the table angrily. Damn it! Why? Why would you do that? He blamed himself. I told them not to act on their own until the arrow was in. Why? So Min on the side also couldn't believe his eyes. All are all dead. All three of them. Deok-pal sat opposite with sunken eyes and said, Yes, they are all dead, and now only Ji-hoo is alone in prison. At this moment, a footstep walked down a long corridor. He hummed a song. I believe in you. He wore a neat suit, singing each word, the Lord's commandments. He walked with a very calm demeanor. You are calling. How happy. Thank you. I swear to God, I will be loyal. At this time, he came to the brawl room of Kim Shin and Ji-hoo and inscribed his master's teachings. He looked at Ji-hoo's bloody face. His two eyes darkened and still sang, Walk the right path. Then he looked over at Kim Shin. Please, protect us. He suddenly smiled. The followers of you, the children of you. Then he went and carried Kim Shin on his shoulder. Then he silently walked away. While walking, he said, You love your dad very much. Just like that, the small body carried Kim Shin away from the prison. I can understand this feeling of lack of love from you more than anyone. His hand held a cross of God and he said softly, Because I'm just like you. He looked at Kim Shin's face. I will let you be reborn. A cold voice echoed in the corridor. And live again, like Jesus. After rescuing Kim Shin, Sung Jin took him to a church and gave him the antidote. Kim Shin at this time looked very haggard and ugly. Sung Jin just hugged him under the cross of God. I've always thought about this. He looked up at the cross above, God, heaven. His eyes showed a sense of grievance. Why did you create me? Create a demon like me? Memories flash back to when he was a child. Sung Jin at that time had a hobby of collecting butterflies. His father looked at the collection and proudly asked, My Sung Jin has caught so many insects. Since he was young, Sung Jin knew he was a special person. His father stroked his head and praised him, asking, You probably ranked first in the whole school for your summer homework. His mother on the side also chimed in, I wonder if our son will grow up to be like Fabre. Those words made Sung Jin think a lot. I can't be happy in a normal way like everyone else. He just stood there staring at the collection at that time, but his mother urged him, Oh my God, it's already this time. Sung Jin, let's go. Get ready. But I decided to live well, because God is watching me. He looked up at the cross above his collection with satisfaction. He is testing me to see if I will succumb to evil. He trembled and clasped his hands in repentance. I was wrong. Please forgive me. I was so scared. So scared. Those memories made Sung Jin sad. He sighed. I have been through a long and boring time, like a bug hiding in the dark. After that, he also opened many charity events like free meals for the homeless. His face was full of smiles, but in fact there was no joy or happiness. The homeless were very grateful. It's so hot. You've worked hard, young man. Sung Jin just smiled and said, It's okay, sir. His face shone with a holy look, seeing everyone eat so well. So I don't feel tired at all. All of that was to not be discovered I have lived. A despicable life. Sung Jin supported Kim Shin's head and continued. But at that time, Kim Shin appeared in this world. The brutal murderer who killed 28 people. Looking at Kim Shin's cold face on the TV screen, Kim Shin was trembling on the outside, but deep inside there was admiration and curiosity, although he is very similar to me. That face was deeply engraved in Sung Jin's mind. But he is a demon who is not a coward. Sung Jin, with great admiration, continued to tell. I was curious about how Kim Shin would be punished by God, so I went to the prison. His eyes glanced at Kim Shin in his hands. But you were not punished at all. With that, he looked at the shining cross behind him. Kim Shin, you were not cowardly at all. That cross seemed to illuminate everyone's soul. Sung Jin gently continued. So I began to have doubts. He let out a curious smile. Maybe God doesn't care about us at all. Am I the only one who is so cowardly? So I tried to check. Sung Jin went to the prison gate and called the guard. Sir, he put on an innocent face with a friendly smile. Would you like some dessert candy, sir? One person. That person screamed in pain. What? Why did you do that? Then 2 people. 3 people. The man was in agony and begged Sung Jin. Priest, please call 119, my stomach hurts so much. Then 4 people. 5 people. Sung Jin just indulged himself to the point of killing and burying bodies. Just like that, he had killed more than 10 people. He had no remorse at all, but was very satisfied. He even stood on the mountain and looked at the city below. As expected, I was not punished at all. At this point, Sung Jin couldn't hide his excitement, I have realized. He said softly, God doesn't care about us at all. He doesn't love us. It's not clear when Kim Shin woke up. He said, You. His eyes slowly opened. Kim Shin smiled and said, So, interesting. Seeing him awake, Sung Jin was very happy. Thank you for your praise, Mr. Shin. Back at Taesop's place. The girl's question made him stop. The girl on the other side still begged and pleaded. Sir, just one. She looked like a hungry beast staring. Give me one, I'll do anything, please. He didn't understand what she was saying and asked with a blank look. Huh? What? Why are you wearing a long puffer jacket in autumn? She seemed to go crazy and rushed over to grab Taesop's shoulder. Please, don't pretend you don't understand. I haven't been able to sleep for over a week. Taesop was a little scared now. He swallowed his saliva. What? Why? The girl leaned close to his ear and whispered a promise. I'll do anything you ask. Just give me one from your bag. Her hand went down below and touched the briefcase. Honestly, just one is not enough. Seeing that, he fearfully pushed the girl away and shouted, What are you doing? He hugged the briefcase tightly and said with fear, I think you're mistaken. This is just a company document. But suddenly the girl's chapped lips formed a mocking smile. A document. Her eyes went crazy and her eyes rolled up. I'm asking nicely and you still won't cooperate. With that, she rushed in and wanted to snatch the briefcase. I said, Give me one. Looking at her scary face, Taesop screamed, I'm going to die from having a nightmare. He screamed in fear while holding the briefcase tightly. Let go. Why is this happening? Let go. The other girl still wouldn't let go and kept holding on. Give it to me. I said, give it here. Unfortunately, the briefcase was pulled open. The things inside also flew out. Looking at the small bottles rolling on the floor, she immediately knelt down and scooped them up. As expected, it's there. Wet dream. Her eyes showed a hint of craving. I can sleep. I can dream. Taesop looked at the thing in the briefcase with a pale face. What? What is this? Seeing the girl running away with the stuff, he panicked and quickly called out. Wait. He quickly chased after her. Stop, that girl. But she seemed not to hear and ran away with the stuff. This much is probably enough for a year. No, it must be for 2 years. But at this moment she ran into someone. In front was Chief Kim. He said gently, Miss, this is not okay. Behind him were several other tall and big men. She saw them and screamed in fear. How did you know? She was scared and couldn't catch her breath but refused to let go of the drugs. Seeing the chief, Taesop called out with a blank look. Vice Director. The other girl saw him as if she had seen the King of Hell. Her tears streamed down her face as she admitted her mistake. I was wrong. I must have lost my mind. She pushed back all the drugs. The drugs. I'll give them all back. Please, spare my life. Seeing that, he also looked on with a blank look. The chief over there still maintained a friendly attitude, but his face was full of killing intent. Miss, please raise your head. Why would we kill you? Don't say such scary things. Just compensate for the damage to the broken bottles. The girl stammered a reply. Compensate. I have no money. Hearing that, he laughed coldly and replied, Don't worry. We have a way to make customers like you pay too. Then he ordered a man behind him. Guide the lady. With that, he walked up to Taesop. He looked scared and asked with a blank look, Vice Director. What are these things? The girl being escorted away heard that and also had to turn back and look at him. At this moment, the chief said coldly, "Taesop." He took his hand and brought the needle close to him and said, "That's why I told you to take good care of the bag." This action was too fast and he couldn't react. He looked on with a blank look. Vice. Vice Guillaume. With that, he fainted. His eyes at this moment were full of disappointment. Because Taesop was very hardworking, I was very satisfied. But it's a pity. Then he was taken to a secret room, where there were all kinds of scalpels and surgical tools. He was placed on a dissection table. The person holding the knife said annoyed, "2 cases in 1 day is a bit tiring," the chief scolded. "What's your name again?" He looked at Taesop and reminded him, "Wet dream is about to wear off. Do it quickly." That person sighed. Vice director is too demanding. At this time, he showed signs of waking up. Seeing that, the man was excited and laughed loudly. "Huh, I think he's awake. Should we inject more drugs?" The chief snorted coldly and replied, "What for? He's going to die anyway, so there's no need to waste it on useless things." Obeying the order, the man began to put down the knife. Yes, I know. It must be very painful." Taesop seemed to be able to feel it. He said in a weak voice, "Vice director, why? Why are you doing this to me?" He laughed coldly and replied, "Why?" Then he smiled kindly. "I chose you in the first place because I wanted it to be like this. You're an orphan, so even if you disappear, I guess no one will care." Suddenly, a knock was heard from outside. The manager whipped around to look. He asked with great caution, "What is it? Who is opening the door?" The lock continued to rattle without stopping. Then a familiar figure appeared. It was Du-seok. I promised Ji-hoo. He carried a large bat on his shoulder, that I would protect his friends. His expression darkened, but I almost caused a huge problem. Du-seok's eyes were full of remorse as he looked at Taesop. "I'm sorry, Taesop." The surgeon saw him and got excited. "Didn't you die back then? You're still alive." The manager also gave a cold laugh and said, "So it's our injured customer." He rolled up his sleeves. "Thank you for coming on your own." The 2 henchmen behind him also drew their weapons. "But it seems like even standing is difficult for you. Do you really plan to fight us?" As soon as he finished speaking, Du-seok smashed the electrical socket. The entire room plunged into darkness. Du-seok's voice rang out, "No, I'll kill you so you can't do it." His eyes were like a predator's hunting its prey, looking at them in the dark. "Any more of your trashy business?" Going back a few minutes earlier, Du-seok blamed himself as events unfolded, punching the wall hard. His whole body trembled. "It's my fault, because I was tricked. The plan ended up like this." So Min watched and felt sorry for him. Du-seok. Suddenly, Jo Deok-pal remembered something. She spoke up. "Hey, mister, this might be a bit much. But there's one more thing." Du-seok was startled and followed her every word. "That guy Taesop, the one you asked me to look into before." Her eyes were glued to the screen as she spoke in disbelief. "It seems he was used by Utopia." These words surprised him. What? What are you talking about?" Jo Deok-pal swiped her finger across the screen for more information. "Taesop started working at the Utopia company a month ago. The more she read, the more worried she became. Until now, the employees there were all spring dream addicts, homeless, or orphans." The employee list appeared on the computer screen. Jo Deok-pal continued. "I tried ordering Spring Dream from the company website and saw it." So Min couldn't believe his ears. He asked in a daze, So you're saying Ji-hoo's friend is now a Spring Dream delivery person?" Jo Deok-pal's voice rang out. "Yes, and there's an even bigger problem." With her every word, Du-seok's hand slowly clenched into a fist. During their employment, all the employees without relatives disappeared without a trace after a short time. As she spoke, she asked in surprise, "Huh? Where are you going?" "Mister, don't tell me. You're going there right now." At this point, he couldn't hear anything else, and directly put on his coat and left. Seeing this, So-min quickly chased after him. "Du-seok, where are you going with that body? Your condition isn't fit for fighting right now." But Du-seok was very determined and said, "I made a promise, in exchange for letting Ji-hoo become an arrow. This surprised So-min, so I have to protect Ji-hoo's friends." So-min also looked down sadly, unable to say more. "I already failed to keep my promise once." Du-seok grabbed the baseball bat by the door, his voice full of determination. "I can't break my promise again." He turned back with eyes blazing with vengeful fire. Absolutely not. Returning to the present, the room was now shrouded in complete darkness. Du-seok's figure in front had also vanished, making the manager's group wary. "Hey, where did he go?" The manager quickly tried to calm them. "Don't panic. Guard your weak spots and wait. Fighting in the dark. You can be ambushed at any moment." He raised both hands to defend his head. "See his baseball bat. My hands are more dangerous." The room remained utterly silent. A few minutes passed in complete stillness. This was truly beyond the manager's expectations. Why hasn't he attacked yet? If he gets used to the dark, then I won't have a chance to win. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. Or maybe him saying he'd kill me was just a decoy. He strained his eyes to observe the surroundings, thinking, "You plan to trick us to save that block of wood." As soon as he thought it, a bright light shone directly into the group's eyes. The big thugs were also blinded and couldn't see anything. One of them clutched his eyes in pain, screaming, "My eyes." Just then, Du-seok appeared suddenly, smashing his bat straight into the man's head. The remaining man saw this and rushed forward to attack. But halfway through, the light turned off again, and the space was plunged back into darkness. He screamed in terror. Where did he go again? It's like hunting a wild animal. The manager had almost figured out Du-seok's trick, hiding in the dark, then using a light to paralyze their vision and attack, then turning it off and hiding again. He sneered. If you want to catch a wild animal, you need some bait. At this moment, the remaining big guy was already panting with fear. Suddenly, a finger touched his back. He jumped and swung his knife around, cursing loudly. But he only cut through empty air. He screamed in fear. You're there, right? His face was now covered in sweat. Where are you? Come out now. I said come out, just as he finished speaking. The blinding light turned on again, shining right in his eyes. Du-seok was as swift as lightning, hitting him with one final blow. The man's face was beaten until it was horribly contorted. But now Du-seok was also startled. Why did he suddenly expose himself like that? From behind, a hand had grabbed him tightly. It was the manager, who laughed arrogantly. Got you. Before Du-seok could react, he executed an over-the-shoulder throw. Game over. Du-seok fell directly onto the floor. The manager's glasses had fallen off. He cackled. I win! A cold glint appeared in his eyes. Once I've caught you, I will never let go. Flashing back to when he was younger, the deputy director was a promising judo athlete. In a match with just one move, he threw his opponent to the ground. One match was all it took. But for some reason, in all his victories, the opponent's arm was always broken, and later he voluntarily joined Utopia. By this time, he had become a notorious enforcer. He broke people's arms with just a slight twist. The deputy director didn't use a knife like other thugs. Everything was done with his bare hands. He would choke and snap his opponent's necks to kill them. His smile after breaking each neck was gleeful and barbaric. He grabbed Du-seok's arm tightly and said with a smile, You fight for the adrenaline so you don't feel pain. I mean, even if you get stabbed, you have to see blood to know it happened. The more he spoke, the more he revealed a snake's viciousness. But the pain of a broken bone and a torn ligament is different. You can't help but feel it. His hand tightened its grip. Your fighting spirit and self-respect will disappear. Reaching this point, he laughed loudly, and it makes a person do nothing but scream. The light from below cast upon his twisted face, making him look like a demon from hell. However, Du-seok managed to sit up. He even asked back, Is that all you've got? One of his fingers had been cut off by Du-seok at some point. He couldn't believe it and yelled, What? How? I already broke your arm. The high-intensity light pained his eyes, forcing him to cover them. My eyes. My eyes. Du-seok came up behind him and grabbed his head, saying, The pain of a broken bone is nothing compared to the pain of losing your family. A vicious look appeared in his eyes. The people you killed, they were someone's family too. Not having parents doesn't mean you don't have a family. An image of Taesop's happy family flashed in Du-seok's mind, making his heart ache even more. They were also a precious family to someone. The manager was beaten until he was groveling on the floor, groaning in pain. After a moment, his hands stopped struggling. Only then did Du-seok let out a sigh of relief. He immediately shone the light back on Taesop, now for the remaining task. But as soon as he turned around, a blow struck him squarely on the head. The surgeon seemed to have gone mad. His eyes were blank as he said, Again, have to dispose of another body. So boring. What a nightmare. He raised the baseball bat. As long as I have a spring dream, I can have a happy dream. Another blow came down. Du-seok thought to himself, I'll just treat the current situation as spring dream withdrawal symptoms. Since my leg is broken, I can't counterattack. Du-seok dragged his broken leg up. His vision started to blur. My consciousness is starting to fade. At that moment, the surgeon went crazy. He roared, Get away! Help me escape this nightmare. But before he could do anything, a sharp knife plunged into his back. He turned around in a daze. What is this? It's a dream. Why? Behind him was Taesop. He had woken up. The surgeon who was stabbed collapsed in pain. It hurt so much. Now only Taesop was left standing. Du-seok was overjoyed and called out, Taesop, but his voice came out cold and flat. Corporate life. Is it like this? His eyes were lifeless. What's happening? You know, right? Please tell me. Afterwards, So-min came with a car to pick them both up. The atmosphere in the car was extremely tense. Du-seok had told Taesop everything about Kim Shin, the man who killed his family and Ji-hoo's family, but after hearing it all, he showed no reaction, including the cause of the injuries to Taesop's leg and finger, and what Ji-hoo would do in prison. Hearing this, Taesop finally spoke. I see, and here I was thinking. He actually started to cry, and they were tears of happiness. Ji-hoo. I thought he had no reason to kill anyone. Ji-hoo, my friend. The car finally came to a stop. Du-seok turned to say, Utopia probably won't look for their last delivery guy, but just in case, you should stay with us for a while. Suddenly, Taesop spoke up. Mister, can you make me stronger? This surprised the older man. What? His voice was full of determination. I want to help Ji-hoo clean up that trash. I also want to become an arrow. Chung-man opened the door and entered. His eyes were met with the sight of a shirtless Ji-hoo, his face covered in blood and lying sprawled on the floor. He cried out in shock, Young-ho! Without hesitation, Chung-man rushed over, lifting Ji-hoo's head and frantically asking, No! Are you okay? Ji-hoo's eyes were shut tight. He demanded loudly, Who did this to you? But there was no reply. His eyes welled up with tears as he whispered, Young-ho, no. Just then, Kyung walked in with his hands in his pockets, his arrogant attitude showing as he ordered, Get out! Don't hang around here. Chung-man trembled as he held Ji-hoo's head. Director, Nam Kyung, Jung-ho. He sneered mockingly. Yeah, I know. He's dead. He's already starting to stink. Finishing his sentence, Kyung ordered his two followers. Drag him away. The two immediately obeyed, one grabbing Jihu by the armpit and the other by the legs to carry him off. Chungman's face was tear-streaked as he reached out to stop them. Wait. Where? Where are you taking him? His attitude seemed to provoke Kyung, who without a word kicked Chungman in the face. Then he squatted down with a threatening expression. You're close with this bastard. You want me to bury you with him? Chungman meekly held his face and corrected himself. No, I'm sorry. In some other area. The sound of a shovel digging earth could be heard. Jihu was placed in a pit, while Kyung's two henchmen furiously shoveled dirt, planning to bury him alive. Kyung had a triumphant look as he smoked and said sarcastically, So why did you try to get revenge on that murderer? You think justice will win? He sat on the edge of the pit and contemptuously tossed his half-smoked cigarette down. So naive, so childish. Our rising star. The moment you thought Kim Shin was evil and you were justice, you already lost. The cigarette landed precisely on Jihu's head. He continued gloating, because he's capable of doing any evil thing. But you can only do righteous things, Kyung judged with a look of utter contempt. He then stood up and turned to leave, not forgetting to instruct his henchmen. You guys do it properly. I'm going to sleep, one of them replied. Yes, Director. Good night. Elsewhere, Kim Shin cracked his neck. Then he stretched his shoulder muscles. A man in a traditional black school uniform approached and said admiringly, You have an amazing recovery ability. You can move right after taking the antidote. He maintained his posture and replied, It's still a bit swollen inside, but who are these people? The man had brought two others, a bald fat man and a fit young man with a normal appearance. He smiled and introduced them. These are our brothers. They are not cowards. He gestured to the bald fat man. You've probably heard of Jang Jung-woo, the arson murder case at the prestigious university dormitory. Flashing back to the past, thick smoke billowed up, and someone screamed, Fire! Students covered their mouths and noses as they scrambled to get out. A young man began to lose hope and shed tears. I can't see anything with all this smoke ahead. I can't find an exit. Just then, amidst the smoke, a hazy figure approached with a voice saying, Come this way. The exit is over here. Look for the phone's flashlight. He and his surviving classmates coughed as they followed the sound. We're alive. Thank God. Everyone head towards that light. But what awaited them was a large hammer being raised. It then swung down without hesitation onto the young man's neck. The two girls behind him screamed in terror. What the hell? Blood dripped from the hammer. The attacker excitedly called out, Come on, everyone come over here. This is the exit to the afterlife. The man was fat, wore a gas mask, and held a long hammer in his hand. It was none other than Jung-woo, who was extremely excited as he urged, Give up. Your desire to survive. 119 isn't coming. Back in the present, the young man recounted. He burned down the university dormitory and bludgeoned 5 people to death. And there are 4 more unsolved murders as police found no leads. As far as I know, the motive for the crime was due to his insecurity about his appearance and education. Jung-woo, wiping away his sweat, interjected, That's not the reason, he said nonchalantly. I just wanted to teach them a lesson. That's the price they pay for looking down on others. The young man immediately agreed. Yes, you're absolutely right. As for the man next to him, he continued on to the normal-looking young man. This is Han Sun-tai, leader of the Mangjompa. He kidnapped 3 high school students and got ransom money from their parents, but in a room from Sun-tai's past, a sobbing voice was heard. You said you'd let us go after getting the money. Please spare us. I'm begging you. A teenager's voice was also heard. Mom. He was still holding the kids captive, along with his subordinates. A total of 6 people in the room. His 3 henchmen along with 3 teenagers, both male and female. One of them exclaimed in shock, Boss! Don't joke like that. Let us out. Open the door. Sun-tai's face remained cold as he looked through the bars on the door, while they started to lose their composure. Open the door, you bastard. You damn bastard. And he gave them 10 peanuts and 1 bottle of water, once a week, each thrown into the room through the bars on the door. The 6 people fought and scrambled. That's mine. Damn it. Get lost. I'll kill you all. Let go. While Sun-tae stood outside impassively, watching them like they were trash. The next month, when the police arrived, one officer covered his nose and mouth with a disgusted expression. Inside were shriveled corpses, starved to death. The scene was filthy and filled with a foul stench. The young man continued his story. Only 5 emaciated, bloody, and smelly bodies were left. Sun-tae then spoke up. And the motive for the crime was my love for humans. Because I loved them, I was curious about what humans think. The shining cross symbolized his actions like God's love for his flock. He continued coldly. And how they act. What you give them to live. What you take from them to die. And how to stop being human. Kim Shin listened with growing interest. In the end, Sun-tae blushed and confessed frankly, The reason I joined this plan is because of you, Kim Shin. I'm curious about you, Kim Shin. Very curious. The young man turned and added, Although they aren't prominent in prison, there are many people like us. I will find more in the future. He declared, We will form Kim Shin's Legion. Hearing this, Kim Shin finally smiled and spoke. A legion? That sounds like fun. He tilted his head and gave a slight, almost sincere smile. First of all, let's all go on a picnic together. Elsewhere, the clock showed 1:30. A police officer's timid voice was heard. Warden. The warden bit his nails and trembled nonstop. This is really dangerous. The police officer spoke with sweat on his brow. This is no different from letting out tigers and lions, releasing all three of them at once. The CCTV screen showed the three criminals casually walking down a main street. He continued to bite his nails and growled. So noisy. I know. Despite his words, 2 streams of tears of regret ran down his face as he trembled and muttered, I shouldn't have come here. I shouldn't have become the warden of this prison. The city was brilliant with lights at night. One of the 3 shown on the CCTV raised his hands and cheered, Freedom! We're free! And they were all familiar faces. Jong-woo, wearing a hoodie, shouted continuously. Next was Sun-tae, who spoke. Kim Shin, aren't you curious? About the corpse in my story. Aren't you curious who the survivor was? He probed. Kim Shin smirked and concluded. The most evil one survived. Right. I'm very curious about the process too. Please tell me about it later. He proposed as if genuinely interested. Sun-tae, with the endless adoration of a fan, blushed and agreed. Yes, I will tell you at the right time. Just then, he announced, we're here. Let's start our picnic. Kim Shin stretched as he and his 2 followers stood before a tall building. Fine wine was poured into a glass as a voice spoke. Everyone's heard it right. The story about Jang Dong-man getting killed. I hear he was bitten to death by his own mad dog. It was Jang-kyu. He swirled the wine in his glass and continued. He probably passed away peacefully. Anyway, I'll be returning to my old position because things at the company are a mess. Everyone trust me and follow me. A group of men were having an internal meeting with him in the office. And upon hearing this, they chimed in. Yes, we'll be in your care. With Dong-man dead, I feel so relieved. Jin-kook's face was beaming as he probed. When should we hold the inauguration ceremony? Chairman Kang Jang-kyu. The man gave a perfunctory smile and said, Oh my. It's fine. Everyone is working so hard. Let's just do something simple and modest. He went along with it. How can it be simple? We should rent the whole Olympic Stadium. Just as he finished speaking, the assistant's voice came from outside the office. Chairman, you have guests. Jang-kyu said out loud unhappily. Don't you know what the board of directors is doing? Do you even know how to do your job? The assistant stammered in reply. They said, they absolutely must see you. Hearing this, he became curious. They must see me. Who is it? Suddenly, the door was kicked open by a powerful force. The ones entering were none other than Kim Shin's group. Jong-woo grabbed the bloody-faced assistant by the collar and arrogantly said, It's so stuffy in here. Seeing this, Jin-kook jumped up with his hand in his coat pocket, while Jong-kyu cried out in alarm. Who are you people? Kim Shin walked in leading the group. Who else could it be? He spread his arms and introduced. We're the mad dogs you just mentioned. Kim Shin opened his eyes with a treacherous smile. I'm the one who killed Uncle Dong-man. You should be giving me a reward. Hearing this, Jang-kyu forced a smile. So you're Kim Shin, that madman, he confirmed again. Yes, that's me. The man gripped his wine glass tightly. How could I not reward the one who killed Dong-man? Then he said contemptuously, Tell me what you want. You mad dogs want a bullet. Kim Shin wasn't angered by the insult but pulled up a chair. This old man is interesting. He sat down opposite Jang-kyu and spoke with a hidden meaning. But more than that, I need a place to play with my friends. A large and safe place for us to run around. Jang-kyu's subordinates were all standing up now. Those with knives held them ready while others prepared to fight. All were ready to brawl at a moment's notice. But Kim Shin calmly rested his chin on his hand and finished, I think Utopia is a suitable place. Kang Jang-kyu frowned, swirling the wine in his glass, his voice displeased. What nonsense are you talking about? That thing. The person opposite him in a red and blue plaid shirt rested his chin on his hand, lazily replying. Didn't Uncle Dong-man also have shares in Utopia? That person was Kim Shin. And behind him were 2 strong young men, he suggested. Give me that portion. Kim Shin was surrounded by tall men, brandishing sharp knives, yet he still said arrogantly, Then I will spare your lives. A blade was held to his face. That person said coldly, Director, you don't need to bother with this madman, he declared bluntly. I'll slit his throat so he can't talk nonsense anymore. But, as he finished the sentence, a hand grabbed his hair tightly. Jang Jong-woo grabbed the man's hair firmly, using his strength to slam him down. The sudden action left him no time to resist. The man was thrown down so hard that even his glasses shattered. Jong-woo's face was dripping with sweat. He growled each word. This is not the place for you to stand. This is the stage for those at the top. If you know what's good for you, stay still. His voice was cold. If you fall, it will probably hurt a lot. The other man trembled in fear as he grabbed onto Jong-woo. Shame turned to anger. The man screamed furiously, What are you guys standing there for? Do something, you crazy bastards! Though the men were afraid, they still prepared to attack. Despite this, Jang-kyu was surprisingly calm. His voice was gentle as he said, Everyone calm down. They're just kids. As adults, we must be patient. He continued sarcastically. I never expected. You? I heard you were a mad dog who doesn't care about money. Kim Shin sneered. I already told you, money isn't important, he cheerfully suggested. I just need a place to play with my friends. Jiang Qiu chuckled, his voice mocking. A place to play? Sounds like you've been hit in the head with something. Kim Shin was momentarily speechless. Jiang Qiu continued. Fine, I'll give it to you. It's not mine anyway. His subordinates looked at him in confusion. They protested in disagreement. Director, why give the shares to that guy? How can he own shares? Jiang Qiu adjusted his tie, calming the situation. It's fine. He took care of Zhang Dongman for us. That's qualification enough. Kim Shin stood up, his voice satisfied. It's good that you're so understanding. He turned to walk away, but you better keep your word. Kim Shin turned his head, his voice as sharp as ice. Otherwise, you will die. The three of them slowly walked to the exit, not forgetting to issue a threat. Just like Uncle Dongman. Oh Jinkook looked at Jiang Qiu doubtfully. Director, are you really going to give him the shares? He swirled the wine in his hand, replying calmly. Am I crazy? I only said that so they wouldn't cause a scene. Jiang Qiu left his seat, looking at the view outside, and continued. If things got heated just now, our side would have suffered heavy losses. Besides, we gained nothing from killing those guys, so there's no need. His eyes became frightening, his voice cold. I'm different from uneducated thugs like Zhang Dongman. We won't suffer any losses. Jiang Qiu confidently continued. Because the place they are in is a prison, so there will be plenty of opportunities to kill them. On Kim Shin's side, he turned and said to the two with him, do whatever you want. He instructed them. Let's meet back in prison in 3 days, because we have an alibi called prison. Han Sente asked curiously. So what are you going to do, Kim Shin? He smiled and replied. It's been a while since I've been home. I'm going to my mom's house. Elsewhere, a man with a leg brace spoke up. Do you want to become an arrow? That person was Du Seok, the old man said seriously. Then try to attack me. You can attack me however you want. T-Sop stood there dumbfounded, asking awkwardly. Attack you, Du Seok explained. It's a test, to check your qualifications for being an arrow. I'm fine. Just hit me with all you've got. He raised his fist. Ready. Okay. T-Sop looked at the old man with determination. I'm doing it. He then reluctantly punched Du Seok hard in the face, but the old man didn't move an inch from his spot. The old man announced with disappointment. You fail. Du Seok calmly analyzed. The punch lacks power. A fist like this isn't strong enough to kill anyone. T-Sop stepped back, replying nervously. I know, because I've never been in a fight before, but if I train like Jihu, Du Seok slowly explained, clenching his hand into a fist. The problem isn't a weak fist, but a fist must have power. Suddenly, the old man threw a punch straight at his face, wanting to knock down an opponent, but your fist lacks the determination to take someone down. But the old man's hand stopped an inch from T-Sop's face. People like you. No. I should say normal people like you, Du Seok stated firmly. Cannot become an arrow. T-Sop was unconvinced. He resentfully retorted. But Jihu was able to do it. He frowned and looked down at the floor, pleading earnestly. I can do it too. Please give me a chance. Du Seok sat down on a nearby chair, speaking gently. If it were Jihu, he wouldn't have aimed for the face. From the very beginning, he would have aimed for this leg with the torn ligament. The old man looked at T-Sop's dejected face, confirming once more. You are different from Jihu. He fell helplessly to his knees on the ground. T-Sop cast aside all his pride, his voice begging, Help me, please! He lowered his head, sharing his dream. Originally, I wanted to become a police officer who protects justice. T-Sop clenched his fists, his voice slightly choked. But because my body ended up like this, I can't do it. He lamented sadly. Those who disrespect human life, I want to wipe them clean from this world. Du Seok spoke up and asked, You want to eliminate the wicked from this world? The old man reached into his pocket for something, continuing. If those are your true feelings, then go out on the street. Find some wicked person who has committed murder. T-Sop stared in horror at the knife in Seok's hand. The old man's face remained cold and expressionless as he held the knife out to him, his voice flat. Then I will accept you as an arrow. The clock at that moment pointed exactly to 11:25. Soman turned to look at Seok, reproaching him. Why would you make T-Sop do that? To find bad guys and kill them himself. The old man lowered his head, speaking slowly. Because I can't drag T-Sop into this too. Getting Jihu involved was already an unforgivable crime. He'll give up soon enough. Soman didn't reply, just listened quietly. Although this world is full of criminals, finding them to punish them isn't that easy. At the neighborhood street, a bustling crowd of people passed by. Everyone seemed to be extremely busy. In that crowd, a person in black walked quietly, along with the thought, find a person and then kill him. It was T-Sop. He walked quickly, his face tense and wary, his eyes constantly scanning around, as if searching for something. He told himself, I can't just pick someone randomly. He moved quickly through the bustling crowd, his mind racing with thoughts. What should I do? Where are the bad guys? His feet moved swiftly on the pavement. He went to a convenience store. The female employee greeted him. Welcome. Seeing it was T-Sop, she asked in surprise. What's going on? Why are you here at this hour? I was just passing by, so I stopped in. She crossed her arms, asking with concern. Now that you're working, I don't hear from you anymore. How is it? Is working at a big company good? He replied hesitantly. A company is just a company. It doesn't seem very good, huh? She smiled gently and added, Anyway, you came at the right time. I'm bored to death here. Wait a little longer until my shift change and let's go eat. How about a hamburger? T-Sop forced a smile. Okay, deal. I'm starving anyway. A fat man not far away grumbled. Damn it, so noisy. I can't even focus on eating. T-Sop said indignantly. What's your problem? The female employee raised her hand to stop him. Hey, it's okay. I'm sorry, sir. The man retorted with a very unpleasant tone. If you want to talk, go outside. Damn it. Go to a motel if you want to get comfortable. Take it there. He yelled angrily. Hey, you! The employee covered T-Sop's mouth to stop him, trying to reason. Don't. There are a lot of weird people at this hour. The man left in disgust, still muttering. Damn it, I can't even eat anymore. He even said loudly, I should just kill all these dogs in convenience stores. T-Sop yelled angrily. What? This guy is really crazy. The employee turned her head away, advising, It's okay, just ignore it. He looked at the trash scattered on the table, muttering, Is he avoiding it because it's dirty, or is he avoiding it because he's scared? T-Sop stood silent for a few seconds. Then he called out loudly, Hey, you! T-Sop shouted at the man, his voice reproaching. Why did you eat and not clean up? And leave just like that. Also, don't you know you're not allowed to drink alcohol in the store? But the man wouldn't turn his head. His voice softened. Clean up and then go. Seeing that words weren't helping, T-Sop grabbed the man's shoulder. Hey! The fat man stopped, muttering a curse along with a sarcastic comment. Damn it, you're already ugly and have no luck. What can I do? Seriously. Then he made a hip-hop gesture with his hand, his voice playful. Yo-yo, check it out. I just ate a few packs of ramen. He continued in a deep voice. After eating, I wanted to go, but you grabbed my shoulder. Look. But I like it. Oh yeah. He turned his head. It was Jong-woo. His dark eyes stared straight at T-Sop. So I'll begin. Okay. Today will be your death anniversary. Kim Shin turned back and smiled. And you don't have anything you want to do. He turned his head back with a smile. It's been a while since I've been out, but you want to follow me? Hansun Tae looked at him and said, I want to know about you, Kim Shin, he said calmly. But since you're going to your mother's house, I can't follow you. The two of them stood in front of the house. They both stepped into the house. Come in. This is the first time I've brought someone else home. He seemed to see something, so he turned his head to look. Hansun Tae looked curiously at the picture hanging in front of the door. Kim Shin stood in front and calmly replied, Beautiful, isn't she? She's my mother. Hansun Tae raised his eyebrow and stared at the picture. What about this child? After observing the picture for a while, he asked softly, Is that you, Kim Shin? Kim Shin was silent upon hearing that. Hansun Tae trembled. Can you tell me about it? About when you were little? His face flushed with excitement. I'm going crazy with curiosity. Anything is fine. Please. He turned back with a smile. The image flashed back to his childhood as a voice rang out with a robot in hand. Honey, I'm home from work. A little girl laughed as she role-played. You're home. I made you a cake. Both children playing heard this and cheered. Cake. I want some too. Mommy. A hand picked up a toy and pretended to feed the robot. Nom nom. Yum yum. Chomp chomp. The little boy cheered. Delicious. As expected, your cake is the best. Suddenly a voice called out. Shin. Hearing the familiar voice. The little boy replied. Mom. A beautiful young woman smiled at her son. That was his mother. I'm home, dear. It's time for dinner. The two of them held hands and laughed happily. What do you want to eat tonight? The little boy replied. Cake, please. Hearing this, his mother laughed. It's not your birthday. Why do you want to eat cake every day? The little boy still begged his mother. Just once, because she loved her son so much. She gave in to his pouting and agreed. Okay, but you have to sing for me. The Three Sheep song. The little boy happily replied. Okay. So, this is the memory I remember most. 3 sheep in a house. The image flashed back to a happy family. The mother sang gently. Daddy sheep, mommy sheep, baby sheep. Daddy sheep is very strong, he thought to himself, because back then my existence was nothing at all. Mommy sheep is very warm. The youth in torn clothes suddenly appeared. His expression was strangely gloomy. He observed silently, a nameless existence. The youth silently watched the little boy laughing and singing along with his mother. The baby sheep is cute. The name came out through clenched teeth. Kim Shin, he thought. I want a name. A missing child poster was plastered on the wall. In front of the poster and the missing child noticed the mother pleaded. My son has gone missing. Please take a look for me. In the pouring rain, the mother's face was bewildered and scared as she handed out pictures of her son to people around. Please contact me if you see this boy. Please help me. The mother's face grew paler and paler. My son is lost. Before you throw it away, please just look at it once. Please help me. I beg everyone to just look at it once. The missing child poster remained there in the rain, along with a weary voice. Please help me. The poster gradually became tattered as time passed. Each new notice was plastered over the missing child poster, in front of a table full of needles and drugs. A thin, cracked face appeared. It was the mother, her face now completely ravaged. The mother trembled as she clutched the picture of her son. She was alone in a dark and drug-filled room. Her face was listless as she looked at the picture. A hand picked up a needle and started to mix the drug. It was the mother herself, injecting it into her own body. She held the needle in her trembling hand and injected it, seemingly seeing someone enter. The mother stopped and turned her head. In front of her was a small young man. He was rather tall, wearing small and short clothes. The other young man slowly walked towards the mother. He muttered something very softly. The mother's face was filled with tears. He stood in front of her, backlit by the light. The mother's face was pale. "No, you're not my son." She continued, "No matter what, I can always recognize my own son." He gently took the needle from the mother's hand. The mother had only managed to say this. "Why are you pretending to be my Shin?" Immediately, the mother's mouth was covered, and a needle was stabbed forcefully into her neck. His hand clenched a bundle of needles. "Why don't you recognize me, Mom?" Then he stabbed her chest forcefully along with the words, "It's me, Kim Shin. You missed me so much, Mom." She trembled as she gasped for breath. "My son is here!" Tears streamed from the corners of the mother's eyes. She screamed and wailed loudly. Then she gently raised her hand and touched him. Her face was now just a river of tears, as if he had achieved the result he expected. He smiled gently and called out, "Mom!" He looked at her. "Buy me a cake." In a dead-end alley, Jong-woo raised his hand and punched the person in front of him with great force. All that momentum from before. Where did it go? And now what? He swung another punch straight into the man's face. The biggest mistake of your life was doing those stupid things just now. The sound of punches continued unabated. "Even if you beg for your life now, it's too late." Jong-woo added one more sentence with a powerful punch to the man's face. "Because my specialty is killing people." The man's face was covered in blood as he thought, "This bastard, is he sick?" Jong-woo gave a creepy smile. "Even if you regret it now, it's no use. Your body will be found tomorrow morning." Taesop gritted his teeth and thought, "Is that all? He thinks he can kill me with this." Then he took out a knife from somewhere and stabbed it straight into his stomach. Jong-woo screamed in pain and let go. Seeing the knife in his stomach, he shouted furiously, "A knife! You bastard!" Taesop was free. He clutched his throat and coughed violently. Jong-woo's face grew paler. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Why are you carrying a knife? You bastard! Are you crazy?" Not stopping there, he casually pulled out the sharp knife that was stuck in his stomach. "Luckily, I have my abs to stop it." Then he raised his hand and grabbed Taesop tightly, then used the weapon to stab him forcefully. Otherwise, I would have been a goner. "You." Taesop's face was contorted in pain. He gritted his teeth and groaned. He looked at him with a contemptuous smile and said one sentence. "Was that your finishing move? Nice one. Good job." Finally, unable to take it anymore, he collapsed to his knees, but the man still looked at him with contempt. "But that tiny blade couldn't pierce my abs." Jong-woo was now like a pervert. He raised the weapon and licked it lightly. "The sound of your groans. So sweet. But that should be enough." Taesop's vision grew increasingly blurry. His eyes became more and more chaotic. Somewhere a voice rang out. "The production of Spring Dream is still going well, right?" A researcher holding an iPad followed behind Jang Q and reported, "Although the production volume is a bit high, we should be able to do it." Jang Q scoffed. "Being too popular is also a problem. We need to expand the factory." He looked down at the data in his hand and continued reporting. "Director, about the matter I mentioned before, it had side effects again. We are still researching. We just need to replicate Chief Oh Jin-suk's Spring Dream, but..." Hearing this, he immediately turned his head and asked, "What are the side effects?" The researcher replied in confusion. "You've seen it before." The researcher gently adjusted his glasses and explained, "Spring Dream alters serotonin and vasopressin and causes problems with the amygdala." Jang Q didn't understand what he was saying and said gently, "What are you saying? Explain it more simply." The researcher stammered, That, although the probability is low, one of the drug users fell into an unstable state. It has extreme aggression but feels no pain." The man laughed. "I remember, I saw it last time, but didn't I say it back then?" Jang Q's face was now full of calculation. "What does that have to do with anything? Anyone who looks at it would think we're making a healthy food product." The researcher's face was confused as he looked down at the data. "Even so, when the side effects appear, it's a disaster." He hadn't even finished speaking before the man cut him off. "You talk too much." Jang Q glanced at him and ordered, "Just hurry up and produce it to meet the schedule. Otherwise, I'll turn your family into logs of wood." After saying that, he turned his back and said contemptuously, "What side effects? You should worry about yourself first." The researcher's hand holding the iPad trembled. His face was filled with fear as he muttered, "A massacre! A massacre could happen. In the research lab." Lab rats that had been drinking the syrup were lying everywhere. He growled, "That scoundrel only cares about money." A rat eating one of its own kind glanced outside. Elsewhere, Jong-woo's hand was squeezed tightly. He screamed in pain. Before he could finish screaming, he took a full punch to the face. He cried out in agony, clutching his face. "What? What is this? I can't believe it." Only to see Taesop's face become more and more frightening. His eyes were blood red. Seeing that he was about to hit him again, he begged in fear, "Wait, I was wrong," just as he got to the words. So, his mouth was grabbed shut by him. Then, regardless of his screams, he coldly pried his mouth open even wider. His face became more and more frightening, like a demon's. Jong-woo's deformed hand was raised along with his plea. I. His face was bruised, but he still tried to plead. "Wrong. I was wrong. Please." Ignoring his words. Taesop, who was sitting on top of him, still swung his fist. Immediately, his face was hit with another punch, followed by a series of punches to the face. Taesop's eyes were bizarre as his hand continued to attack. The next punch landed again, but he had no intention of stopping. and raised his hand amidst Jong-woo's pleas. Please! He felt no pity but even smiled. Then he continued to attack relentlessly. Suddenly a voice called out from behind him, making him freeze. Tae-sop. Yoon was terrified at this sight. What are you doing? Stop! Then she looked at him with fearful eyes. Why are you doing this? Why? Are you hitting him? You're not this kind of person. No matter what she said, Tae-sop had no reaction. Seeing Tae-sop approach, she backed away in fear. Tae-sop. No matter how angry you get. Halfway through her sentence, Yoon was choked by him. He even smiled with excitement. Tae-sop's grip tightened, making it harder for Yoon to breathe as she tried to push his hand away. Even though he was no longer sane, she still called out, Siab. Her face became even more pained. Dusok appeared behind him at that moment and put him in a chokehold. Stop, Tae-sop. The old man's grip tightened, causing Tae-sop to gradually lose oxygen. He struggled to get free but couldn't. The old man's grip tightened more and more, and finally he gradually lost consciousness. The old man slowly observed to make sure he had fainted. The old man let out a slight sigh of relief. Any later and it would have been a big problem. Why did Tae-sop become like this? Then he looked at Yoon, who had fainted on the ground. Then he turned back to Tae-sop. What is this strength? At a large house with a spacious courtyard filled with many flowers. Director, here you go. The speaker handed over a white envelope. The director gripped the envelope tightly, grateful. Thank you. You must be tired helping us like this every time. Sun Sang smiled sheepishly, scratching his head. It's nothing. Really? It's not much. Please take it and buy some snacks for the children. Director. The director was very grateful to him. How is it not much? I will use it carefully. At the same time, a little boy ran up to the director's leg. The little boy smiled brightly and said, Uncle. Thank you, Uncle. He also smiled kindly and reminded the little boy, You must listen to the principal. Study hard and become a good person, okay? After that, he pulled his trolley of goods away. On the way, an old man greeted him. Mr. Lee, my store is closed. You can come and get it later. He also replied cheerfully. Thank you, sir. He also greeted the old woman on the side of the road. Ma'am, have you eaten? Though old, she was still very sharp. I'm not hungry. He got off the trolley and brought 2 bags of goods over. There you go again. You can't skip meals. I made some side dishes. Please take them home and eat. The old woman accepted them and also thanked him. Thank you. Seeing you, Mr. Lee, reminds me of my son. If I had stopped him from becoming a gangster, he would still be alive now. He heard her words, and his face showed a fleeting sadness. After that, he also opened a can of pate. Then he sat in a small alley calling a cat to come and eat. Eat up, little one? You seem to have gotten thinner. He still sat there despite the cat growling. The cat looked at him with an unfriendly expression. He saw it and praised it. That's right. You have to be suspicious and wary like that to survive. His expression also darkened slightly. Humans are the most dangerous. You must always be on your guard against them. At this time, a man in a suit called out to him because his trolley was blocking the road. Hey, old man, move the trolley somewhere else. If my car gets scratched, can you afford to pay for it? He quickly apologized sheepishly. I'm sorry, I'll move it right away. The other man didn't make a big deal out of it, but still grumbled. Damn it, don't you have eyes? He continued to accept his mistake. I'll be more careful next time, I'm sorry. In the dark of night, at a skyscraper with only a few lights on, Chairman O approached and said to Director Kang, Director, I have already selected a few people who will go to the prison to kill Kim Shin. I'm just waiting for your order. Behind the chairman were many people, but he was still relaxed. Jang Q sneered. I haven't even given the order and you've already selected people. You think these people can kill him? We need to send someone more certain. Hearing this, he hesitated slightly. If we need to be certain, then... Chairman Kang was serious. I will send Lee Sun-seng, the strongest butcher assassin in Utopia. At Sun-seng's place, he was still leisurely pulling his trolley of goods. He saw Tae-sop being blocked in a small alley by 2 young men. The one with long hair asked, Hey, you bastard, is it hard to buy alcohol? The one with a hat also sneered. This useless guy. The long-haired one came up with a plan. You could just ask someone to buy it for you. You bastard. As he spoke, he slapped him. You don't understand what I'm saying. Damn it. This is crazy. My friends are waiting for you to bring back the alcohol. You've ruined our mood. Damn it. He raised his hand again. At this time, Sun Sang walked by, intervening. Kids, why are you doing this? Don't be like that, he said contemptuously. What is it, old man? Just mind your own business and walk away. Back at the place with the powerful people, Chairman O asked suspiciously. Lee Sun-seng, is he that strong? Director Kang stood up from his chair. Chairman O Jin-kook, why do you think a person with so many enemies like him could live so long and die so peacefully? If it weren't for Lee Sun-seng, Chairman O would have been stabbed and died long ago. He looked towards Chairman O and the group of people, and now there would be no utopia either. He went to the window, looking at the city outside. Wasn't there a time when the Chinese triad was planning to enter Korea? Chairman O sent Lee Sun-seng alone to the triad. At that time, the triad members saw Sun-seng alone and were smug. Just you alone. Want to negotiate. But he just loosened his tie and said softly, If you want to live, then run away quickly. I won't chase you. Then he gently reminded, Chairman O sent a message to the triad in the name of Lee Sun-seng. Don't come to Korea. There's a monster here. Remembering that scene, The whole group was lying around and only Sun Seng was left standing. He affirmed to Chairman O and the group of people. I am sure that compared to that kid Kim Shin, Lee Sun Seng, no, compared to anyone he is still the strongest. At this time, Sun Seng had a bag of alcohol and went to the two young men. Hey, here. He looked at the two of them. Now that you have alcohol, don't bother him anymore. Understand? The long-haired one sneered, not caring much about his words. Yes, we know. We'll live in harmony with each other. How hilarious. He had no intention of stopping. But, can you give us some pocket money? The one with the hat added. It seems you're thinking of it, old man. Why are you joking? I'm just asking for some pocket money. He looked at the two of them without saying anything. He wouldn't stop and even said with a crazy look, How much money do you have? If I search everything, I'll probably only get 101 at most. Why are you so poor? While they were still sneering, a car braked right beside them. The one who was talking also stopped and turned to look. The men in black suits got out and lined up straight. Then a man in a gray suit also got out. The whole group bowed deeply in unison. I have come to pick you up. While the young men were bewildered, the man in the vest said respectfully, I apologize for coming to find you so suddenly. Director Kang Jang-kyu said he absolutely had to invite you back. The young men turned pale hearing this. The man's forehead was drenched in sweat, but he still managed to say to Sun Seng, Please help us, please come with us. I'll handle things here, no matter what the man said. Sun Seng's expression was extremely ugly. At the prison, 5 days ago. Smile grumbled. This should be enough, right? Then another man replied, It's enough. Smile, smile. He stretched and whined. My back. It's been a while since I've dug a grave. It's so tiring. Chung Man, hiding behind a pillar, saw everything. The moonlight shone down on the prison at night. Chung Man slowly walked to the freshly covered spot. He looked at the ground that was still clearly lumpy from being dug up. He bent down and started digging with his bare hands. It was clear just now. Then his hand touched someone. His expression was worried, but also seemed joyful. Although it was very faint, his heart was still beating. He's still alive. He couldn't hold back his tears. Thanks to Young Ho, I escaped those guys. This time it's my turn to save you. Young Ho. He dug while praying silently. Please, please live. Finally, Young Ho's body was revealed. He carried Young Ho on his shoulder. His breathing was extremely weak. He struggled to walk. It's a bit weak, but he's still breathing. But his legs weren't strong enough, which made him very anxious. But what should I do now? What should I do now? Suddenly a voice made him startled. What are you doing? The guard probed. A cigarette in his hand. Why aren't you sleeping at this hour and walking around here? This is a prison, not a park. He stammered. Ma, Major. While thinking frantically, I've been discovered. I'm screwed. Young Ho, The guard had no intention of doing anything to him. He just casually praised him. You're pretty good. I thought you were a coward. Like me. Suddenly the guard asked, Can you save him? Which greatly surprised Chung Man. As he spoke, he trembled with anger. To escape this hell now, the only way is to save him and let them fight each other one more time. His faith was all placed on Young Ho, who was on Chung Man's back. Lee Sun Seng held a full glass of red wine. His words decisive. Chairman O is dead. I have nothing to do with Utopia anymore. Kang Jang-kyu sat opposite, busy cutting meat on his plate. He just smiled faintly and replied, Nothing to do with it. You are the founding hero. He put a piece of meat in his mouth, continuing as he chewed. I've heard rumors about you, compensating the families of the people you've killed over the years. I've also heard you're living like a turtle in its shell. Lee Sun Seng shot up, his expression annoyed. That's none of your business. Don't look for me again. You can figure out how to live or die on your own. Kang Jang-kyu leisurely wiped his mouth, beginning to manipulate Lee Sun Seng. Sit down. Mr. Lee Sun Seng is still a member of Utopia. Even though Chairman O has passed away, the contract is still valid. Lee Sun Seng was already annoyed. He no longer showed any respect to him. Stop talking nonsense. Your mouth. It wouldn't be hard to tear it open. Kang Jang-kyu reached into his inner pocket, smiling apologetically. Nonsense. You'll understand when you see it. Isn't this your contract with Chairman O Jin-kook? He held up a wrinkled, dirty piece of paper, but it had the date, signature, and fingerprint of Lee Sun Seng on it. The content was his pledge to the Utopia chairman to obey orders absolutely. This is your contract with the Utopia chairman. He then revealed even more shocking news. And now the chairman of Utopia is me, Kang Jang-kyu. From now on, Mr. Lee Sun Seng will be my property. Kang Jang-kyu threatened. You know what will happen if you don't follow instructions right. I will also punish you the way Chairman O did. Lee Sun Seng clenched his fists, his anger about to erupt. Shut up! He slammed his fist on the dining table, cursing him. You bastard who's worse than an animal! But Kang Jang-kyu wasn't afraid. He had his prey firmly in his grasp, and had anticipated the situation, so he was extremely calm. Now you look more like the Lee Sun Seng I know. As long as you help me handle this, I will give you back your freedom. Although the damage is great, I'm not a villain like Chairman O. He immediately made his request. Go to the prison. Kill this person for me. He held out a photo of a man with the smile of a madman. Kim Shin, Kang Jang-kyu saw him staring at the photo, and added with a manipulative tone, I was very surprised when I investigated. This isn't the first time you've met him, right? Lee Sun-sang, the #1 in the world, made a mistake. Elsewhere, Zhang Zhongwu's voice called out. Open up! Open up! Hurry up! Open the door now, you bastards! He stood at the threshold, shouting relentlessly, until the door was opened. 3 young men came out to greet them. Kim Shin in the middle spoke up. You're back late. Jiang Wu. Not only his face, but both of Jiang Zhongwu's hands were also bandaged. For some reason, after seeing Kim Shin, he became timid. I ran into some trouble. I met a madman. I almost died. I didn't mean to be late. Kim Shin covered his mouth and laughed. A madman? A psychopath who kills people almost died because of a madman. That's interesting. He was so contemptuous he laughed until he cried. After laughing, he changed his attitude. But what can I do? Compared to people who aren't on time, I hate weak people more. Han Sun-tai next to him understood the meaning and stepped forward, trying to get behind Zhang Zhongwu. He was so scared he was sweating. He hurriedly explained. No, please listen to me. It's really the first time I've met a madman like that. No matter how hard I hit him, he wouldn't budge. He looked like a zombie. Kim Shin laughed, revealing 2 dimples. Yes, I know. You worked hard, so you can rest now. Zhang Zhongwu thought he had gotten away with it. He was very polite. Yes, thank you. Then I'll go rest. But he couldn't move so easily. Zhang Zhongwu was even more scared than before. Why suddenly? My toe is so itchy. It turned out Han Sun-tae was standing behind him, touching some pressure point on his neck. He didn't dare to laugh out loud, just giggled. It's so itchy. Stop it. Han Sun-tae directly pulled out the sharp point of the awl he had stuck deep into Zhang Zhongwu's neck, drawing a little blood. He immediately collapsed at Kim Shin's feet. Kim Shin calmly added a wish. Rest well, Jiang Wu. They turned and walked away. The other one from Kim Shin's group added a reminder. If you go on a picnic, you have to come back on time. That's how our prison castle can stay safe, you know. The new brothers who have just arrived. Besides these guys, there are many other madmen here. The scene changed to a strange and musty place. A man's footsteps were descending a dark staircase, the one in front leading the way. This place used to be where political prisoners were held. Now it's closed. Only a few people on duty know about it. The major was leading the way. Behind him was Chung Man carrying Ji-hoo. He said quietly. If we're discovered, I don't know anything. Chung Man carried the injured person with difficulty and asked in disbelief. Yes, but why? You're going to help us, right? The major turned his face right away. Of course it's not for free. He stared at the person on Chung Man's back. Utopia. He is the condition for saving my children. That guy, no matter what I have to do, I have to make him able to fight again. If he's useless, I'll hand him over to Nam Ki-young. 2 IV bags were hung up. Ji-hoo lay unconscious on a makeshift bed. Chung Man sat beside him, thinking silently. It was a blessing in disguise. If the amount of ototox that Kim Shin injected was a little more, then Ji-hoo would have died that day. Ji-hoo's body was fighting against ototox. Ji-hoo's spirit was fighting against Kim Shin, continuously. Hundreds, thousands of times. He managed to kick him down. But his spirit was like that. But even in his dreams, Ji-hoo couldn't defeat Kim Shin. The next move he was going to send him. Ji-hoo's whole body had shrunk, leaving Kim Shin as a giant playing with him. It's so fun. Ji-hoo, you're such an interesting toy. He grabbed Ji-hoo's 2 hands and stretched them, causing him so much pain he could only scream in despair. Kim Shin really enjoyed his tone, and perversely requested, sing, Ji-hoo. Each part of his body was pulled apart one by one. His head fell off, with a look of hopelessness printed on it. But when he fell, he saw his loved ones were also tied up. He whispered, if you take 1 more step, mother's smile. If you take 2 more steps, father's smile. Just seeing you always brought a house full of laughter. The more Ji-hoo heard, the more his tears flowed like a stream. He called out in shame, Dad. But he only said heartbreaking words. You are a failed product. An arrow that can't kill Kim Shin is a defective product. Uncle, I'm sorry, he cried until his tears were almost dry. Besides that man, Ji-hoo saw many of his other relatives and friends also tied up on fingers. They were all looking down, calling out to him for help. Ji-hoo, save me. If you don't kill Kim Shin, then everyone will die. Ji-hoo slowly opened his eyes. Young-ho, you're awake. Chung-man beside him saw this and immediately burst into tears. He only heard Ji-hoo utter a very small sound from his dry lips. I'm scared. Kim Shin, I'm scared. The image changed to the stuffy place from yesterday. The sky was now daytime. Lee Sun-sang sighed for some reason. He looked around. This place hasn't changed at all. I promised myself I wouldn't come back. A group of prisoners were walking and talking. Director Nam Ki-young. Convincing the outside organization members is going very smoothly. Most of the people who used to be with Zhang Dongman's Manpa have said they will join Nam Ki-young. Ki-young heard this and commented, is that so? Director Yang was never one to take good care of his subordinates. Don't you just need to give them a little more money to have a loyal pack of dogs? The man with glasses added, yes. And also, Kim Shin went to find Director Kang Jang-kyu to ask for Zhang Dongman's shares. Ki-young stopped in his tracks. What? That madman. Why didn't that bastard say anything to me? He turned his face back, his expression furious. Just then a voice came from in front. Nam Ki-young. Long time no see. Lee Sun-sang alone faced the group of people. waving his hand in a very friendly manner. Kyung turned his head to see him, and his face turned gray. Lee Sun-seng. Lee Sun-seng walked closer step by step. You're very famous these days. Your body is also firmer, huh? Ka-young, the person who used to wipe noses in the office. And now you're a big shot like this. You've really grown up. He patted his head in front of everyone. Kyung met him and was completely suppressed. He just stood there sweating profusely. Lee Sun-seng still had his hand on his head. You know why I came here, right? I came to tidy things up a bit. Kang Jong-kyu told you to hand over the organization to me. You just need to follow orders. Another person stepped forward, grabbing his wrist that was on Kyung's head. It was the man with glasses. He raised his voice. You madman, where are you putting your hand? You want to die. Or should I gut you? Don't. Kyung, who was standing behind him, was still shaking like a leaf. Lee Sun-seng raised both hands and smiled apologetically. What a praiseworthy subordinate. He even reminded Kyung, you've worked hard. You have to buy him lots of delicious food. Ki-young. Then he gave the man a slap. He returned to a serious state. Ka-young, are you surprised? Make a decision quickly. I don't want to do these things. I just want to go home quickly. Kyung was still trembling. He struggled to claim ownership. The organization. I can't hand over the organization to you because it's mine. He naturally didn't take it seriously. The organization. What's so important about being a leader? You guys are always like this, even though I gave you a chance to live. But you still want this. The other guys behind Kyung immediately rushed out with knives to fight Lee Sun-seng. Lee Sun-seng just stood still, raising his big hand. Whoever rushed forward, he slapped them down or grabbed them by the face, lifting their whole body up and smashing them into another person behind them. The person who was hit lost a tooth. Lee Sun-seng only had to half open his eyes. He kicked straight into the next opponent's stomach. One kick pushed back a whole group of others who couldn't get close. Because they were criminals, they were fearless. They gave a random reason to motivate each other. This guy is big, so his speed is not fast. Brothers surround him and charge together. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the big Lee Sun-seng jump high. His foot landed straight on the face of the guy who had just spoken up. Blood spurted from his face. He even became a doormat for Lee Sun-seng to land on. Each of Lee Sun-seng's attacks seemed to be enhanced to a terrifying degree, to make them realize the biggest difference between them was physical strength, not fighting skills. He was using his fists to say that, if you want to live, then run away quickly. Every blow Lee Sun-seng threw was vicious and precise. Half the army was quickly defeated. A few were left, some holding knives, some with bare hands, but all sharing the same tremor before the dominant Lee Sun-seng. He is a monster. Lee Sun-seng still held one person by the head and pressed down. He said to Kyung with boredom, Ka-young, take care of these kids. They're not to blame, are they? If it weren't for your ambition, this could have ended peacefully. Give up. Don't do these useless things. Kyung was about to get a fever, shaking like a leaf all this time. He still managed to curse, you damn bastard. But then he turned around and ran away alone, leaving his followers to just watch and call out, boss. His feet ran very fast. He ran in fear and calculation. Damn it, old man Jang Q sent Lee Sun-seng, that son of a bitch, to take down that monster. The only way is Kim Shin. Where is Kim Shin? Kyung flung open the door of a room, only to see two of Kim Shin's close followers standing there. The one with bangs and holding a book reacted faster. What's going on, Ka-young? Kyung was in a hurry. Utopia is sending people here to kill me. Hurry up and call Kim Shin. Han Sun-tae disliked him and pointed a finger. Kim Shin isn't someone you can just call whenever you want. If you let your mouth run loose again, be careful your teeth and lips get mixed up. Kyung shouted again, you son of a bitch! Don't you know how dangerous the situation is? Utopia sent a monster. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The monster's voice came from behind him immediately. Ka-young, what kind of boss runs away and leaves his men behind? Those kids, just because they trusted you, got beaten to a pulp by me. So you're just this much after all. Don't try to run away from your fate. Give up. Lee Sun-seng flung open the door of this room. Facing the calm Han Sun-tae's group, Kyung could only scream, damn it, you guys do something. Aren't we allies? Lee Sun-seng tilted his head and asked the two guys, and you? Are you Ka-young's accomplices? No, the one with bangs replied bluntly. He even happily introduced himself. I am Park Sung-jin, a priest serving here. The people here are my followers. If you have any business, just feel free to do it. You don't need to mind us. Kyung was shocked as if doused with cold water. He gritted his teeth. You bastards, Lee Sun-seng commented on him. Someone is about to log out next to him and he doesn't even bat an eye. What a funny priest. Then he grabbed his neck. Ka-young, you just had to listen to me and hand over the organization to Kang Jang-kyu. Don't die such a meaningless death. Kyung cried cowardly, tears and snot streaming down his face. If I agree, will you spare me? He didn't want to waste time. That's right. My purpose in coming here wasn't to kill you. My target is only that bastard Kim Shin. Hearing this name, a sharp awl suddenly lunged forward. Lee Sun-seng dodged to the side. Otherwise, he would have been hit by this attack from Han Sun-tae aimed straight at his neck. Lee Sun-seng still had plenty of strength. He looked at him with a contemptuous look. You also play dirty, huh? Han Sun-tae held an awl in one hand and a knife in the other. He asked sensitively, who did you say you were going to kill? How bold. He was as fast as a woodpecker, but with more beaks. He also used his legs to continuously kick at the person opposite him. Although Lee Sun-seng dodged very quickly, he couldn't avoid being hit in a few places. Your technique seems to have killed a lot of people, huh? But, Lee Sun-seng bent down, it doesn't seem like the type to kill with just one blow. When he realized this, he started to smirk. Lee Sun-seng assessed as he dodged. All the places the knife was aimed at were vital spots. Han Sun-tai was like a venomous snake. Drawing blood with his knife wasn't enough. As long as the person wasn't dead, he would continue to strike. This time it was very close to Lee Sun-seng's right eye. He had managed to block it with his bare hand. You're a really nasty bastard. Lee Sun-seng squeezed the knife and pulled the young man to the side. His right hand was already raised to the sky. A powerful slap landed straight on Han Sun-tai's face. Lee Sun-seng wanted to straighten this guy out. After all, killing for fun is not a good thing. You bastard. Han Sun-tai was furious after being slapped so hard his face was crooked. Before watching the continuation of this tense confrontation, please press the like and subscribe button to support the Manhwa channel. At this time, Park Sung-jin finally spoke up. Please stop. Mr. Kim Shin is outside right now. Lee Sun-seng looked confused. What kind of prison is so messy it's like a dormitory? Park Sung-jin continued. Kim Shin will be back in 3 days. Please come back then. Lee Sun-seng bluntly refused. I don't want to. Isn't it better if I break your necks now and wait for him to come back? Park Sung-jin just smiled with a hidden meaning. I know you won't do that, he continued. You're not the type to kill those who can't fight back, are you? You're different from us. Aren't you afraid that God above will see everything? Lee Sun-seng thought he was wasting his words. You think I won't kill you because I'm afraid of God? Lee Sun-seng sneered. So now I have to apologize. I'm sorry, everyone. I won't do it again next time. For the first time, Park Sung-jin's eyes widened. He confidently asserted that what you're doing is just deceiving yourself. Lee Sun-seng finally left, not forgetting to leave a message that he would be back in 3 days and to tell Kim Shin to prepare well. Otherwise, there would be no apologies. Instead, he would kill everyone. The scene changed to the hospital. Tae-sop spoke. I'm sorry, according to what you said. I'm just a normal person. Tae-sop confided in Do-seok from his hospital bed. Do-seok then asked back, when you encountered that gangster, do you really not remember anything at all? Try to think back and see if you can remember anything, Do-seok suggested. He touched his stomach. I remember stabbing that fat guy with a knife. After that, I don't remember anything else. Tae-sop's face suddenly turned pale. But I had a dream. Do-seok asked in surprise. A dream? Tae-sop seemed to still be scared. His expression was a little sad as he recounted. Yes, in my dream, a man and a woman were arguing. Everyone was shouting very loudly, especially the woman who was also crying a lot. Then the man stabbed the woman. A horrifying scene appeared. Even when the woman was dying, she was still worried about the baby. The woman whispered, no, and the baby. That was the end of the dream. After Tae-sop finished recounting, his eyes were full of tears. Hearing this, Do-seok remembered his conversation with the pink-haired girl. I tried to hack into Utopia's internal data. It seems to be a side effect of fantasy. The girl explained that when the fantasy drug is injected, sometimes the hippocampus in the brain changes shape. This causes some patients to become unusually aggressive when faced with stressful memories. The story is really getting interesting at this point, isn't it? Please drop a like to support us in making more quality videos. Do-seok listened intently, paying attention to the most important point, stressful memories. The girl looked straight at the screen and confirmed. That's right, it's a psychological trauma. Psychological trauma is the trigger that detonates the bomb in the brain. At the end of the flashback, Do-seok said to him, Tae-sop, I will turn you into an arrow. He was utterly shocked. What? Really? Do-seok gave a condition. You must always be by my side. Never go alone. This is part of the training. Back to Ji-hoo. He was putting all his strength into punching a figure drawn on the wall. The young man was training very hard, his burning desire for revenge. Ji-hoo, but I'm sorry for being rude, Chung-man said after hearing his story. Chung-man couldn't believe it. So that's what happened. You came to prison just to get revenge. Jong-woo, no. Chung-man asked further, don't you have a plan to escape and live a normal life? Ji-hoo couldn't hear him anymore. What was he talking about? In his head now there was only one thought. I have to kill him at all costs. I am willing to swear on my life. Damn it, but why can't my hands stop shaking? Ji-hoo tried to calm himself down. I'm going crazy. Suddenly he heard footsteps. Someone was coming down the stairs. Ji-hoo quickly hid and thought. We agreed to give a signal when we come. Could it be one of Nam Ki-young's men? Or is it Kim Shin? Thinking of this name, Ji-hoo became inexplicably scared. His fist at his side clenched tightly, preparing for the worst-case scenario. The person was very close to the door. Ji-hoo decided to act because someone who doesn't give a signal is not an ally. He rushed out with a thunderous punch, but a large, familiar hand immediately blocked it. Lee Sun-seng, with a cold look, wondered, who is this now? Another fist came without any hesitation, aimed straight at Lee Sun-seng. The punch hit its target straight in the face. A surprise attack. But Lee Sun-seng was unharmed. He even asked back, are you a ghost? Ji-hoo was utterly shocked. He couldn't believe the toughness of this man. This ain't a human's fist. Lee Sun-seng's contemptuous words left Ji-hoo in utter shock. Who is this guy really? Subscribe to the Manhwa channel now to find out the answer in the next